We're back, baby. Night 2. It's amazing how quickly it comes around. It takes forever to get to the draft. Night 1, night 2, tons of action. Thomas, last night was a blast. How about we run it back?
Last night was so much fun. Over 200,000, almost 200,000 people joined us for round 1. We got rounds 2 and 3. We got picks for Philadelphia. We have quarterbacks still on the board, Josh. There's going to be a lot of drama, and I think a lot of trades in the next 30 to 45 minutes as people try to move up for some of those first-round prospects who have slid into round 2. So buckle up. Get ready. It's going to be a bunch of fun.
It is absolutely going to be a ton of fun, and it's probably most appropriate, quite honestly. I mean, you mentioned the trades and everything else. Let's just jump right into the best available, because we kind of ended with that on the stream last time, so people see it on their screen, of course. We've talked about so many different areas that you could go. Will Johnson is one of those guys who, you know, you always look at, there's usually one or two guys in the draft, the injury concerns, questions that teams have, the playmaking, the potential of a guy looks like he should be a first rounder, but you know, you continue to fall because of those injury concerns, and so you don't necessarily see that. But Will Johnson, top of the board there. Mike Green, that's another guy, obviously pass rusher. Nick Manwari, we've talked about safety. Eagles did not get that. Do the Eagles go there? Great target on that option. If they were to trade up, you'd have to give up probably a decent amount. Donovan Ezeraku, many others on that list. Who's the most surprising? Do you have a most surprising out of the 12 or so names we're looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone today on ESPN talked about Shedeur Sanders. That wasn't a surprise, and we're going to keep an eye on him. As the report is, if he gets past the Raiders here early in round 2, it's going to be a free fall for Shedeur. But the real surprise to me is Nick Manwari. I mean, most people had him as a team draft pick in round 1. He never got past the Bucs at 19 in every single mock draft, and yet here he is, the third best available on ESPN. I think he's the best available right now. We keep looking at a guy like Will Johnson. Him and Mike Green both have issues. They're different types of issues, but issues off the football field nonetheless. It's a knee issue, and it's potentially chronic. The Will Johnson drop tonight is going to be very interesting. Does somebody take a risk and try and get him early as the steal who should have been the first cornerback taken? Or is it a scenario where he drops out of round 2, drops out of round 3, and we see him as a day 3 pick because the injury concerns are really there? And Mike Green, to me, is better than some of the edge rushers that went last night. Not every single one, but he's a physical freak. Has the off-the-field stuff, obviously from high school and early on in his collegiate career. That's going to be a big name to watch because the talent is there. If he had no issues in his background, he would have gone last night. So which team feels most comfortable to go ahead and still take him here in round 2? But there are also a lot of really good players. I mean, you have Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami. Trey Amos, I thought, was a first-round cornerback who visited Philadelphia. He's, 11th or 10th on their big board. You still have a couple of D tackles and a bunch of running backs and wide receivers. We're going to see a lot tonight, Josh. I'm ready to rock.
It is absolutely going to be a blast, as we've said. And let's start it out with a big one there. CJ Deacon with the 100 bomb.
Whoa.
I think this was actually before we went live, by the way.
Jeez.
And remember, if you do throw out a super chat, we appreciate all you guys. It is unbelievable. Just incredible,
Yeah.
you guys, all the support. But we will get to those. So sometimes, it happened last night. We will read them. They will be on the screen. If it looks like it's taking forever, it's just, the bullets are flying and we're trying to adjust and everything else. But CJ with the 100 bomb to kick it off right says, let's start night 2 off right. Absolutely. Says, with a safety, corner, and tight end, and let Howie's Hall of Fame resume speak for itself. Love the vids and streams. Please keep it up. Love y'all. Go Birds. Also, thoughts and prayers out to the Harmon family. All positive vibes and thoughts. Much love.
I love that. Everything about that. I think DB and tight end are kind of the position groups to keep an eye on. They got their edge rusher, essentially. We'll talk about him a lot more throughout the night. I appreciate you loving the streams and the vids. We put a lot of work into this one. A lot of players had to do some studying, and a lot of highlights had to do some hunting for. And then, of course, you're mentioning Harmon's family. The Steelers' first-round draft pick, who picked at 21 overall, lost his mom shortly after he was picked. I mean, literally, she went to the hospital and then later passed away. So thoughts and prayers to the Harmon family and the Steelers and their new defensive tackle, Josh. We've about 7 minutes until round 2 kicks off. You want to go back to round 1 and look at what Philadelphia did? What do you want to do?
Yeah, we might as well. I'll hit on just 2 super chats real quickly as we don't get bogged down here. Eric, I did not see a comment, but I got the 5. Appreciate that. All the support there. Viper Reap with a 5 also says, and here we go. All in on day 2. All in on day 2. The chaos, the madness. It's going to happen.
I was going to say 2 draft picks for Philadelphia. Remember, they have a lot of ammo next year if they want to go up. possibility to do it. One more name, Josh. Mason Taylor. Where does the Michigan tight end go? There are reports how he loves him. I don't know if he makes it out of the 30s tonight, so keep an eye on Mason Taylor.
Yeah, yes, and I know people are going to say we're going on lower sleep here. LSU, you said Michigan, but I know you.
What did I say?
You said Michigan, but
I got no sleep. We went to bed at 1 a.m. last night. I was up at 5:30
early,
working on my show.
Crank out the
holy cow.
Yeah. So going on very little sleep. So if we misspeak, also you guys bear with us, but y'all know the drill. Even with sleep, it happens. So as far as the selections yesterday, start probably most appropriately, I would say, with the Eagles and the selection there, which of course Jahad Campbell did make it to the Novacare Complex for sort of people that did not see the video or the clip, getting to dap it up with Jeremiah Washburn, outside linebacker, defensive end coach, as well as Bobby King, linebacker coach. So for tinfoil hat members out there, they got hugs with both linebackers coaches. Whether it's the edge or the linebacker role for Jahad Campbell, he's seeing both of the guys. There you go.
Yeah, I think both linebacker coaches are pretty pumped to have him in there right now. All the debate in Philadelphia the past 24 hours has been, where do you play this guy? They're going to play him everywhere. They think outside linebacker. They think edge rusher first. But there are plenty of areas that this guy can play. He can rush the A-gap. He can go ahead and drop back in coverage. He can hit the flat. And he, of course, can bend around the offensive tackles and go after the quarterback. So it is going to be a bunch of fun to see what he can do. One of many picks we're expecting Philadelphia to make. They should make multiple of them. Just a couple of, maybe minutes from now, hours from now. It's going to be very fun, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple other super chats here as well. Make sure to hit the like button if you're not already. We got to 5,000 likes last night. Now that's a crazy number. It might be unrealistic for tonight, but there's a chance. This is multiple rounds. So if you can help us out, drop a like. Almost up to 200 already, and about 1,000 people between the streams. So
there you go.
Getting up there. James with the 5. Notre Dame cornerback Benjamin Morrison has hip issues, but he is dropping 2. That is another name, a guy that we have prepped and ready in case he is drafted. We could play some highlights there, but there's a number of cornerbacks that are potentials. Siobhan Revelle, we've got Trey Amos out there. Maxwell Hairston, surprisingly, I think both of us were in agreement of went ahead of Trey Amos. But hey, you take your pick there. Some options. Remember, the Eagles did say that they hope to come out with a cornerback, or according to James Palmer. But James Palmer reporting that the Eagles wanting to come out with a cornerback and a safety by the end of round 2. Granted, you could wait the first round of tomorrow, but it's close now, so you would expect that maybe at least one of those positions gets drafted tonight. But you also mentioned Mason Taylor, and the tight end is a very important need for the Eagles, considering the fact that Dallas Goedert, it looks like it's a foregone conclusion, whether it's during the draft or after, that they're going to try to make something happen with the trade. So does Howie envision, if Mason Taylor falls, another 10, 15 slots, you try to trade up and get him? I don't know that he'll last that long, but as we will continue to say, I'm sure, all night long, there's tons of options in so many different ways that the Eagles can go on this. And, ultimately, I guess not a bad problem to have. If you have a bunch of different outs, you got your guy in the first round. Let's run it back for night 2.
And let's remind people, we'll have the ticker down below. The pick is in stuff that's coming in about 2 minutes whenever they go ahead and put the Browns on the clock. Just a reminder where we're at for the next 5, 6, 7 picks. Cleveland made that trade back from 2 to 5, took the defensive tackle out of Michigan, and now they sit here with the first pick in round 2. They have 33 overall. The Texans have 34. Tennessee, now obviously swapping because there were multiple trades back and forth. They're 35, so the third pick in round 2. Remember, the Jacksonville Jaguars gave up a second-round draft pick for Travis Hunter, so the Browns will pick yet again 4th overall in round 2. Then you have the Raiders at 5. You have the Patriots at 6. That's 38 overall. And then it's Bears, Saints, and Bears again, followed by the New York Jets to round out the first 10 that we're going to go ahead and have here on night 2. So a couple of teams are going to pick twice. A couple of teams that need quarterbacks. Again, Cleveland needs a quarterback, and you make the argument the Raiders and Saints do as well. Tyler Shuck is going to be on the board. Jalen Milroe obviously still on the board. And the one that everyone's going to talk about, at least on the major networks tonight, Shedeur Sanders. They keep saying if he does not get picked 37th overall by the Las Vegas Raiders, there was a rumor Dallas potentially could be in play, which would be really crazy. But Adam Schefter said that one earlier tonight. That wasn't just a rumor. That was Adam Schefter saying that. It's going to be a surprise team in the mix for Shedeur Sanders. Just depends on when and where we're going to get him to go. So, all right, we are 1 minute away, Josh, from officially getting the NFL draft night 2 officially underway here. It's gonna be a blast. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go.
I am too. About to put the Browns on the clock. By the way, was trying to get the graphic as you were mentioning the different picks. So a little bit late, but it is up there now. So again, people taking a look at the selections. And again, reminder as Thomas was listing out, but the Eagles down there at 64. So 32 as of tonight, but 64 officially with the draft. And the ticker, which you will see here in just a second, has the first round selections, and it will continue to have the second round selections and the third round selections. So anything you missed, it'll be down there. Try to keep updated as much as we can. We'll say that. So
let's get a like check here, Josh. Let's get a like check before the show starts. 1,400 people have already checked in. How many likes are we at?
We are almost 300. So,
not bad.
How about this? On your way down, hit the like button, and then let us know where you're listening from. How about that one? That was a good one from last night. Actually, maybe even a better one. Let me just do this real quickly as we're about to get the Browns on the clock. And you could answer this one as well, Thomas, because I'd be curious. So, there's all the speculation of like, all right, who won the draft or who won the first round of the draft, all this, whatever. Who was it that made the worst move? I think it's obvious, but I just want to hear you say it, and I was curious if anybody else in the chat would disagree or who else they would throw out there. So who do you think really hurt themselves from
I'm going to answer, and then I got to run and grab something before this all starts.
Yeah.
I would say the Jaguars, I think they gave up too much. I like the pick. I think they gave up too much. I know people are going to say the Cowboys. I've slept on the Cowboys pick. I don't think it's bad. I think it's still a reach, but I don't know if it was the worst. So let us know down below. We'll be back in 2 seconds.
Cool. That works. All right. Okay, so you know what the funny thing about this, too, and I appreciate everybody letting me know where you're listening from. Bethlehem, North Carolina, Oswego, New York, Miami, Rehoboth. I probably set everyone up for failure there because I said, where are you listening from, and then who also lost the first round. So I'm getting also, like, some teams listed, but I'm also seeing some saying Atlanta, and that's what I was thinking. I don't disagree with Thomas either, the Jags. People are saying Jacksonville. So maybe you're there, or you're also saying that they lost out on that. Lily, appreciate that. Yes, congrats on the 125,000 subscribers. We passed that last night. It is crazy. It's a little bit over 2 years since starting the channel. I never would have envisioned this, but you guys make it possible. So I am Anish from the living room. All right. How about that? Couldn't have guessed that. That's a good one, too. Yeah, the Falcons, Ernie, you're right. The Falcons gave up way too much. What the pick compensation, the formula there, you kind of graded or give point values to picks. Essentially, the Rams got like 1,400 points on the trade evaluation, and Atlanta got half. Like they were absolutely just, not even close. So, yeah, I could see Jacksonville. I could totally see Atlanta. I don't. There's so many decisions that Atlanta makes in their drafts that don't make sense, but that was one of those.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Who is at the wheel driving this thing? Yeah, you're trading so many things.
Yep.
Yeah, Todd, Atlanta absolutely got fleeced. So, do we have them on the clock? Are we good to...
They are officially on the clock. Let's put the Cleveland Browns on the clock.
Let's get the ticker and everything up.
Here, Cleveland needs wide receiver. They'd have to get a quarterback at some point here. It'd be fascinating to see what the Cleveland Browns decide to do as they have 2 picks in the next 4, right? And so if they want a quarterback, it seems very easy to go ahead and take one of them right now. So we can, take the guess on if it's going to be Shador. Is it going to be Jalen Milroe? Do they like Tyler Shuck? That's going to be the question here as we get rolling tonight. They do also need wide receiver. Jaden Higgins is the best available according to ESPN out of Iowa State. You also have Trey Harris, Luther Burden out of Missouri. None of those I would take with the 33rd overall draft pick right now, Josh. Mm-hmm. To me, this feels like they could, I don't know, maybe, I honestly don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. The commissioner has walked on the stage with the rest of the draft picks that are still here. They need quarterback, they need receiver, and they need linebacker. Not really a linebacker right now that I feel comfortable taking. So we'll see. Round 2. It's officially beginning. The Cleveland Browns. They're on the clock, baby. Let's go.
That it is. Who are they going to get? And we're also going to try to keep up the record of staying ahead of the stream, which we
should still
good
have
for last night.
Stream,
so we should be able to do that.
Yep.
All right, got those selections there. A couple super chats too, by the way. Let me make sure and hit on these. Edgar with 5 says, any player you felt got away from the Eagles last night? What safety reminds you or resembles C.J. Gardner-Johnson on this draft? High football IQ.
Yeah, I mean, got away from is I don't know if that's the right word. They clearly didn't want Malachi Starks, Josh, because it's been
Yeah.
confirmed today. Philadelphia tried to go to the Chargers at 23, I believe was the number, for a trade
22.
for
Yeah.
Jahad Campbell. 22, and that one fell through because they ran out of time. Essentially, like they had a trade ready to go, and it just didn't actually get filed. And then Philadelphia kind of panicked and tried to go back up one more time. They were unable to, and they sat put and stayed put, and we're still able to get Jahad Campbell. So everyone says Malachi Starks to the Ravens at 27, but it really feels like if Campbell was on the board, then it was never really going to happen over Jahad Campbell.
That was kind of surprising, but yeah, seeing the report there, and knowing that they were gonna, let's just say that sometimes you're good, sometimes you're lucky, right? And that was a trade that was very close to happening with the Chargers. And if you had given it up, I mean, and it just tells you how he was already prepared to do it. That it was in his mind. It's the best interest. It's good. It's worth it. All the other stuff. So for him to be willing to pull the trigger and then it falling through because of some mix-up with getting in the selection or getting in the trade, and not only and just having to move up one pick, give up a fifth rounder, which is practically meaningless. I saw a few comments going like, "Oh, I hate that they gave it." Look, Howie is the mastermind of getting future picks and trading back and getting later draft capital and other compensation. So the one pick that he gave away, he will 100% figure out a way to get that back in some form or fashion. Plus, you have the 12 picks for next year's draft. It's not a big concern, but yeah, I think it tells you all you need to know about how much they valued of a Jahad Campbell for a top 10 player on their board. So I'm with you. I don't know that there's necessarily a guy who got away from them. It was too early to trade it for Walter Nolan. You and I both really would have loved that, but like at 16 for the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon's a snake. We're not going to get him. So I think overall, it's best case scenario. I got a text from a very good source, by the way, that said kind of the top guys on the Eagles board that were in the realistic range was Walter Nolan, understandable, Jalen Walker, and Jahad Campbell, who they obviously got.
Okay.
That puts out there.
That was their top three.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Those were
not a safety, which is very interesting.
Not the safety look. Yeah. Which is interesting. We wouldn't necessarily think that. They do want a safety, but for the first round, they were kind of going that other direction, which is just noteworthy. We'll say that. Let's see. Make sure and hit on a couple others here, as I lost the place for the Super Chats. Christian with a 10 bomb. Let's go. Appreciate that. Says, Nakobe is entering his final year of his rookie contract. Any chance we drafted Campbell to be a cheaper off-the-ball linebacker with so many mouths to feed on the defense in the next year or two?
There is a world where the answer is yes. I don't know if that's exactly their plan right now. I think they like Nakobe Dean. I think they feel confident he's going to come back. Nakobe Dean was at a draft party. He had a microphone stuck in his face and said he's going to be back sooner rather than later. Does that mean week one? Not really sure. But I do think that it is a fair argument to say the future at inside linebacker could be Jahad Campbell. The present could go ahead and be edge rusher. The problem in the National Football League is if Jahad Campbell is successful as a pass rusher, he's not going to go back to inside linebacker. It's just that simple. Ask Micah Parsons. And when asked today, Jahad Campbell said the players that he emulates his game after, Micah Parsons and Fred Warner are the two names popped up there. So if the Eagles get either or, one's an edge rusher, one's an inside backer, I think Philly's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think we'll, if you get anything close to that,
I think we take it.
We'll be a little bit happy. By the way, 600 likes. Keep crawling that one up there. Make sure to drop a like on the streams here. We're getting close to 1,000. We had 2,200 between the streams as well, viewers-wise. So if you haven't, it would mean a lot. Echo Delta with a 2, getting the Go Birds. There we go.
Birds.
Also, Eagle 1, Matt with a 2, saying, so you're saying Trey is in play?
There's
a chance.
Trey Amos.
Amos,
there is a chance. There is a chance. Browns pick is in, by the way. I don't have it yet, but the Browns pick is officially in.
All right, let's update this thing here. Got the ticker on as well.
Yep. Let's see if we have it yet. It's always a little more difficult on day 2. They're a little bit slower for us to figure these out, but we're going to get them before everybody else. I'm going to go ahead and make that almost a guarantee. So we'll see. I don't have this yet.
It usually happens.
It's in, but it just went in. I talk about quarterback here. 40 different starting quarterbacks over, past couple of decades. That's a very high number, but Will they go quarterback here at 33? Something would tell me that they won't, that they'll go ahead and take a receiver or a tackle or, maybe a running back if they love to Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. That would make some sense. But the idea that this is going to be Shador, I think, would be a little bit surprising. But we don't know who this is yet. So stay put. We're trying to figure it out.
Andrew with a 75 NT. I don't know what that is, but we appreciate the 75 bomb. I don't know what currency. Greetings from Taiwan.
I have the selection.
Okay, you got it.
There you go. Right. Hello from Taiwan, but I have it.
What's
here.
up? All right, we ready?
We are ready. We are ready. Okay, with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Carson Schweizinger, linebacker, UCLA, Josh. And so it's not offensive line. It's not wide receiver. It is going to go ahead and be a linebacker, Josh, and the best one available. I have him as kind of the 42nd best player in the NFL Draft. The NFL comparison, I always say this, we said this last night, it's the best case scenario. It's Roquan Smith. Very great side to sideline. He's very quick laterally and also getting to and from the different sidelines here. Awareness, shedding blockers, those are always a problem. But he had 105 tackles and 5 sacks for the UCLA Bruins in 2024. He's a really good player. A little high for me, but they needed linebacker. It makes sense for Cleveland.
Yeah, that's a move. You were talking about the team needs and what they're going to go for on that. Makes sense, as you said. Dude went from a walk-on to an All-American at UCLA. So I think there's also little things, intangibles of work ethic. Is he going to put in the time and effort, energy, what it takes to go from that point to an All-American? I think it speaks for itself. Great in the pre-draft visits also, according to scouts and analysts. So Cleveland, try to bolster your defense. They already went there with Mason Graham, traded back, get some other draft capital. Now you're adding Carson Schweizinger. Hopefully in a couple picks here, you'd imagine they have another idea. Do they go defense or keep it up with the offensive side? But not the worst pick.
There you go. Linebacker is the first to go here on night one. Just so we're showing you maybe why they went with linebacker with the first pick in the second round. The next highest rated linebacker, according to ESPN, is Demetrius Knight. He's the 94th overall rated player on the ESPN's big board. Schweizinger is 53. So there's about a 40 position drop from the linebacker that was just taken to where we think the next one could go. And so you're Cleveland, after you go ahead and pick at number 4, you're going to wait a little bit to get to your third pick, or I guess 4th pick overall on the NFL draft. So they get their linebacker now, and it makes a lot of sense. Houston's pick is in. These are going to fly pretty quickly here, Josh. But the Houston pick is in. We'll try to get that for you guys here real quick.
All right. So I'm going to update the ticker as well.
I have it as well.
Do we?
So
okay.
let me know whenever
I'll
you
update
are
the
ready.
ticker
I have the Houston
whenever
pick.
we can. If we get it, we're going to announce it, and then we'll get to the Super Chats also.
Okay, with let me make sure I go here. Yes, correct. 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. And that, again, makes some sense. Houston trades out of round 1. They go wide receiver, and this one's pretty big, Josh. 6'4", 210-pound senior. Think Marvin Jones Jr., Not a ton of crazy stats. You got to go back to 2023. One of his better years was only 6 touchdowns, but he's physical at the point of attack, very strong hands. Contested catches is the name of the game. All these big receivers lack top-end speed. That's a given, but Houston needed a receiver, and they get one here with the receiver out of Iowa State.
Yep, I like it. Like you said, 6'4", 215, a senior, 22 years old. And, you know, you got him. He's well built as obviously 6'4", but for an X receiver, he's got some more agility, I think, than some people anticipate. If you look at a lot of the scouts there, they're saying that it's somewhat surprising as you're watching him play. So for a team like Houston, suffered some injuries, obviously the losses of the trades with acquisitions, and you're trying to add a weapon there for C.J. Stroud. Makes a whole lot of sense. Go get another playmaker. Offense should be good.
There you go. All right, so we go linebacker and then wide receiver for Jaden Higgins. Transferred to Iowa State in 2023, coming over from Eastern Kentucky. Like I said, 6'4", 214 pounds. He is very, very large. And I think this is probably the right spot for him to go ahead and be. I mean, he is the best wide receiver left on the board heading into round 2, or was left on the board heading into round 2. ESPN has him as the 38th ranked overall player. Next best wide receiver is Ole Miss's Trey Harris. He'll go at some point in round 2, but they go with the big target here, and I think it's a good overall move.
Makes a lot of sense. Andrew, by the way, getting back to that one, said, do you think there's a chance Eagles draft Andrew Makuba today? Potentially. Safety.
Potentially.
You know,
Yep.
looking at that direction, I wouldn't write it off. Damon's also with the 2 says St. Louis is where he's watched from, and I'm at work UPS. So again,
There you go.
watching from
Hey,
the stream.
UPS, right? Gotta like the
Appreciate
UPS,
you
huh?
tuning in. Oh yeah, lots of delivery, getting to work and hanging out. What's up, man?
Yep.
Dealing with the 5. I don't know about you guys, but Kevin Winston is my dream pick this round. I'm fine with a tight end 2 though. Would like that. Do we have a pick?
Yeah, trade.
Trade.
Looks like Seattle has just come up here. So we have a Titans have traded out of the 35th overall draft pick. The Seattle Seahawks are here, and they must really like somebody. Let's see if we have it here. Not yet. I do have the trade details, though, Josh. Seattle moves up to 35 overall. They give up pick 52, so their second rounder, and 82 as well. So a second and a third is your asking price to go ahead and move up this high in the draft. So for Philadelphia Eagle fans, keep that in mind.
Okay, interesting. There's clearly a guy that's on the top of the board to make that move.
Yep. Pick is
Curious
in, so we can at least say that. We don't know who it is yet, but the pick is officially in here for the Seattle Seahawks, who have jumped up for pick number 35.
Always a reminder of how quickly night 2 goes compared to night 1.
Night 2 is crazy. Night 2 is crazy. Goodness gracious. It's going to be way faster. And that's just how it is. Because these guys have known for the past, basically, I don't know, 17, 18, 19 hours who is going to be there in round 2. And if your guy is still there, then you got to get as high as you can go because there are a lot of phone calls happening to move up in the draft. So let's see who this one is. We don't have it yet.
Michael, by the way, with a 5, real quickly, says, please hit the like button. Thank you for that, Michael. The suggestion there. These guys work their tails off to supply good and accurate Eagles information. Thank you. We're almost at 1,000 likes, by the way. So if you haven't,
we appreciate that.
Drop that like.
We appreciate that.
Appreciate it, Michael.
I still don't know who this is yet. Uh-oh, I do know who it is. Okay, I got it.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We ready?
Yep, let me know. I'm good. Okay, with the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks draft Nick Emenwari, safety out of South Carolina. He's gone, and this is pretty funny, Josh, overall, because when you talk about Nick Emenwari, there's one player comp that everyone keeps coming back to. There's one guy that everyone goes, you know, this is very similar, and that is that is the former Seattle Seahawk and Cam Chancellor. This guy's massive. He's 6'3", 220 pounds, and all he does is hit you in the mouth. He can play in the box. He can cover as a safety, as he should. He can also go tackle quarterbacks as they run around. As modern NFL quarterbacks are pretty mobile. I see Cam Chancellor in this guy. I love Nick Emenwari. I thought he should go in round 1. I wanted Philadelphia to get him. Clearly, it was way too high for them to have a chance. But Emenwari, Starks, the best 2 safeties in the draft are now gone, and he's a Seattle Seahawk. It kind of feels right.
It does. That is one of those, safety prospects. You and I have talked about him a lot, been high on him. I know I'm seeing everybody in the chat as well upset because, you're wanting him to go to Philly. But you said it there, Thomas, the dude is just so versatile. And when you look at the teams, they're going to play him in a bunch of different spots. He is built like a linebacker, can run like a corner, flows like a safety, all over the field. There's some questions with, is there some awareness issues or concerns? Also the fluidity, if you're going to ask him to be in coverage. But he was more than reliable. He actually had one of the better coverage grades. I think some people look at it and say, well, there's some stiffness in the hips or what that may be. He was really good. If anything, it was a little bit of missed tackles in the run defense. But this guy, I'm totally with you on it. The tools, as Howie Roseman says all the time, he has the tools in his body. And to score a perfect 10 in your relative athletic score at the NFL Combine, I think speaks for itself. It is the most athletic safety to ever come out of the draft since the relative athletic score was recorded. Nick Emenwari.
Sounds pretty good.
Seattle got a guy.
All right, so that puts the Cleveland Browns back on the clock for their second-round draft pick at 36. They went linebacker with their previous pick, and then their first-rounder was the defensive tackle Mason Graham. And so the Seattle pick is about to be announced on the ESPN stage, and we obviously have it early here. And you start to kind of wonder with the Browns, actually, I know who the Browns pick is, Josh. I'm ready to go.
Already? Okay. Here we go, baby. This is rolling right along. Again, we will get to the Super Chats. I know I'm seeing several. I'm going to get to those, but we're going to hit these while we got them.
Okay, with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, The Cleveland Browns select Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State. And there's your first running back off the board, Josh, here in round 2. And it's interesting because you look at the Ohio State running backs. Travion Henderson thought to be maybe the next guy to go. Instead, it's his teammate and Judkins. I see a lot of Dameon Pierce here. Despite the fact that he split carries in this Ohio State backfield, he still had 1,158 yards and 15 touchdowns 2 years ago. He's a good running back. I think you kind of wonder about the top-end speed. Overall, though, Cleveland, Nick Chubb not getting any healthier. He's obviously not getting any younger either. And they go ahead and get the Ohio State running back here with a 36 overall draft pick.
Yeah, I really like this pick, actually. I agree with you. You could go either way with Travion Henderson, but Joe Mixon is another name that I think I would throw out there for his game. The more that you watch Quinyon Judkins, I think he's got the ability, possessing good size, great contact, physicality. We saw it in the college football playoffs especially. I think he kind of vaulted his status on that national stage. Not that he hadn't necessarily during the season, but as you mentioned, you look at the injuries, Cleveland trying to bolster. They got a lot with the defense to start out. Now you add to the offense a weapon in Quinyon Judkins. I like the move.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. My dog is going crazy in the living room, so I'll be right back. Crazy in the living room right now.
Maybe the pups didn't like the move for that one. Sean, by the way, I saw your super chat a second ago. I had to remove it and then come back to it. But Grok predicts Xavier Watts and Gunnar Helm to the Eagles. Okay, so for asking AI and which direction the Eagles should go, that's apparently Xavier Watts and Gunnar Helm are going to be the selections.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's if you believe in that sort of thing. I feel like that probably jinxes it as it's not going to happen either way.
It might. It might.
I guess you never know. There's a safety and a tight end, so it feels like people will be upset if those are the selections. Or Gunnar Helm. I'll just say that. Maybe not as much with Xavier Watts. Richard Wells.
Go ahead.
Richard Wells with a 10 from Las Vegas. As always, go Birds. Let's make this another killer draft. Yes, sir. We already did from night 1.
Go Birds. Go
Roll
Birds.
With night 2. Heck yeah, appreciate it, Richard. Other one here, Garrett with a 5. I think, or I like Dean, but I think you could justify not giving him a big contract if he stays because he's injury prone.
It's fair, and
get back and get right.
Yeah, I don't think that they were going to give him a big contract regardless, but they could sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal. I think that would be totally fine.
Yeah,
but a smaller one, right? If he has a good season this year, obviously that's what we're saying. So, okay, we're on pick 37. The Vegas Raiders are on the clock, Josh, and here is Shedeur Sanders' watch. It all depends on if you are a Shedeur Sanders guy. I don't see him going here, but they do say the Raiders could be a possible spot for him right here. We'll keep an eye on this.
Okay. How far does he fall? June with a 2.
Lot.
Saying, my son, Josh, Josh, was tight. We ain't get Nolan. Well, we didn't get him. I was hopeful.
No,
but
yeah, we were hopeful.
A lot of us were. It's just, he got drafted earlier, as he should have, talent-wise, but it just felt like, maybe there's a chance. Kavondre Knight with his 1. I don't see a comment. We appreciate the 1. Swipe with the 10. The 2 says 10 minutes behind pick 34. Oh, just sharing who it is? I don't think we're behind. I think we're well.
I don't think we're behind at all.
Jaden, or maybe you're watching it on delay now. Yeah, I was gonna say we're well past that. Although I was late to get in the super chat. Either way, we're getting them earlier than the television broadcast.
Yeah, we're definitely earlier than the television broadcast.
Eric with the 2. Justin Simmons is getting the call now after the Nick Emawari.
Good.
More safeties that go off the board. Yeah, okay, that seems to read. But there's a lot of other guys. We mentioned those before. So Kevin Winston Jr., I think that would be one. Also, Dirty Air. Shout out to Gary. What's up? Happy day 2. Listening on my drive to Talladega.
All right.
We'll be there on Sunday,
huh?
How about that?
There on Sunday.
Yes, sir. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, we're excited for that one. We are gonna be in the pits. We got VIP passes, and Gary's hooking us up, so it's gonna be a bunch of fun.
Never experienced any sort of race, regardless of where I'm at. So yeah, be in the pits, VIP. I don't even know what to expect. So maybe that's the best thing, but I'm excited.
Still don't have a Raider pick because they're still on the clock. So Raiders are taking their sweet time. 150 left for them. You do actually wonder if they're kind of feeling out a trade back here if they are not interested in Shedeur Sanders. And the fact they've taken this long would tell you they potentially could not be. So keep an eye on the clock. Yeah, the pick's still not in for the Raiders. Still not in.
All right, interesting. Taking their time. Look at the best available as we're waiting on them, of course. People want to see who might be options.
Perfect. Yep, you still got 3 options that are all there for Philadelphia. Will Johnson, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Darius Alexander. Very curious to see where he goes. I like him a lot. I think he'd be a really good defensive tackle in this league. We'll see if other teams agree. And there's Travion Henderson, 5th overall on ESPN's big board. Gonna have to wait for his Ohio State buddy to go ahead of him. That's gonna be very interesting to see what they do, or who, I should say, takes Travion Henderson. The pick is in for the Raiders. No.
They traded, didn't they?
They traded. The Dolphins. Yes, the Raiders have traded their pick 37 to the Miami Dolphins. Okay, so what are the Miami Dolphins going to do, as they did not make a selection last night, correct? Didn't they not make a selection last night? I can't even remember.
No, they did.
Who was it?
I'm going to have to go back and look here. Let's see.
Yeah, I got to go back and look. I don't even remember who the Dolphins picked last night.
Was...
Oh,
Kenneth Grant.
The defensive tackle, yes. Okay, so sorry. Yes, the Dolphins pick is in, by the way. Let's see if we know who it is. Normally when they make a trade up, we know who it is. Okay, I think we have it. Yeah, I have it. Okay, with the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins are selecting Jonah Saviana. I guess this is a hard one to pronounce. I think it's Savina, offensive lineman out of Arizona. Did I pronounce that correctly, Josh? Let me know.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It's as good as I would have probably done. So I think that you're accurate on that one. I don't believe that we have a highlight for this guy either.
We do not. A little bit high for me and my taste, but he's versatile. That's kind of the big kicker here. Plays guard, plays tackle, kind of depends on where they want to go ahead and put him. Very athletic for his size. He's 6'4", 324 pounds. Miami goes protection for Tua Tagovailoa here. Here's the big number, though, Josh, for the Dolphins selection. 2,400 snaps and 36 career college starts. This guy is an absolute warrior over his time at Arizona. Dolphins trade up and they go offensive line. We do not have a video for him. So we don't have a video for everybody tonight. We have about 45 highlights. There are going to be more than 45 picks. So here's our first one we don't have, but it is an offensive lineman.
I'm trying to get people maybe a picture. If I could just throw a picture up there.
There you go.
All right, I think I've got one. Hang on, I'll put it up as best we can. I know it's not the quality graphics and highlights, but of course, again, we're talking about a lot more selections as you mentioned.
Yep.
And there we go. Yeah. So you just
there we
visual go. For what you're looking at there.
We're visual learners. ESPN
course.
has him as a guard, by the way, Josh. He plays both ways. They have him as the best guard available. So,
yes.
FYI.
Jonah. If I'm not even trying to pronounce that. Looking at the last part of that, I'm sure there's lots of people on the stream here who actually are very familiar with how to pronounce that name, but I am not. I will say though, just from the brief, limited looking at prospects and doing some mock drafts, he does apparently, according to scouts, have some good technique, and they say that he's got the type of footwork that'll keep him in the league for a while. Maybe not necessarily like starter type quality, but at the very least could be a serviceable swingman and a backup offensive lineman. So for what it's worth, again, I mean, we're talking about second rounds. You're hoping to get a starter, but some teams see starter, other teams see backup potential and pass on him, but Dolphins feel like he's good enough there and make the connection. Andrew says, even phonetically, I'm going to struggle with this. Savanaya?
Okay, that's pretty good.
Savanaya?
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
I'm going based off Andrew's phonetics.
Okay.
Yeah, that's as good as we got. I
We'll
appreciate the help, though.
Yes. By the way, he played mostly right tackle in college, and yet they have him listed as a guard. It shows you potentially a position change once you get to the National Football League, just due to the nature of the NFL. The Patriots are now on the clock, Josh. They have 2 minutes and 57 seconds left until they go ahead and pick. They went Will Campbell, the offensive lineman, in round 1. We'll see what they do here in round 2, but the picks are already flying here as the second night of the NFL draft is going pretty crazy.
Yeah, little quick, which is good. We did surpass 1,000 likes, by the way. Appreciate you guys for that. Just hit that one. Now we're well on our way to 2,000 likes. If you've not dropped a like on the streams here, we appreciate it. Make sure to subscribe. Also, 321 Meyer with the 5 says safety decision next. Go Birds. Appreciate the good content, guys.
It'll be interesting to see which safety's available. I really feel like Philly comes up tonight, Josh. That feels like a given. How high, though? I don't know if they can have the firepower to go into the 30s. We're obviously at 38, so they're running out of time. High 40s sounds a little bit of a stretch. To me, it's when you get to 50 and beyond is when Philadelphia's trade-up makes sense, because then they could just throw in an extra third-round draft pick from the 2026 draft and not eat any of their more draft picks this year. So
yeah, I would love that.
That would be my guess. That'd be my guess.
That makes a whole lot of sense. Rob with a 5. Didn't see a comment. We appreciate the support, though. Thanks for that, Rob. D-Jack also with a 5. Says, I think he falls to us. We should, I think if he falls to us, we should get Xavier Watts. Another safety option.
I don't hate that pick. Sure. Yep.
Trey Amos has not been selected. Got a couple of questions asking if he had not.
No, he's not.
Still out there. Kind of surprisingly. Let me refresh this just for people on the top available.
Yep. Mason Taylor, he's not shown here in the top 5. He's 10th in terms of the LSU tight end. But you see Elijah Aroro ahead of him. I kind of thought Tennessee would be interested in Aroro if they wanted to go ahead and pair the former Miami tight end with their Miami quarterback. Tennessee has traded out. We'll see if they come back or whenever they come back around, if Arroyo makes some sense there. And then a bunch of cornerbacks. I mean, the cornerback market right now, Josh, is, to me, the strongest left available. Edge rusher, there's a case for that, but cornerback, you got Will Johnson, you got Siobhan Revel, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison. There are a bunch of cornerbacks who, to me, are day 2, round 2 guys that are still on the board. And so if you need a cornerback right now, New England does not, by the way. And they're running out of time with this pick. 36 seconds left for them. They need receiver, running back, safety, and edge. I would assume this could be an edge rusher, though. Let's see. No pick, though. Oh, there it is. The pick is in. I don't have it, but the pick is in. Yes.
Okay. Should be getting it here in a second then. Rob, as we're waiting for that, says with the 5, I feel like we're gonna see Howie it up at least twice in the second round. Probably, yeah.
He could.
Probably so.
He definitely could.
33 Pauly as well with a 5. If Jalen Ramsey is open to moving to safety and the Dolphins eat some of his contract, are you guys still out on Ramsey? I think he excels at free safety.
Yeah, I'm out on that. And I don't know how you make the contract work. I don't know who's eating that money. Are the Dolphins going to eat $25 million? Because I'm not. If I'm trading for Jalen Ramsey, so
yeah.
And then we've seen people try and make the transition at the end of their career. They're not elite, you know. They're okay.
Not often.
But I would rather just go young at safety and kind of roll the dice.
Yeah.
All right, I have the pick here. I have the Patriot pick.
Okay.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Travion Henderson, running back out of Ohio State. And so you were kind of waiting to see if he would be the first running back taken. His teammate Ohio State turned out to be that. And now Travion Henderson in the national championship game, really national championship winner from 2024. He heads to New England, goes alongside Ramondre Stevenson, and builds a very interesting backfield for the Patriots. My NFL comparison is Aaron Jones, very similar size, 5'10", 214 pounds. I mean, high speed, great vision, dynamic in space. Injuries are the issue here, and he can be a little bit inconsistent due to the fact that they didn't make him the feature back because he shared carries, as we saw previously with the other Ohio State running back taken. Still a very, very good running back, the best available on the board. Dallas Cowboy fans are going to be bummed to see Henderson go off here because I think they were looking at him a couple of picks later, Josh.
Yeah, that's going to be, it probably hurt a little bit. You're right. Definitely running back. I think that was up there. You could argue above Quinyon Judkins, as we mentioned a second ago, for Cleveland. Both of them really good. In terms of rushing grade, though, I mean, this was one of the best running backs in college football. 145 carries, over 1,000 yards. Yards per carry was over 7 yards. Still, it's with Ohio State, and I get it. Some people be like, oh, it's easier to run with those. There's still some translation in terms of elusiveness rating, broken tackles, and maybe most importantly, whenever you talk about a runner, especially transitioning to the next level, I guess aside from pass blocking, because that's very important, but he only had one drop, and that is pretty big if you're going to talk about getting in both the running game and the passing game for Drake May. I think it's a good pick.
Chicago Bears are now on the clock, and you mentioned for Drake May. There you go, Will Campbell, offensive lineman for Drake May, and now they go Travion Henderson, the running back for Drake May. And so continue to build around their quarterback. I like really what the Patriots have done the past 2 seasons. The question's going to be, is Vrabel the right guy? I would think that he is. What does Milton Williams do? Obviously anchoring that defensive line. Overall, though, I like the Patriots draft so far, and I like their football team.
Yeah, they made some pretty good moves. Pretty solid ones. As I'm trying to find, there we go. Difficult to find these logos.
Yeah, so Chicago is now on the clock.
Gotcha. All right. Pick 39 of round 2.
39. Yep.
I'm trying to update the ticker
don't have it
if
yet.
I can.
Still on the clock.
Okay. It moved so quickly I wasn't able to update the ticker for round 2 for a bit, but let's see if we can quickly put this up.
Go ahead. I think you have time because they're still announcing the Patriot pick. We do not have the Chicago pick yet.
All right.
No, we do not. They need running back. They could use potentially a cornerback here, opposite of Jalen Johnson. Edge rusher. I don't think they really need the edge rusher because I like where they're at right now. But Mike Green, Will Johnson, Donovan Ezeraku, there are some names here to be had if you are the Chicago Bears. So they have not made a selection yet. 2:25 on the clock for them. We'll wait and see what the Bears are going to do here, fresh off of kind of the first big surprise of round 1, the 10th overall draft pick, Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. I've talked to Bears fans who feel very confident in that. Everyone thought that Tyler Warren would be the first tight end taken. Not the case. Colston Loveland's the pick. You wonder if Cole Kmet, Josh, is potentially available for trade now, unless they want to do a lot of 12 personnel. That remains to be seen, but we'll see. I think Bears go defense with this one. We just don't know who it is.
Yeah, we kind of threw that one out there. I can't remember who that was, but there was somebody who threw that out during the stream yesterday and was asking, if you were the Eagles, would you be interested in Cole Kmet with, the Dallas Goedert situation and trying to work something out?
Maybe.
I don't know. I guess to me, I'm like, if we're going to go, and I know that Michael Mayer's another name is thrown out there. Okay, if you're going to, but I think we've mentioned it a couple times. If you make that move, like, is someone going like, oh, great, fantastic? Like, maybe you resurrect something. Not to say that like Michael Mayer's terrible or awful or whatever, and the same thing for Cole Kmet, but like, I almost would be more intrigued to say, hey, just get somebody in the draft. Whether because Mason Taylor's still out there, Harold Fane is another name you could throw out as well. I'd probably just lean towards that route and say, well, we'll figure out, some other way. Even if you're gonna, blocking could be a concern or question mark. I don't know if I necessarily love the idea of a trade.
The Bear pick is in. I don't have it yet, though. So
Okay.
the Bear pick is in. By the way, New Orleans is now officially on the clock once we get the Bear selection, and so we don't think Shedeur Sanders would go here. Tyler Shuck could actually be a choice for New Orleans at some point tonight. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, we do not have the Bear selection. No,
Yes,
I don't know who it is.
The typing. That's not me like typing very hard, by the way. Let's say people heard that. It's the type of
Okay.
keyboard. We actually have the same one, but
I have it. I'm ready to go.
you got it? All right.
Yep. With the 39th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of Missouri, Josh. And so they get a wide receiver in round 1 last year with Rome Odunze. They get a wide receiver in round 2 here, and it's Burden, the 6', 205-pound junior out of Missouri. Very good route running, very strong hands. The one question that I have is separation against the better cornerbacks in the SEC. And that's what you need whenever you play great cornerbacks in the NFL. But I guess the Bears thought here, you have a Dunze, so you already have a number 1. Now you need a number 2 who can work the slot. I see a lot of Robert Woods and Luther Burden. This makes a ton of sense as the Bears continue to hammer the offense and build around Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson, he's trying to recreate that Lion offense, Josh. They got another guy to help them do that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest difference for me of having the offensive coordinator or the head coach, but an offensive playmaker or play caller in Ben Johnson. I would say Garrett Wilson, another name that you could throw out there for Luther Burden. Can he live up to that type of hype or potential? We'll see. But if you can get him the ball with space, and we've known Ben Johnson, you look at Detroit Lions, what they did, he's very good at scheming up something like that. So I think this could be a very good pick for that reason. I'm totally with you. If there's struggles on it, he was taken out of games at times, and his production was not near what you would want it to be from last season against SEC cornerbacks. But as we still would continue to reiterate here, it's a totally different game. Ben Johnson makes a lot of guys on offense look good. It makes a bunch of sense. You got a rookie quarterback, as you just saw with the Patriots, help out Drake May, get a running back. Chicago, add another weapon for Caleb. Why am I drawing a blank?
Williams.
Caleb Williams. Yes, thank you.
Also can be an effective punt returner, jet sweep guy. This feels like they're trying to recreate, and I just blanked on his name. Who's the speedster that the Lions have from Alabama? What is his name?
Jameson Williams?
Yes, this feels like the slot guy that they want to be able to run vertical routes with, do some jet sweeps with. It's very similar. He's not as fast, I would say, on the football field as Jameson Williams, but it's a similar mold, and it makes some sense as to why Ben Johnson would go ahead and pull the trigger. He has the Rome Odunze, right? He has his big body guy. Now he gets a little bit smaller and a lot faster with Luther Burden.
Yep. Love it. I'm going to get to these other super chats in order, but real quickly, I was going to throw this out there. This is a good point that Andrew just made here with a 2. Said linebacker at 33 for Cleveland validates the Eagles trading up from 32 to 31
100%,
to take their linebacker. So you wonder if Cleveland was also calling the Chiefs going, hey, we might want to come up and take our linebacker there. So good call.
There you go. All right, so that puts the New Orleans Saints officially on the clock here. And we're going to see. Still, just going back to the Bears here, they go tight end and then wide receiver. It's an all-offensive buffet right now for the Chicago Bears. And
Take your
Ben
pick.
Johnson is trying to have a lot of fun. So, okay.
Ray,
Saints. Go ahead.
Really quick, Ray with a 2. Who do you guys want if we trade up? If the Eagles were to trade up, who do we want?
I think it's going to be a corner at this point. I don't know if there's a safety that's worth trading up for. Maybe an edge rusher. I'd be surprised if they double dip there, though, Josh.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be for a corner. But there's a lot of corners, and they can kind of wait if they want now.
I'm kind of coming around on the idea. It's either Trey Amos. I would like that if you trade up. If you wait long enough, maybe a trade up for Mason Taylor, but that's if you're that'll get our answer for Dallas Goedert, but that's you're just totally sold on it. That is the answer. We're going to go there, future, all this other stuff. Otherwise, I'm okay. Don't necessarily love the idea of just wait for forever, but I'm okay if you just say, let's see at 64, Kevin Winston Jr. possibly there. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. You get your safety that way. Yeah, a couple different options. But those are kind of the 3 guys I would at least mainly have the radar on.
Ooh, I had the Saint pick.
Do we have it?
I'm pretty sure I had the Saint pick.
Okay. Do we?
I'm not 100%, but hang on. I think I know the Saint pick. Hang on. Hang on. I think I have the Saint pick. Yeah, I'm going to say I have it.
Got it?
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, with the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints, the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback, Louisville, Josh. There had been some rumors that Shuck was the Saints guy over Shedeur Sanders. And what do you know? That seems to be 100% true. As the transfer from Texas Tech, the Louisville quarterback from last year, he is officially going to Kellen Moore's current offense. They have Derek Carr, they have Spencer Rattler, and now they have Tyler Shuck.
Man, that's a surprising. I know that all the hype there, right? Like you just said it, but The dude, I mean, he's about to be 26 years old, and so he's
Yeah.
played all over the place, taking advantage. Why not? If you can stick around in college football for 15 years, you might as well in this day and age make your money, go over to the NFL. The thing is, he grades out well. He had really strong performances. You could go and say that he makes a case for it, but where is the ultimate, like, okay, 26 years old? I'm not saying that he's a Brandon Whedon, but that just comes to mind because you got an older type of quarterback that you're bringing in and going like, look, when this dude's rookie contract runs out, he's going to be 30. Like that is kind of crazy to say and think about. He does make plays at times. There's a little bit of concern with the accuracy. Completion percentage was not quite what you want it to be. But Kellen Moore, we've seen he can scheme up. He can help out quarterbacks. I don't think it's as much of a question of, is the scheme going to hurt him or there going to be some discrepancies there? Ultimately, it's just, do you think he can come in and make an impact very, very quickly and not have growing pains at the NFL speed? Because the age is certainly a factor.
10 years ago, Josh, his size alone would have gotten him picked in the first round because he's a 6'5", 230-pound quarterback, and NFL teams used to absolutely love that. Now, though, you kind of look at the player comp and you say, what is he, Brock Osweiler with more mobility? He had a lot of very suspect throws. I think he threw too many interceptions during his final year at Louisville. Just the footwork can get sloppy. The mechanics can be a little bit inconsistent. Make no mistake, Tyler Shuck is going to be a project quarterback, but Kellen Moore has time. Derek Carr, shoulder injury pending, is going to be your starting quarterback. They have Spencer Rattler. The Saints are in no position to win now. And so if you really feel like Shuck can be your guy of the future, well, then draft him now, let him sit, and maybe 2026 you got your starting quarterback. We'll see.
We will see. If I'm a Saints and I'm thinking about Spencer, my guy Spence, with the Saints fan, I'm personally not happy about the pick. I'll just say it because, I mean, I get it. If you were trying to find someone, the potential work him, grow him into an NFL caliber, but it's just the age to me. I'm like, you got other drafts. Like Tyler Shuck's not the one that I can go, oh, I can't miss on that. I got to take him in my second round pick. No, like there's just so many other guys out there. I would get a weapon, get a defensive player, even other younger potential prospect that you can take. But obviously, hey, they like him. He was high enough on their board. They're going to make it happen. But I don't know. Not one that I would be a huge fan of.
Question now, Josh, is do you get a run on quarterbacks? Because you've had your second one or your third one go in this draft. Also, first one here on day 2. But Jalen Milroe, his number is going to get called sooner rather than later, and now Shedeur Sanders. So, yeah, you might have a run here. Bears are on the clock at 41, 3:27 to go. The Bears have traded the pick. This could be the run. Who is it?
Okay.
It is the Buffalo Bills, so it's not going to be a quarterback. Buffalo is on the clock.
All right. Buffalo moving up. That's not surprising. Chicago just picked, so usually not right there in the same area. I'm going to try and do something here, Thomas, on the fly. I hope this does not mess anything up here.
What are you doing?
I'm just going to see about adding some adding
some what?
So adding a number. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things on multiple screens. Somebody was asking, can you put the number of the pick? Even though we do announce it, but someone's like, hey, I can't tell what it is. So I'm going to put the number out to the side if I can.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead.
If I could figure out where this thing's going to be at. There we go. Yeah, it's a... All right, I'll mess with it. I think this will work. Anything for you guys.
There you go.
What's the text in the font, though? Hold on. We will have it for you. It'll look better.
Yep. But Bears are still on the clock. 2:22. Interesting. The Bears would trade up here and then not immediately throw the pick in there. Here's your trade. Bills trade 56, and 109 to Chicago for 41, 72, and 240. So it looks like the Bears get to go back. What is that? 11 picks, 12 picks? It's more than that. It's 14 picks.
Wow.
Might be 15 picks. I can't do math on the fly. And then, of course, they're going to jump 10 picks ahead as well. So trading back to go in and get more ammo. Who corner? Although they already got Maxwell Hairston in round 1. So you wonder where the Bears are the Bills are thinking here. I could definitely see edge rusher. To me, this is probably going to be a Mike Green or a Donovan Ezeraku if I had to pick, but we're still waiting. 1:35 to go on the clock. Pick is in.
All right. What do we think? Did that work for the pick number right there?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. If and when you see it. Just got a 41 out to the side. I'd make do.
I like it. I like
Okay.
it. I like it. There you go. There you go. Okay, pick is in for Buffalo. I do not have it yet. No, I don't have it yet. Boy, everyone keeps talking about Tyler Shuck being 26 in September. He'll be 30 by the time that he gets a starting job at the rate that he needs to figure out how to play in the NFL. It's crazy. Okay. I do not have the Bill pick yet. It's in, but I just we don't have it yet. Boy, I mean, you got to mention Shedeur Sanders. I think Mel Kiper, who got a lot of hate for talking about Shedeur too much last night, bad look to have Shedeur Sanders. He was his number 1 overall quarterback, and now he is just in total free fall. He's at best quarterback 4, and he could really be quarterback 5 if someone wants Milroe ahead of him. So, Des Bryant tweeted 24 seconds ago he thinks Shedeur is going to be a Cowboy. So,
okay,
we'll see. I've heard that as well, by the way.
I've seen
very
some rumors
because it'd be hilarious, hilarious in Dallas. All right, I have the Bill pick, and it's a very Buffalo Bill pick here. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills have selected TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina, Josh. Best defensive tackle on the board. He goes to Buffalo to bolster that pass rush. His lone job is to go get Patrick Mahomes, it seems that way. I think he's been a pretty good interior pass rusher. As defensive tackle goes, normally you're for sure going to be a good run stopper, but can you rush the passer as well? The guy's nearly 300 pounds, comes in 297, yet he had 8.5 sacks and 16.5 TFLs the past 2 seasons. And he was very impressive the NFL Combine. 31.5-inch vertical leap and a 7.70 three-cone shuttle. He's quick. He's versatile. Obviously, with the speed comes some run defense consistency problems and experience as well. Has not played a ton of football at the starting level. But I like TJ Sanders. A lot of people thought Philadelphia. A lot of people thought he could slide into the first round. He goes to Buffalo. They trade up. They clearly love him.
Yeah, it's a good pick there. I like it also. Anthony DeBona, shout out to the Ant-Man. He was trying to do a mock draft for night 2, and TJ Sanders was a player that he had or wanted for the Eagles. So you mentioned it there, Philly, potential ties and what he might be able to turn out for them. He's got all the gradings that you'd want. He's got the athleticism, as you mentioned, the potential there. It does feel very much like a Buffalo Bills selection. I am a fan. I was hoping that he might just fall a little bit further if Philly was going to make a play for him, but it's a good selection.
There you go. That puts the New York Jets officially on the clock here. Maybe a Mason Taylor situation, so we'll see. But they are now officially on the clock, and we do not have it yet.
All right. Jets on. Pick 42 now. By the way, Ross with a 5 says high-level defensive front or high-level defensive front help is available. Who would you go with at defensive tackle or defensive end? This was a second ago. TJ Sanders would have been actually a pretty good answer there before he was selected. So we had thrown up a couple others. Omar Norman Lott, Darius Alexander. Who were some other ones out there?
Alfred Collins is another name, and we're missing Shamar Turner. Shamar Turner technically still out there from Texas A&M. He's going to go here pretty soon. The question is, will he go ahead of Darius Alexander? I think I'd take Alexander first, but we'll see. Jets pick is in here. Let's see if we can get it. We're on pick 42. I don't have it yet. Do not have it yet. Let's see if we can get the if we can get it though. Here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have the Jets pick. I'm ready to go.
Got it.
Okay, with the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU. I just mentioned it, right? They were one of the names that we were kind of thinking could be a tight end team. Taylor has been the best tight end on the board ever since Tyler Warren went. feels like eons ago last night. And now you're getting, I think, a plug-and-play ready starter right now. I'm a big Mason Taylor fan. You knew he was going to go at some point early on here in round 2. I thought he'd go somewhere in the 30s. He ends up at 42. The player comp was Mark Andrews. Very similar build, 6'5", 251 pounds, a exceptional route runner with great hands. This is a guy you can line up at wide receiver, in the slot, obviously at tight end, and his football IQ. Remember, this is the son of former All-Pro Jason Taylor. He is one of the smartest overall tight ends that we've seen come out of the draft. Blocking is the issue. Yards after catch, not that dynamic. But I saw him as a potential day 1 pick. You get him in day 2. The Jets need tight end help. Bummed to see Tyler Warren off the board, but it makes a lot of sense.
5th most athletic tight end from the Combine. Interestingly enough, Lance Zierlein had his player comp as a Dallas Goedert. So that was another reason why, it's like, oh, hey, do you take Mason Taylor? Do you make him the Dallas Goedert? You mentioned the blocking questions or concerns there. He could certainly grow into it, but that is a fair reason just to say, okay, is he able to play there, the run game? But when he's out in space as a receiver, he can be a weapon. We've seen that. In line, he made some plays. He actually had some good moments as a blocker, but it was not the consistency. So I'm with you on it. If he can shore that up, he's going to be a phenomenal player, I think. 42, you could look back at this draft and go, wow, that was an absolute steal to get Mason Taylor, and I would not be surprised at all.
I totally agree. And for those wondering if this means Goddard is safe, I would say no, because you still have quite a few tight ends, including Elijah Aroro, still on the board. Harold Fannin, remember the Bowling Green head coach, is now the Eagle quarterback coach. So keep an eye on Fannin, more of a day or a round 3 or later sort of guy. Gunnar Helm also still on the board, and Terrence Ferguson, the NFL Combine extraordinaire. I mean, he just whipped the rest of the tight ends of the NFL Combine. He is still on the board as well. So Goddard not safe yet, but Mason Taylor going off the board at least is somewhat good news for him. That puts us at pick 43, and the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. We'll keep an eye on them and their decision. And then Dallas, which is very interesting. The Dallas Cowboys could be waltzing up to the podium here as Shedeur continues to fall. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Interesting to see where they'll go, what they'll do here. 33 Pauly with a 2. Appreciate all these super chats. Luther Burden the third with a question mark. Move on from Dotson. That was the question. Again, I'm getting to these late, so I know that was a potential back whenever the super chat. So apologies on that. No longer. He's going on to the Chicago Bears. Blake Wallen with a 2. Says best Eagles stream on YouTube. Go Birds. Blake, appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Means
that.
a lot.
Yes, sir.
We have almost 1,500 likes. If you've not hit the like button, make sure to drop a like on the video. We're getting there. 5,000 was last night. I think we could break it. We're kind of on pace. We just keep slowly approaching, increasing there. Not impossible. Trenton Wright with a 2. Says, hey, boys, what do you think about making Grant tight end 1? Grant Calcaterra, as in your tight end 1.
I mean, he could be for day 1. I don't know if I want to get to that point, but yeah.
Blocking-wise, you ask Saquon Barkley what he might feel about that idea. I think hopefully you can get another tight end who's either your pass catcher, but the thing is, Grant's not really the blocker. If you could say, yeah, he's serviceable as a pass-catching option, then fine. You need to have somebody who can go out there and block. Andrew with the 2, linebacker at 33, valid. Oh, this is already one that I jumped to. So, yes, that is true. The linebacker with Jahad Campbell I mentioned. Jaylee, 26 with a 5. I wanted Nick Imawari, coming from someone who lives near Seattle, a Seahawk reimagined seagull. Is not a bird like an eagle, LOL. Go Birds.
There you go. I like that.
I like that other statement, too. Not only wanted Nick Imawari, but the reimagined seagull.
Okay, so the Niners are on the clock. We don't know the pick yet because they have not given us a time yet because they're just now giving us the Mason Taylor pick here. So, Mel Kiper, big fan, by the way, in case people were wondering. Big fan of Mason Taylor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How many times did he say, what's the catchphrase? What does he say? I'm forgetting now. I'm drawing a blank. There's literally like a prop. Whenever he's saying like someone's got potential, someone's got... Oh, I can't remember now. There was like literally a betting prop of how many times over-unders does Mel Kiper say, and I can't even think of what it is now. But it made me laugh because I was like, yeah, he says that basically every single time when he's describing a prospect that has some potential or might be able to take his game to the next level. I just can't think of what he said. But CJ with a 5. How funny would it be if Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe both drafted before Shedeur Sanders?
It would be funny. It would be very funny. I am not going to lie. And this is the thing with Shedeur, right? I was watching all these ESPN as they just put the Niners on the clock, so the Niners do not have a pick yet. I was watching ESPN this morning, and they were talking about Shedeur, and they were talking about, why it's such a polarizing topic. Because you made him a polarizing topic. We didn't make Shedeur Sanders,
No.
the number one quarterback in this draft. We all watched Colorado football games. There was nothing top 5 on the film of Shedeur Sanders, but the media made him, this crazy guy who's like the greatest quarterback ever, and all of us fans said, no, I don't see that at all, and now he's fallen out of the first round. So it's funny now because the media tried to push him down our throats, and all of us are saying we are not fans. I don't have the pick, but the Niners are about to pick now. Let's see who it is. I actually don't have it at all.
Interesting. Okay.
They have gone defensive tackle. Okay, I have it. All right. Okay, with the 43rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. And so the redshirt senior, who had quite a few tackles, 55 combined in 2024, he goes to the 49ers. They're trying to rebolster both sides of the offense and defensive line. He's an elite run stopper, Josh, but he can also technically move outside, a little slower, but if you give him time, he can go get the quarterback.
Yep, that's a pretty solid move there at 23, almost 24. He'll be 24 years old, I think, in 3-4 months. So an older prospect, but some would say there's a couple of, we mentioned the other interior defensive linemen, so you had other areas you could have gone, but multi-sport athlete, former 5-star recruit, he played his freshman year at Texas, so, just for kind of speaking his potential getting on board day one, I think he even got one start, if I'm not mistaken, his freshman year, so has made some plays, does have experience adding to the defensive line. We know 49ers like to go that route fairly often, so it's a pick that's not too surprising for San Francisco. I like a couple other prospects ahead of him there, but again, we're certainly at the point now of the draft where players are all over the place and there's not a consensus on the general board.
Mikael Williams, and then now a defensive tackle. Like we said, they're going for the defensive line. Dallas is on the clock, and they immediately set this pick in. So
knew what they wanted.
Let's see. This could be. I think it's a 10% chance. I don't think it's going to happen, but if you wanted to have the funniest result of the evening, it would be Shedeur Sanders to the Cowboys after Dallas gave Dak Prescott $60 million a year. That would be very funny. I have the selection, though, and it is not Shedeur Sanders. So whenever you're ready, I have this one. With the 44th pick and the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezraku, defensive end, Boston College here. And this is a good pick. The Cowboys got flamed last night, jumping and getting a guard. It seemed like a stretch there at 12. And now they get the best edge rusher, in my opinion, not named Mike Green, on the board here. Top 30 visit to Philadelphia. The Eagles reportedly liked him at 32. I mean, it's a good football player, Josh. Yeah, I don't have anything wrong here. I think he needs to be a little more consistent. He only had 7 sacks in 2024. The pass rush repertoire has got to improve. But his pro comparison is Hassan Reddick. I mean, they have very similar bodies, 6'2", 247. He's very fast. The question is going to be, where does he go in terms of the next level? Can he also be effective at all against the run? 2 questions for Donovan Ezraku, but Dallas Cowboys got a good one.
Yeah, it is a good one. I don't like, as an Eagles fan, to say positive things about a Dallas Cowboys pick, but that is one of those selections that we have talked about a number of times. Would have been cool, would have been fun to have in Philly, as you mentioned, brought in for a top 30 visit. People argue or say he's slightly or could be slightly undersized, especially if you're going to play like a 3-4 scheme. But Ezraku, to me, I think he makes up for it. There's some questions of saying, is he able to stop the run? I think personally, watching his tape, that he certainly lives up to those expectations of what you might want for run stopping ability. Another guy that I've seen thrown out there as a potential player comp is Yannick Ngakoue. So, we have a couple other players. If he gets up to anywhere level, obviously for Hassan Reddick, Yannick Ngakoue, but for Dallas, who does need some help in several different areas, would have been fun if they go the quarterback route. This is a very sensible pick. This is I mean, again, I hate to say positive things. I would say it's an A pick, an A grade, solid player, Donovan Ezraku.
They're still going to need weapons. I mean, that's been the Cowboy MO. Everyone thought they were going to get a receiver, get a running back. So far, they've gone guard and edge rusher. But this is a good pick. I think it's a very solid pick. So we will see. That puts the Indianapolis Colts back on the clock here. As one of my Cowboy friends says, just texted me, or my one of my Cowboy friends says we need a wide receiver. So, yeah, well, you didn't get one. All right,
need
Indy's
a lot
on the
of
clock.
things.
We're at 45 here. So we're basically at pick 13 in the second round.
All right, got that one updated there. Let's see. A couple other super chats. Let's see. Donovan here with the 5. Appreciate that. What's up, fellas? Just put the kids to bed, and now we're locked in. Go Birds. Let's go get Winston Jr. He's still out there. I don't know if we say the names because the last couple ones that have been out there have very quickly been taken. We're kind of jinxing it, but we're totally with you. Donovan, shout out to you in Cincy. I assume you're still in Cincy, so shout out to you. Eric Johnson with a 2. Thank you, sir. Also 2 more, actually. Another comment says, why do we need a tight end? We have Bryant, Granson, and Grant. Well,
it's true.
Yes, but
Granson,
if you believe those are the top options, I guess you don't. Personally, I'm not of that mindset there, but I don't know.
I don't have the Indy pick yet. We keep an eye here. There's Ezraku in New Jersey. You know, what a Boston College guy would have been a fun one to have in Philly. But it just shows you how far down Philadelphia has to go ahead and wait. So we'll see. I think I have the pick for the Colts. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure. Yes, I do. And we have this one.
Okay. All right, got it here.
Okay, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau. I always mess this one up. Tuimoloau. Tuimoloau? I think that's how you say his last name. That's how you say it, yes. Defensive end, Ohio State, Josh.
There we go. This one makes some sense as well. You know, they're trying to get some other guys. We talked about the interior defensive line presence. It feels like, you know, maybe you're going a little bit further with some guys, but they're making a selection. I personally, I like his game. We saw some highlights of it. Obviously, you're watching there from the college football playoffs, but what Indy's done, they made the selection, earlier? I'm trying to draw a blank now with the first lay. Tyler Warren, tight end. So you go offense, back to defense. I think it's a sensible pick. There's kind of a run on defensive lineman here. You might as well.
The size is right. The strength is right. The technique is excellent, as they say. And if you want your player comp, Cameron Jordan comes to mind because he's a little bit bigger. It's just the explosiveness and the pass rush arsenal. And that's normally pretty, at least the latter of the two makes a lot of sense if you're in the second round, not the first round pass rusher. He's got to be consistency. You got to have a high level of play throughout the football game, not just early on, but still a very good edge rusher. Played in a lot of big games as well at Ohio State. And so another pass rusher is off the board here.
All right. Makes sense. Like I say, you go with, you see Donovan Ezraku, Indy probably envisioning, okay, could be a run. Now it's time. If Philly was wanting one of those, they're going off the board fairly quickly now?
Could very easily be best available as we approach. We're not close, but as we get closer to Philadelphia's 64th overall draft pick. So the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. They were on the clock earlier last night, and they got an absolute bag from the Atlanta Falcons with a trade back. And so they are finally, potentially, going to make their first selection of the 2025 NFL Draft. So we'll see what the Rams are going to do here shortly.
All right, Rams on the clock.
By the way, JT is the 7th Ohio State player off the board. That's pretty crazy.
That's wild. Already?
7th. Yeah.
Good gosh. We're at 45 picks, seven selections out of the first 45. Yeah, that tells you,
Winning a natty.
there's a reason, that they did what they did. Eagle One with a 5. Appreciate that. Said, did you see Anthony on X? Dotson's number swapped to 2 and
Yes.
Ringo to 7. Yes.
7.
Yep.
We
Couple
saw it.
different numbers there.
I like 7 a lot more than what 22. I think 7's pretty fun. 7 tells me he wants to start, right? That's a starting cornerback number.
Yeah, you're
you
going
don't
for
wear
it.
7 if you're not confident you're going to start. So we'll see.
like
Almost 5,000 people, by the way, watching us tonight, which is great. We think we peaked over 9,000 last night in round 1, but 4858 is our current number between both channels, which is awesome. We appreciate you guys.
Yes, and over 1,500 likes. We're on our way to 2,000. Drop a like.
All right,
if everyone did it, we'd almost be to 5,000 right now.
Yep, I got the Rams one here.
We got it.
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's get that here.
And we have this one too. Okay, with the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon. Fascinating player, Josh. I made the highlights for this one. There aren't a lot of them, but one of the highlights I have is from the NFL Combine. This guy had one of the most elite, really the elite NFL Combine of all tight ends. A 4.63 40, number 1 of all tight ends. A 39-inch vertical leap, number 1 as well. He's extremely fast, a great pass catcher. Put him in the slot as an H-back. A lot of flexibility in NFL offenses. And he has a very strong 6'5", 255-pound build. Problem is blocking. Very bad blocking. Not great blocking at all. This is a pure pass catcher for a Sean McVay offense, which makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, creating yards after the catch. Not something a lot of tight ends do. You think back to Colston Loveland early on. He was great with his yak abilities. Not much here for Ferguson. But if you want to go ahead and have a Nolan Smith X NFL Combine, Josh, just vault yourself way up draft boards. Tyler Ferguson is the guy.
Yeah, that's athleticism speaks for itself. There's some things that you don't know, some that make teams questions. You go out there and do that, you're going to get noticed, and he certainly is. We've seen multiple tight ends off the board. Interesting to see Arroyo still out there, but it makes a lot of sense, as you mentioned. We'll say the run block grade was certainly noteworthy. The contested catch rate also was very little to be desired there. Did not win a whole lot of contested catches. In fact, it was 25%, one of the lowest among qualifying tight ends in college football. However, if you're in a Sean McVay offense, that's probably not the most concerning factor because a lot of times the scheming and the passing game is going to get you open, so maybe not necessarily having to deal with that too much. But overall, yeah, you get a weapon. We've seen that. They had some injury issues last year with Tyler Higbee, so, you add to the depth there. Rams finally selecting this draft, albeit in the second round, and pretty good. I can make sense of the pick.
Okay, so more tight ends have gone. Just for an update on where we are on the draft, 47. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock right now. We've had a lot of tight end, 3, 4 so far go in round 2. Best available, Elijah Aroro out of Miami, Gunnar Helm from Texas, and Harold Fannin Jr. He could be a real option in the 3rd round, I think, for Philadelphia. The Bowling Green connection there makes a lot of sense. So Tyler Ferguson is off the board. A lot of comparisons with Tyler Higbee, who is obviously a Ram as well. So we'll see what the Rams are going to do. To me, the Rams are very much a threat in the NFC. I mean, they were a Jalen Carter sack away from maybe upsetting Philadelphia and ruining their chance to go ahead and win that Super Bowl. It was the only real threat Philadelphia faced in the entire playoffs. So Rams get an additional first-round draft pick next year, which is a very heavy quarterback year. You wonder if Stafford's time is running out there. It makes a lot of sense there. And then they get a tight end here with Tyler Ferguson at 46. So on to the Cardinals, who stole Walter Nolan from us last night. Upset about that, but a very good pick and a very good player. And they are simply on the clock. We do not have a pick being in yet as well.
Okay. We can go to best available here in a second if we want to as well. Andrew with a 5 said you guys were surprised, or are you guys surprised about Mike Green dropping? I know there were off-field issues, but I didn't think it affected him this much. A little bit, yeah. I mean, I figured, I thought there's a potential that he would be around this range. So I guess to see Donovan Ezraku go off the board, you had TJ go off the board. Yeah, I mean, if we go like another 5 selections, I think then I'm going to start going like, oh, okay, now we're getting outside of the range that I thought, like somewhere within about the top 50. So I guess we'll see. But he was one of those that could have been top 15 even, and all the way to this point.
100%. Yeah, we talk about trade up spots for Philadelphia. I still think anywhere in the 40s is hard to do. Mid 50s is kind of where from 64 you can make a realistic jump. So we will see, as they're just now announcing the Ram pick with Tyler Ferguson. So we wait for I have the Cardinal selection. Okay, I have the Cardinal selection.
All right, go away from the best available as we pull it up there quickly. The picks are flying. And the Cardinals.
With the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan, Josh. And so Will Johnson's fall from a first-round draft pick, now you start to wonder, is he going to go in round 2? Is he going to fall to round 3? Nope. This is the floor where he officially falls, 47 to the Cardinals. And if he's healthy, which is the big if, he makes a ton of sense. First off, tall, lengthy, 6'2", but still very solid of a frame, 202 pounds by NFL comp with Jair Alexander. 12 solo tackles, only 2 interceptions, kind of a down year in 2024, but that length, the hips, the fluidity, he is a very good cornerback if the knee is okay. Missed half of the 2024 season with a toe injury, and now this knee issue could be chronic, is the word that we heard yesterday, hence the fall. If he's healthy, it's a really good pick, but that's a big if here for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's what everybody's taking the gamble on. I mean, you could name every single player that usually falls. It's typically to do with the injury concerns. Obviously, at this point, the Cardinals have done their research on it. They feel like it's worth a pick, and it totally could be. You're right, Thomas. I mean, this is a guy, if he's healthy, my player comp's J.C. Horn, top 15 selection. He could certainly live up to that, but then if he's not, and you're going to be really questioning this, and it's not going to turn out to a great pick. Zone coverage was phenomenal. Now, if you go to man coverage grading, it was actually a little bit below, or actually significantly below average compared to corners. But scheme fit, it's with Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals. It makes a ton of sense. I'm right there with it. There's not a whole lot of negatives to say about this if he is healthy, and that is just the main big if. Otherwise, I could see him being a Pro Bowl corner. The Cardinals have a solid stud out there. And, we'll see. There's a reason a lot of teams passed on him, though.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, right? You had a lot of cornerbacks go ahead of him. So quite a few teams who needed cornerback did not feel comfortable in taking Will Johnson. The Arizona Cardinals were one of them. That puts the Las Vegas Raiders officially on the clock here at 48 overall. And so we will see how long they sit and wait. And we go back into Shedeur Sanders' watch. We'll say that every single time just because everyone else is going to say it. But yeah, I mean, listen, I like the Will Johnson pick. I think Will Johnson was somebody reportedly Philadelphia had sniffed around, but clearly they did not like the medicals there and obviously wanted to go with an edge rusher instead of Will Johnson, which I agree with. But there you go. Cardinals go ahead and get their corner. They need cornerback help in that division because you got to play a lot of very good wide receivers twice a year. 2 of them play for the LA Rams. Anytime you play the LA Rams, it's going to be a lot of fun if you're an opposing quarterback that they're going to throw your way the entire day.
Yeah, a lot of fun is an interesting way to put it. I'm sure they don't really view it necessarily as the a lot of fun, but yes, a lot of needing some experience there, needing some talent. So it makes sense if they're going to go there. We have a trade?
Trade, yeah, we got a trade here. Let's go ahead and swap out the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's throw the Houston Texans back on the board. Houston must have somebody in mind. They have vaulted up here. They will pick at 48, Josh.
Okay. 48 on the clock, Houston Texans.
Yep.
By the way, people asking questions, can I put the clock on there? That is not something I'm capable of doing. There is a way to do it, but I would have to reset it every single time, and we can't sync it up.
Yeah, it's really hard.
So,
we got to learn to sync it. We will learn to sync it at some point, maybe next year.
Yeah. But at the same time, everyone's seeing this. The draft is flying by. Honestly, by the time I'd be like, hey, here's the clock, it'd just be like, oh, pick is in, move on.
Yep.
So,
but
eventually
100%.
We'll figure out a way to do it.
Okay, I'm trying to get the details of this trade here. You wonder if Mike Green is a name that makes a lot of sense. We're not maybe at that point. Raiders are getting 55 and 99 for 48. So it's getting cheaper to move up in the NFL draft right now, Josh. It's definitely getting cheaper.
There's some guys out there like Nick Scorton. If you want to go pass rusher,
yeah.
In fact, let me just put the best available back up here.
Let's do best available. Mike Green continues to have the questions of the actual off the field stuff. He could go here, Obviously, the Texans went ahead and gave a lot of money to edge rushers. They drafted a pretty good one out of Alabama just the other year.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of think offensive tackle here. They could use a guard, defensive tackle. Maybe this is Darius Alexander. There's an argument for running back, but we're far too early. It feels like a trenches pick if we're going to get it from the Houston Texans. The question is, who do they want?
Yeah, maybe Darius Alexander. I mean, if you're seeing
I
the
have
run
it.
for,
I have it.
All right, we got it.
I think so. Let me see here. Yes, I do. Yes. Okay, with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans are going to select, let me try and pronounce this one, Arete Ezere, offensive tackle. I believe that I have that right. Yes. It is the offensive tackle going to the Houston Texans. Sorry, I saw something else there. I had to go ahead and confirm, but it is offensive tackle from Minnesota. So they get their tackle. They needed tackle help. There were a lot of sacks of the Houston quarterback this past season. They get a receiver earlier on, and now they continue to bolster the offense because the defense, Josh, is pretty much set. It's already really pretty darn good.
Yep. That was I did not really 100% on the pronunciation either. Quite honestly, Ariante Ursary. Ariante Ursary.
Yeah,
Minnesota
I think it's Ursary.
Yeah, okay.
I butchered it.
6'6", 330. Yeah, they've gone. They need a ton of help. Anybody who watched the Texans, we don't have highlights for them, as people can see, but anybody who's watched the Texans knows that C.J. Stroud was sacked an ungodly amount of times. So, yeah, you probably want to protect your franchise quarterback with some pass protection, some help there. They've made moves in the offseason. You draft a guy here. I like it. Some of the scouts reporting here says he has a little bit too high-waisted player, weight on his toes, struggles against cross-face moves. But at the same time, he's got adequate size, physicality, explosiveness, impressive with pass blocking. So overall, I'd say so. Shades of Phil Lodeholt is a player comparison. It's not too bad. I think you'd take that.
I had Tristan Wirfs, which is a pretty good player comparison.
Yeah, there we go.
But all 13 games were at left tackle. You need a left tackle in the National Football League. And the stat that I love is 1 sack and 1 quarterback hit in 398 pass blocking opportunities in 2024. So they get a good one there.
Not too bad. That's probably what you want, I would imagine.
All right, the Bengals now are on the clock after we get tackle at 48. So 49 is the Cincinnati Bengals. And this is going to be interesting. They went edge rusher in round 1. What will they do here in round 2?
All right, Bengals on the clock.
Yep.
49.
Bengals are on the clock.
I'll try to get back to the best available because we've put it up there briefly, and then and the pick comes in. So maybe to look at it a little bit longer. And there we go. All right. Best available. Remaining players as of right now. Got a Mike Green, who is still in free fall, somewhat, at 49. Darius Alexander.
Yep.
Siobhan Revelle, East Carolina. Shador Sanders, obviously. Elijah Arroyo, if you want to go tight end. Trey Amos, Ole Miss. Still out there. Cornerback.
Yep. Yeah, Trey Amos, to me, starts to become the one that you kind of single in on. I mean, if you want Shamar Turner, although what are you going to do with Jordan Davis? What are you going to do with Moro Jomo? To me, the defensive tackle room isn't really in need of a second-round defensive tackle. They could argue that. To me, it's cornerback, it's safety, and right now, corner has a lot better players still on the board. I think Amos makes a lot of sense. A top 30 pick as well, or top 30 visit as well.
Yes, yep. I would very much, Keely Ringo changed to number 7. I know we talked about that a second ago, but I would say bring in the competition. You got Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, add in Trey Amos. We'll see. We're getting in the range. I mean, we're not too far out where a trade up is not a
getting
ton.
In the range.
From 64
getting in the range.
to get to 49 right now. You wait a couple more picks. I mean, you think, if you're like in the 54 range, if he can fall, that's still a decent amount more picks. But if you fall like 6 more picks or something.
Yep, I agree. Okay, let's see. I don't have the Bengal pick yet. Looks like they
Garrett
haven't
with
made that pick yet.
2. Saying Rams and Eagles was close, but Jalen was also injured.
He was.
Yep.
Great point.
Alex with the 2 also says, I'm good on taking a tight end now. Wait for 96 or tomorrow. 100%. If Mason Taylor was available, I would say, okay, that was the one to potentially trade up, or I mean, heck yeah, you get kind of fortunate if he went to 64. But yeah, I'm not so much on board to take a tight end here. I don't mind the idea of the 96, or even wait to tomorrow, like you said, Alex, because Harold Fannon's kind of in that range. I mean, for most of the mock drafts and draft boards, in that 100-ish range. So, do you take it to end tonight, or you just wait and say, hey, we're going to trade up. We'll make something happen to start the draft tomorrow. So that would be, as of tight ends that we're looking on the board for the Eagles, now that we have several off the board. Now, I would say probably for me, Harold Fannin is the guy.
I think so. Pick is in for Cincinnati. I don't know who it is yet, but they officially have sent the pick in. See if I can get that. They obviously went edge rusher with their first-round draft pick, and now getting ready for their second rounder here at 49 overall is the Bengals. No, I don't have it yet. I do not have it yet.
Okay. Still waiting?
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I actually don't have this, which is a surprise, because they're about to announce it on ESPN, which means that someone is not doing their job and telling me who this pick is. I still don't know who it is. Let's see. We're going to find out with everybody else right now. I still don't have it. All right, with the 49th pick, they're announcing it. I'll tell you who it is in a second here, Josh. You can go ahead and give us the ringing chime, though, because we're about to get it.
Come on, baby. Who is it?
With the 49th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker out of South Carolina. So another linebacker here goes. And this time, the South Carolina one. Is this a stretch? I got to pull him up here on my big board. 1 second.
Yeah. I mean, personally, it is. He's one of the older prospects in the draft, for one. We've looked at some linebackers. I mean, they need help on defense. So, like, the team itself, I'm not necessarily going to knock it, but productivity-wise, not too bad. I mean, 64 tackles last season. I don't know. I don't know what their other selection was. I'd have to look up what the Bengals, where they were
Edge
at.
rusher.
49.
Edge rusher.
Well, I'm saying like their other pick. I'm sorry. Where they would pick next. Because
yes.
they're 49, and then hold on. I could tell you. It's third round, the 17. I mean, maybe he's not falling to the third round where they're going to be selecting at 81, but man, that's just like, yeah, for me personally, 49 is too high. I'll just say that.
Okay. NFL Combine was a big deal for him, even a 4.58 40, and which was incredible for a linebacker. He's 6'2", 235 pounds, and so definitely showed the athleticism there. And to me, it's a little bit of a stretch, but you got Shamar Stewart there in round 1, Demetrius Knight here in round 2. Defense for the Bengals, as they've spent all of that money on the offensive side of the football. So Seahawks are on the clock. The Seahawks pick is officially in right now, with Denver and Tennessee to follow on 51 and 52. So we're going to know the Seahawks pick here very shortly. We'll see who this is.
Okay. Already got
I don't know who it is.
Nick Emenwari from us, so that was
yes, they did. Yes,
a
they
bummer,
did.
But
yep.
See where they go now.
I still don't have this yet, and they are telling me that the pick is in. I don't. Nope. I don't know yet. Do not know yet. We're slowing down. I'm hearing Denver is trading back out of 51, so keep an eye on that. That's not official yet, but that's the rumors that Denver is going to be trading back here.
Okay.
Who did the Seahawks take? I still don't have the Seahawks pick. We're
We're
slowing down
for
here
that.
right now.
They definitely are. I think we got to trade after that, which would probably, as you're saying, Denver.
Out.
So sometimes everyone wants to report the trade, and nobody's like, "Wait a minute, we got picks to go." That usually seems to be the case. While we're waiting on that, though, James with the 5 says tomorrow has good tight end options: Fannin or Tavo. I don't know how to say that one, from UCLA. Enjoy the draft with you guys. Keep up the great work. Go Birds.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, James.
Carolina is the team that trades up, but we don't have the Seattle Seahawks pick right now. So, yeah, everyone's reporting the Panther-Bronco trade. We do not have the Seahawks pick here. Still don't have it. Goodness gracious.
Rob here with a 2. Why don't you two merge your channels? #Powerhouse.
We have heard that. I don't know how we do daily shows if we merge our channels.
Yeah,
I don't know how that would
multiple
work.
ones. So
do not know how that works. No. We like to be separate and yet together for our live streams. How about that?
It makes it fun. That way we could come at even though we discuss obviously basically all the same topics.
Sure.
But you get multiple perspectives, different takes on them a little bit. So it makes it fun. We got the Wednesday link, the streams itself, everything there. But
Yep.
We have heard
we
that.
still don't know who this pick is for the Seahawks, by the way, which I think is crazy that we do not have this one yet. I'm checking everywhere. I do not have it.
Yet the pick is in. That's the crazy part. Somebody could announce it.
Someone's got it. Nope, I do not have it yet. Okay.
They went Gray Zabel in the first round and Nick Emanwari to start out the second round.
Yep.
Where are they going to go?
Yep. Pick 50. We still don't have it. Still do not have it. Might be finding out with the rest of America here. It's just kind of surprising.
Green Bay hosting the draft, showing some celebration and hype there.
It's a pretty expensive plot of land. It's got to be right there next to Lambeau Field. It's pretty crazy. I still don't have the Seahawks pick. Okay, well, they're about to announce the Seahawks pick, so we're going to find out. You can go ahead and give me the chime, because we're going to have it.
Yep. Oh, I think I've got it.
You got it?
Yep,
go ahead.
I've got it.
Sean, I have it. Yep. Okay, with the 50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Aroro, tight end out of Miami. And there goes Aroro. That was ESPN's best available tight end and Cam Ward's favorite target during his time at Miami to become the #1 overall draft pick. Aroro is officially off the board here, Josh. I have him as Zach Ertz. To me, it's Zach Ertz. He led FBS and all tight ends with yards per catch at 16.9. Vertical threat here is incredible. And I think he can be at next level, NFL tight end. The one con is injury history. He missed a significant time in 2022 and 2023 due to knee injuries. That's why he falls out of round 1. He has the size, he has the build, he has the speed, he has the hands. If he stays healthy, this is a very good pick for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold's going to like this one.
I think he will. I certainly think that he will. My player comp is maybe not as optimistic. It's still not bad. Greg Dulcich would be probably where I'm coming from for him. I still think that he can. The blocking aspect, you do wonder if he's able to contribute just enough, be serviceable. That was not great at times. He plays with a chip on his shoulder, the fire, the athletics, or the competitiveness. You certainly saw that in multiple games. He's been in big-time games, obviously, with Cam Ward, like you mentioned, but I think there's not a whole lot of questions when it comes to the receiving side of it. Heck, he had one drop in 50 targets last year, so those are positives. I kind of go with the consistency of the blocking, and there's some other dynamics there with NFL game. Can he kind of take that to the next level with the route running? We'll see.
I like him. I honestly very much like this pick overall. Football IQ is very high as well, and so the Seahawks go ahead and get somebody who can play plug and play day one in the NFL. Also had a really good Senior Bowl. He was cooking some of those Senior Bowl DBs, which is a pretty good reason why you get picked in the second round. So the Panthers are on the clock right now. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. Chuba Hubbard's announcing that on the ESPN stage. I have this right now, Josh. If you want to go ahead and give me this one.
All right. Let's see here. Got the Panthers. And here we go.
With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton, edge rusher, Texas A&M, and that is how far he's going to fall. Led Texas A&M in sacks last year, Josh. I personally like him. You talk about player comparisons here. In a perfect world, he becomes Von Miller. This is not going to be Von Miller right away, but the speed, the quickness off the edge is why you mentioned Von Miller's name in the same sentence here. Very explosive off the snap. I think he's got to develop his pass rush move just a little bit more. He's very young as well. He's 20 years old right now. There's plenty of time to develop him. And alongside Derek Brown on a Panther defensive line, it's going to be a pretty, I think, good pick overall for Carolina. Sack production, though, is the question. 10 sacks at Purdue in 2023. He hits the portal, goes to A&M, only had 5 as an Aggie, so consistency is the big question there.
Yeah, I would say the Aggies didn't really use Scorton the right way. That would be my argument. He was slighter whenever he was at Purdue as well. So for people that may not have been as aware or remember that, 285 pounds, he slimmed down a ton. The clips you're watching there of him at his pro day was, I believe, at like 268. And even at that size, we played multiple videos kind of sharing it when he visited with the Eagles in their facility with Brandon Graham. Thomas, you and I have gotten a chance to meet Brandon Graham on multiple occasions. For people that have not seen BG up close and in person, it is difficult to make BG look like a small individual. Let's just say that. But Nick Scorton in that photograph made BG look like a small individual. So even at 268, 20 years old, won't even be 21 by training camp. Tons of potential, like you said, Thomas. I think that he can take that game to the next level. Shaq Lawson potential, maybe even some Trey Hendrickson is what I saw some other draft analysts saying of comp. Now, if he turns into that, that's ridiculous and phenomenal. So we slow the roll there. It does feel like he's got a lot of potential, though, at 20 years old. If he can fine-tune those pass rush moves, I think he will get quicker. Should be good.
All right, let's go ahead and get him off the screen. Let's go to Tennessee as their pick is in. I have the pick here for the Tennessee Titans.
Okay. And let's go.
Hard one to pronounce here, Josh. With the 52nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Oluwafemi. I can't pronounce his name.
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Thank you. I know that you can do it. You've talked about him before. Edge rusher, UCLA is where they go here, Josh, with pick number 52. Absolutely butchered the name here. But Oladejo goes to Tennessee. And again, you talk about these smaller guys, 6'3", 259, very versatile and very explosive. He had a 36.5 vertical leap at the NFL Combine, 120-inch broad jump, very explosive with a high motor. Big deal here, strong Senior Bowl performance, Josh. A good edge rusher for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, dude started out as an off-ball linebacker, so kind of the reverse in terms of Jahad Campbell, right? We talk about the Eagles and what that looked like, but another player that would have been expected or at least rumored of, hey, Vic Fangio, would he like to bring into Philly, brought in for a top 30 visit, lots of interest there. It'll be interesting to see, can he develop those pass rush moves? We did see it, like you mentioned, in the Senior Bowl. So if he's able to do that consistently, he's going to be great. He wins with athleticism. You talked about it there at the Combine. You see him in the one-on-one drills. He actually had the sack as well at the Senior Bowl. Very raw, though. Pass rush win rate of 10%. That is not going to get it done at all in terms of transitioning to the next level, but he hasn't done it a lot. And so I think, once again, this is another guy, similar to a bunch of these other prospects that we've said, has the tools in his body, the ability. You like to see it. Can the teams, in this case, obviously being drafted here, can Tennessee get the most out of him, take it to the next level? That was one of the picks that Anthony DeBona was very high on as well, rumored to even be in that 30 to 45 range. So at 52, I think that's not a bad move.
Not a bad move overall. All right, Tampa Bay on the clock, and now they have if I put their pick in. 53 overall is where we stand right now in the NFL draft. So Tampa is on the board at 53, and they have made a selection. I don't know who it is yet. Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice here. Let's see. Who is the Buck pick going to be?
See if we get it here a second. As you're looking
Don't have
for
it
that,
yet.
Harry with a 5. Thanks for that, Harry. Says thoughts on Winston Jr. We've talked about it a couple times. I think
Looking
we're
likely.
fans. I think, yeah. keep having him fall here. You get a safety, Penn State guy, local. Why not? I don't see the only thing is the medical, the ACL injury. But if they draft him, then they took a look at him, they gave him a clean bill of health, or that he's recovering, rehabbing correctly, and there's not any issues. So yeah, if there's no issues with that, absolutely. PJ with the 10 bomb. Let's go. So at the height of my optimism last night, I was having visions of a 6-man blitz with Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell being the additional 2.
Ooh,
a third down blitz as unstoppable as the tush push. Am I just dreaming? You're not. Jahad Campbell's an Eagle.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. Do I have the pick here? Yeah, I think. I don't know if I have the Buck pick officially. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see. Yes, I think I have it. I'm gonna take a guess and think that not a guess. I have an educated guess here. Have you seen it, Josh?
I have not yet. I was refreshing to see. You got it?
Let me double check this. I think I do.
Let's see. Okay, I've got it.
You have a safety.
Defense, corner.
We have different ones then.
Okay.
I have safety. Do you officially have it? Okay, I have it now. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Okay, good. I was wrong.
Okay, all right.
Okay, with the 53rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have officially selected Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame Fighting Irish here, Josh. And so there goes another corner off the board, and it's the 6', 190-pound variety. Interceptions are the question, but speed is not a problem here. He ran a 4.39 40-yard dash his second time running at the NFL Combine. He is lightning quick on his back pedal, extremely good lateral agility, but injury concerns are why he's fallen. Hip injury limited him in 2024. What's the durability? How long is the recovery going to take? And he can be a little bit over-aggressive at times, and that shortened season because of injury is the real question mark here.
Yep. I think I like it. You mentioned the reasons for pros and cons, optimism, but I think overall you look at a lot of these Notre Dame players, quite honestly, but very high IQ. The interceptions don't really concern me. It's not like he hasn't had any in his career, but just 0 for last season, 3 in 2023. He had 6 interceptions in 2022. Sometimes, you have some production, and all of a sudden you're like, well, we're not going to target you, throw to your side. So it could be some of that case, a little bit fewer in terms of the target, passer rating allowed, but overall, pretty good.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here, Josh. I think now is my time to take a quick break. I gotta go refill the water. My voice is gonna start to go here.
You're good. You got it.
All right, BRB.
Hit some of these super chats also, and update as the Packers are on the board. All right, 54? 54? Yeah, we're at 54. All right. 54 for the Pack. Drop a like, by the way. If you haven't already, we're almost at 2,000. We're 1,800 likes. We could do it. 1,800 likes, 200 more. There's 5,600 people between the streams. So, I mean, that's, 3,500 people? If my math is correct, and awful at math, 3,500 people that have not dropped a like. You're hanging out watching. If you could hit the like button there, we would very quickly surpass that number. Helps more people see the stream and blast it out to the audience. Of course, make sure to subscribe. It is free, of course. Win some awesome giveaways. This one is already gone, the Cooper DeJean helmet, but we will be spinning for the Jahad Campbell jersey later on in the stream. So I know people saw that in the most recent video. Spinning a little bit later. Stay tuned for that. Probably once the Eagles make their selection. If it's at 64, it maybe trade up, but we'll get there. James with a 2. Defensive end Bo Allen is announcing our second-round pick. That's right. I forgot about that. He is announcing the pick. Cosmo, can I show the second-round picks? Yes, I will go there and do that as soon as I can. I'm going to see if we've got the selection for the Packers. I'm trying to run multiple things, so we're a little bit further behind. I'm not seeing it. All right, I'm still at the moment not seeing. I'm sure some people are potentially a little bit ahead because we're getting slower now on this one. But Trenton Mike Green. We took Carter, who had red flag. Yeah, but I mean, I hear you, man. The Eagles are going to do their due diligence. Big Dom knows all. He's looking at every prospect. It's a little bit different, I think, or at least the stance that Philly has taken and Howie Roseman's talked about for sexual assault and other allegations. But if they're looking into it and gathering more details, that's something that they try to stay away from. So the fact that Mike Green's been passed on by a lot of teams, I guess that's, I don't know, it's either telling or there's just concerns overall. So we'll see. But I don't think that's going to happen. Jeff McClain said it's pretty unlikely, at least. Okay, we just got it. The Pack go Anthony Belton, offensive tackle. I don't think I've got the highlight for that one. Yeah, I don't believe so. But Anthony Belton, North Carolina, tackle. Dude's a monster, really athletic. I would say, honestly, too, I've heard from some people that he could be... certainly make an impact potentially from day one. Started 33 of 40 games at NC State, but Anthony Belton, the pick for the Packers, try to protect Jordan Love a little bit. He could have used that whenever he played Philly and some other teams. So I don't mind the pick. I know my guy Dylan is hating it. He was hoping that Belton was going to fall to the Eagles, a top 30 visit for them as one of the prospects, but 54, it's definitely higher than I had him, and I think a lot of people on the big board. You see him pushing a car. It reminds me of Mekhi Becton in the clip of him pushing the truck. But got a little strength in the legs, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say too, right? And that was 54, and so now we're getting 55. The Charger pick is officially in here. Andy Belton is massive. That's what I had on him. I mean, the guy is like 6'6", 336. He's huge. So, you know, pass protection is a strength. Run blocking is kind of not a strength. So I'm sure you said all of that. But that was me on my take on Anthony Belton. Okay, Charger pick, Josh.
All right. Do we have the player or it's just in?
No, it's in. I don't have it yet. Okay. We're on pick 55. For those of you who are staying with us, this has just been a whirlwind. I feel like I barely have been able to breathe so far. And we're not even done with the first round or the second round, which is crazy. Yes. Charger pick is officially in. I don't have it yet is the problem right now.
And people are wondering.
I have it.
Okay. People are wondering, it's a 20-second-ish delay of YouTube, so we're slightly behind, but now we got the pick.
Okay, with the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss, Josh. And so you get a weapon for the LA Chargers. There was a run on wide receivers early in round 2, and now we had a little bit of a lull. Trey Harris has picked up the slack here. I like him a lot. He was one of Jackson Dart's favorite targets here. He has the size, being 6'3", but he also has excellent athleticism and body control, and he's a great route runner. I mean, 60 catches in 2024, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns, averaged 17.2 yards per catch. When you talk about consistency, talk about the elite burst, I don't think he has that. It's good speed. It's not elite speed. Separation can be a problem. He has also dealt with minor injuries throughout his career. Pretty healthy, though, in the previous season. Could have gone in round 3 he goes on in round 2.
I think what it speaks to me, too, is, 60 catches for 1,000 yards, 17.2 yards a catch, 7 touchdowns, yards per route run, 5.12. So you know that he's getting a lot of the deep threats. Alec Pierce was one of the player comps that Lance Airline had thrown out there for him. It's funny because he had one of the best man coverage grades out of all receivers in college football, yet his route tree is like very limited. Yeah. Now, it's Ole Miss, the offense, Lane Kiffin, that's probably helping him and his productivity there, but you can kind of go back and forth on that one. I like it in terms of just get a weapon for Justin Herbert, add to the offense. As you said, kind of Ladd McConkey for last season. You might as well go with this one, but we'll see. Route running, I think, the biggest question.
There you go. Bears are on the clock. The Lions have traded up one behind Chicago. They now have the 57th pick. Denver is going to move back yet again, but the Bears have a pick, and they are ready to go ahead and make that pick here, Josh.
Okay.
Don't know who it is yet. Broncos trade 57 and 230 to Detroit for 60 and 130. That was the trade there to get the Lions on the board here very soon. Right now, it's going to be the Chicago Bears. Okay. I see a super chat. I know how far behind you are in super chats, but somebody did a $10 donation. He said Mike Green is going to
this one here. Yes,
which is not funny, but it's kind of funny in the fact that he's fallen this far. But it shows you that Mike Green has some serious off the field issues as to why he's still on the board. He is definitely better than a 56 overall player.
Yep. People are worried. People concerned. Let him keep following. Donovan Sewer, by the way, with the 2 also said if both are available, do we go Winston or Amos? That's a tough decision.
I would think Amos.
Probably.
I would think Amos because you'd have a higher grade on him, right? That would be the thought process, in my opinion.
You would think so. I mean, unless they just totally have no faith and belief in their safety options and Sidney Brown, and they say, we gotta go this direction. But I would very much think it's going Amos.
I would agree with that. We don't have the Bear pick yet. The pick is in. We don't know who it is. We officially do not know who it is. No, I still don't know.
Get it relatively soon.
Okay, that's not it. No, we don't have it. We'll see. We'll see.
I think I've got it now.
Do you have it?
I believe so.
Go ahead. If you have it, go for it.
Okay. All right. Here we go. With the ding first. With the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Ozzie Trapillo, Boston College tackle. We do not have the highlights for him, but he is selected by Chicago there at 56, 6'8", 309 pounds. A little bit slight in terms of the weight, but 6'8". That's probably your ideal tackle. Long arms, redshirt senior, 23 and a half years old, but it says here size and versatility at left tackle and right tackle, make him a swing tackle at worst, potential to be a solid starter. Again, we look at the Chicago trying to protect Caleb Williams. They've already gotten a weapon. Maybe the pass blocking, help with that side, has snaps at left tackle that he played in 2022, and then right tackle the last 2 seasons. Overall grading, pretty solid on both pass and run blocking. Not as great on the run blocking side, but again, I mean, at 6'8", 310, I don't think you're expecting the dude to be able to move maybe the best for the run blocking side. So yeah, I could see it. Add for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I mean, you basically said it all. He's massive. He can play both left and right tackle. He struggles in run blocking and struggles against speed edge rushers, right? That would be the one thing most 6'8"ers, not named Jordan Mailata, can have some problems there with speed off the edge. But Chicago went heavy with the interior offensive lineman in free agency with the trade market. Now they get a tackle here with the 56th overall pick. And that puts the Lions officially on the clock at 57. So let's see what Detroit's going to do. And that means we are very close to Philadelphia at 64, just for those who are keeping track at home. And we also have over 5,500 people watching right now, which is fantastic. We appreciate that.
And we've far surpassed the 2,000 like number. We're up to 2,300. So we're well on our way to 3,000 now. Still not even quite half the people that have hit the like button that are hanging out on the stream, though.
There you go. I have the Lion pick. Whenever you're ready, I have the Lion pick. Okay, Denver has traded the 57th overall draft pick to Detroit, and with the 57th pick in the NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Tate Ratledge, offensive guard, Georgia, and the run on offensive lineman continues here in round 2 as the 6'6", 308-pounder from Chattanooga, Tennessee, is officially going to Detroit, and he will help protect Jared Goff coming from the Georgia Bulldogs.
Okay. I like it. I don't think we have one of those highlights. Do we? We didn't make
We do not.
Ratledge.
No.
Okay.
Mainly a right guard on the Georgia offensive line, Josh. A ton of starts. I mean, I think he has 36 of the 38 games he was starter on the right side. He was a first-team All-SEC honors both in 2023 and in 2024. His problem, of course, is injury history. He had a Liz Frank fracture in 2021, ankle injury in 2024. The durability concerns are why he's fallen so far, because his RAS was absolutely off the charts. He had a 9.97 RAS score at the NFL Combine. That's the 5th best out of 1,583 guards since 1987. So he's physical, he's athletic, great for pass protection, he's an excellent run blocker, he does everything you want, but he has not been able to stay healthy, and that was his problem at UGA.
Yeah, that's lots of potential there with the athleticism. Also, I was saying the only allowed 7 pressures and 1 sack over 300 pass blocking opportunities in 2024. So,
yep,
deal with the injury. Even with that, was a very effective pass blocker.
I have the Raider pick whenever you're ready. Raider pick is in. I have the Raider pick.
All right. Let me get the logo here for the Raiders, up to 58.
Wait, hang on.
Do we have it?
I have it. Yeah. I feel confident in this. I have the Raider pick.
Okay. Here we go.
Sorry, I just lost it. I gotta make sure that I pull it back up. There it is. Okay. So, Raiders at 58 with the 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Beck, wide receiver out of TCU, Josh. I know we have that highlight there, as the TCU receiver is going to Las Vegas and joining Ashton Genty. So it's offense for the Las Vegas Raiders. Early years at LSU, transfers to TCU. He wanted a bigger role. Breakout senior season. He led the Horned Frogs with 62 catches for over 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns. But it was his Senior Bowl performance. He was the MVP of that game, Josh. And that was the main reason why he jumped all the way up here to be a second-round draft pick. He's physical, very good route running, great for top end, great versatility. Top end speed is kind of the limiting here. Is he a vertical guy, or is he just going to be over the middle? The hands also were kind of small at the NFL Combine, but he tore up the Reese's Senior Bowl. Big reason why he slides in here as a TCU Horned Frog.
6'2", 215, kind of a power slot receiver. Spent time at tight end and receiver. But yeah, you're right. I think it's not necessarily the burner. I don't like to see that highlight with Baylor, but Jack Beck, very, very sure-handed. I wouldn't go as far to say this, but I do find it interesting because, everybody throws out those, who are they compared to? Can we see this turning into a player? Puka Nacua was a name that a couple different scouts were saying there's shades of that. There's elements in his game. I'm not going to go that far to say that, but you do see that there's some solid fundamentals, the sure hands, the route running, certain routes there, but it just a very, I think, solid prospect. There's not anything that you're looking and saying, okay, yeah, he's got the case of the drops, or going to have significant issues there. I don't know. It comes down to, can he continually win with athleticism, or even a lack of, and kind of win with the nuances of routes if he can't make up for it, because he's been that power slot, like we're talking about. But Raiders go offense again.
Okay, we are on to 59. Let's put the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. We are way ahead now of the ESPN, because they're just giving us the Lions pick, which was 2 picks ago.
Oh, wow.
So we await here the Baltimore Raven picks. We don't have that one yet, sitting at 59. They went Malachi Starks at 27, and that means that we are a couple of picks away from getting Shedeur Sanders out of round 2. There were a lot of people saying pre-draft that Shedeur Sanders, could fall out of round 2. I thought someone would take him in round 2. It does not seem to be the case. I think we're not going to have Shedeur.
Not looking like it. Not very likely. Jersey-born Philly fan, 72 with a 5, said, did Campbell pick a number on his visit? Jahad Campbell.
Nope. Not that we know of.
He could go 52.
Not that we know of.
Right? You could take 52.
That'd be fun. Sure.
And, Vic Fangio, Khalil Mack was 52, having played. I just, not that we're saying necessarily just dub him already, but wouldn't look too bad. Jacob Counts, what's up, man? with a 5.
There he is.
Appreciate that. Good stuff, fellas. This is much
What up,
better than
Jacob?
watching the actual draft. That means a lot.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
That was kind of the goal, right? That was the goal in putting this all together. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us, especially you, Jake.
Juba said liked on both channels, so that is a win right there.
That's
going above and beyond.
How many people
like
have
on
actually
one,
done
go
that?
to the other one
That's
and
the
like.
question.
That's how we get up to the 6,000 likes. We're almost 2,500 likes, but there's 6,000 people between the streams. So,
Yep.
you know, if you just hit the like button in the stream that you're in, the odds are that we would get up to 6,000. But yes, that's a win.
I like that Wojak Horseman in my stream said ESPN crushed the Steelers today for passing on Shador at 21, which is pretty hilarious because Shador is not going anywhere near 21, maybe not even the first or the second round. So,
yeah.
Crazy.
Christian and Trenton did the same. Cheesesteak did the same. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. You guys are the real ones.
Appreciate that.
I didn't see the comments from those, but should have known. Yeah, you guys are the real ones. Bizak with a 2. Do you guys think we go with the tight end from Bowling Green? I guess in Harold Fannin. Not here. I could see him as a potential for the next round pick, maybe.
Yes. Not in round 2, but round 3 would make sense for Harold Fannin. I think corner is lining up very well right now. Let's do best available, Josh, if you have time to throw up best available. Let's show the people as Wait. No, I have the Ravens selection. The Ravens selection's a big one. Let's do the Ravens selection.
All right, please tell me they didn't do what we don't want them to do.
With the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Mike Green, edge rusher, Marshall University, and the fall of Mike Green has finally ended. Potentially one of the best pass rushers in the NFL Draft, Josh. He goes 59 overall, one away from 60, and we've been chronicling his journey the entire time. First off, though, let's talk about the player. The player is elite. He's 21 years old. He's 6'3", 251 pounds, and he is an absolute monster. Stop me, this sounds good, Josh. How about leading the FBS with 17.5 sacks in 2024 and 23 tackles for a loss? First-team All-American honors and Sun Belt Player of the Year award. He's a great pick. This is a Baltimore Raven through and through. A fantastic edge rusher, but the legal issues are the big asterisks. 2 separate sexual assault allegations, one in high school, another during his time first at Virginia. He was then suspended by Virginia in 2022 before transferring to Marshall. Green has denied wrongdoings, no police reports, all allegations, all anonymous, but 2 separate instances, Josh. That's something that definitely caught the eye of a lot of GMs and why. At one point, mocked 15 overall to the Falcons. I think Kel Kiper had that last week. He goes all the way at 59 of the Baltimore Ravens, a big fall.
That is, incredibly far fall. We said you could see him anywhere from the 15-ish range to like 50, but beyond that was not really expected. But to go at 59, yes, you want to know about a player's background. A lot of teams, obviously, that kind of threw them off and said, no, it's not worth it. We're not going to go there. But the game tape speaks for itself. The ability, the stats, like you said, pass rush win rate, 20.2%. It's above that 20 number, one of the biggest translating factors. But it's both sides. It's not just the pass rush. It's also stopping the run. Mike Green does it all. Consistently physical. I think the player comps Alex Highsmith. So for players, in that same division even, he just feels like a Baltimore Raven. I'll say that. You watch him play.
He does.
It's a very good pick, production and on the field. It's only, I think, off the field. And we don't know. It's just total speculation for the Eagles specifically because we can say, and cover them a lot closer, Jeff McClain of the Inquirer was saying that the Eagles, are very unlikely to go Mike Green for those allegations, for the reasons. That's not to say that, it's a guarantee, they have more inside of conviction. It may just be, we're gonna say no thanks, because it's just some iffy parts to it. But another team there, Baltimore, they say we're gonna take a shot, and the play speaks for itself. That's for sure.
He's a very good player. Some had him as the best edge rusher behind Abdul Carter in this class. I mean that's how good a lot of people had him, and Baltimore stops his fall there. I had Yannick Ngakoue as my player comp, the twitchiness, explosive. He's very strong, and he had some crazy Senior Bowl highlights there, and so a very, very good player as we get to 60. So we are 4 away from Philadelphia as the Broncos are now officially on the clock here. 4 away from Philadelphia actually picking.
Almost there. We've almost made it. This draft is flying.
Yeah, flying by.
All right, I'm going to run real quick, and I'll be back.
Do it. Yep. Okay, all right. I'm going to look at best available. I should have Josh put that on the board, but I don't run the stream, so Josh has the stream there. But Mike Green goes off. He was ESPN's best available. Now you have Darius Alexander from Toledo, the defensive tackle. Siobhan Ravel, the cornerback from East Carolina. Then they have Shedeur Sanders, which I would disagree with there, followed by Trey Amos, the cornerback. That, to me, along with Shamar Turner, the defensive tackle, are kind of the two at 64 you start thinking about for Philadelphia, right? Excuse me. So you could also throw in Kevin Winston. He's on the board right now. Jalen Royals, not the wide receiver for Philly, but he's one of the better receivers on the board if someone wants to go ahead and take one at that point. And then another edge rusher would be Josiah Stewart out of Michigan. I think that's another possibility for somebody here as we get close to beginning round 3. As a Steeler fan, I hate Pants says watching Baltimore go Starks and Green is rough. Yeah, Baltimore is looking to have a pretty good draft right now. Malachi Starks and then Mike Green, both of which are pretty serious players. By the way, for those who are hanging out, we're giving away this. The signed Philadelphia Eagles full-size helmet. Nolan Smith, Let's Hunt, Jordan Davis, and a Super Bowl champ Quinton Mitchell autograph. We're giving this away on my show after the draft. So I think it's going to be Saturday night, Sunday, or Monday. You got to just be a subscriber and leave a comment on one of my shows. So the one today, if you want to get on this. So be sure to sub, giving this bad boy away. 3 Eagles, 2 Philly Dogs, and Quinton Mitchell, giving that one away. And then my show today, if you leave a comment on that one, my most recent show about the Jahad Campbell pick, giving away his jersey as well. So if you guys want to get in on that, be sure to hit the subscribe button. As we wait for Denver, which I do not have. I think I do have now. Yes, I do. Whenever Josh gets back,
all right,
we will go ahead. I have the Bronco pick. I'm ready.
Got it? All right.
Yep. Okay, with the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, University of Central Florida, Josh. So there is the Denver back. We knew that they had wanted it back. There were rumors that they wanted Genty. There were rumors that they wanted Amari Hampton. They get neither, and instead, they get the 5'8", 205-pound back out of UFC, who is extremely fast. I mean, that is the big thing here, a 4.4 40. That's definitely one of his big strengths. But he's very small, right? So 5'8", the small stature, the durability, that's kind of the question mark for him. Pass protection at 5'8", it is definitely a problem. But overall, this is somebody who caught the ball well out of the backfield, Josh. 720 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. And he had 22 touchdowns in 2024. Add 3 more, 25 total because he had 3 receiving. This is a guy who put up a lot of numbers starting at Virginia and then transferring to UFC in 2020.
A lot of production there. That sounds pretty good. 22 rushing touchdowns. That's not a bad stat
it's
to
not
have.
Bad.
You know, you
it's
get
not
in
bad.
the end zone. So add it with Bo Nix in the offense. I like it. R.J. Harvey. I know some people might have had some other running backs ahead on the board. Cam Scatbo's like way up there with like 51 for PFF. Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson. But yeah, I could see it. Short area burst, elusiveness. One of the most elusive backs in the entire class was R.J. Harvey. So I like the pick for Denver. You add it with the offensive weapons. They needed more of that last year. They, able to make the playoffs, so good for them, but solid pick.
All right, so Denver gets their running back. That puts the Washington Commanders on the board here at 61. And so we are 3 picks away from Philadelphia getting on the board here. And so we go for the Washington Commanders right now with 6,300 people checking in on the NFL Draft. We appreciate you guys hanging out here.
Let's go.
Crazy the amounts that we are doing on night 2, right? Which has just been a bunch of fun here for everyone who is watching. And I don't have that pick yet for Washington. I don't think the pick is in yet for Washington as well.
Shout out to Brent Kincaid gifting 10 Philly Special Show memberships. Let's go, Brent. Congratulations to everybody getting those. That's big time. And also, we've got I'm going to get to these other super chats. I just got a notification here on the other one. A 100 bomb from Matt Eagle won the 100 bomb, and he says, can't stay. has to deliver
Goodness.
packages. So understandable.
Jeez.
It's early morning, got to deliver the packages in the morning. But this is for Trey. This is for Trey Amos, the putting the good karma out there, the 100 bomb. Matt, thank you, man. You're the man.
There's
Can't thank you enough to make it happen.
Being a delivery driver, talk about absolutely delivering. That's crazy. He has delivered the 100 bomb, huh?
Come on.
Houston, the 100 bomb is hit. The 100 bomb is hit. You gotta like that.
In good faith. In good faith. Come on, baby. CJ started it out with the 100 bomb to begin the draft. Matt is right here putting the good vibes out there. Hopefully, Trey Amos, we're a few picks away. There's definitely a chance.
Getting close.
As you said, Commanders on the clock at 61. I need to update that to 61, not 60, 61. And a couple other super chats, though, too. As I said, we'll get to all these. Anthony S. said, I just came in during... of the Raiders pick, the end of the Raiders pick. Did the Eagles do anything yet? No, Anthony, they have not yet.
No.
Still at 64.
Nope. Still at 64.
Zach with
still at
10
64.
said, hey, y'all boys are killing it over the actual draft. Y'all are awesome. And I don't want to jinx anything, but there's a guy I thought that would be gone, but is still there, and I hope we get him. And hopefully that guy's still available, Zach, because it took a little bit to get to this super chat. He's not saying. He's not going to cheese. He's not going to throw it out there. But okay, we feel you. Hopefully, maybe Trey Amos, right? Like if we get all these guys. There's Kevin Winston Jr. out there. Omar Norman Lott. I think those might be. There's Darius Alexander. It's kind of like those 3 or 4 guys. I feel like is where you might go.
I think so too. We still don't have the commander pick. Actually, I do have the commander pick, and well.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Let's do it.
Come on,
let's
please.
do the commander pick. With the 61st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders have selected Trey Amos, cornerback, Ole Miss. And so all the talk 2 seconds ago about Philadelphia in the corner, it's not happening. The senior cornerback from down in Mississippi is gone. He is going in the division to the Washington Commanders right now, Josh. And what is there to say about Trey Amos? I had him as a first-round cornerback, which is why it's tough to watch Ezraku go to the Cowboys and Amos now go to the Washington Commanders. Started his career at Louisiana, 34 games, just 1 interception, goes to Alabama for a season, starts in all 14 games, or 1 start, only 12 tackles, and finally, his final collegiate season goes to Ole Miss and became not only a starter, but a first-team All-SEC players. Excellent man coverage. He's great in press, quick feet, effective hand placement, and he gets his hand on receivers. That's the thing here. Physical. Did I mention fast, Josh? 4.43 40-yard dash to get the speed to stay with those receivers down the field. Great in man. Problem is a little bit of zone coverage and tackling. This is a very good player that I had a first-round grade on. Also a top 30 visit with Philadelphia. Tough blow to 7 to see him go in the division.
Oh, I have no words. You're right. It is tough.
Yep.
If you didn't believe in jinxes before this,
I think we just did. Yeah.
Now
I think we
now
just
you
did.
do. Matt, we appreciate the support, but yeah, that little, I mean, that absolutely the very next pick and the division rival. I can't believe that. I was like, man, we were so close. You're not gonna have to reach up and get a guy. They got Mike Sanders still. Now they had Trey Amos.
Could be offensive lineman. Could be trade back, Josh. Could be safety.
Gosh, yeah, trade back, I guess. We got, at least we have another round if you did trade back. I'm shook right now because I was just thinking that you gotta, just a couple more selections. We're right there. I had a first round grade. I'm right there with you, Trey Amos.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a tough one there.
That is a tough one. Okay, that puts the Chicago Bears. I feel like they've picked 9 times so far tonight. They're back on the clock. And they are sitting at 62. So Trey Amos off the board at 61. Chicago back on the board for 62 as we approach the end of the second round. And it's a whole other round after this, Josh. It's only 9-12 on the East Coast, man. Oh, my gosh. It's going to be another one of these long nights. You forget how there's so much excitement in the first round. You forget that you got to do 2 of them to broadcast on night 2. And so maybe a cup of coffee might be in my in my future here.
Late night coffee.
We'll see.
I'm not much of a coffee drinker, but
maybe
I've been going with the energy.
late night mushroom or late night mud water might be actually the move here. So I get a
Hey,
little
okay.
less caffeine.
Yes.
But shout out to channel sponsor Mudwater. I
Uh,
actually am greatly considering that because I think we're gonna be up for another 3 hours.
are
So
you a fan of the
I
matcha
think I'm gonna
or
need it.
just the
I am a
the?
fan. Wife's a
You
big fan of
really?
the matcha, but
I'm not. I
yeah, I
can't.
wasn't. I'm definitely the traditional Mudwater guy. I mean, that is, I put it in my smoothie every single morning, actually, right now. But
Yeah,
the matcha from time to time can be a nice little change. My wife's a big fan of it. We're almost out. So,
that is interesting. Okay, I can't.
yeah.
The regular I use and that's. But yeah, the matcha is not for me. I don't know. To each their
Okay.
own.
Chicago is still on the clock right now. No, I don't have it yet.
All right, on the clock, 62. A couple other super chats now. Hopefully we don't jinx these anymore. But 5 from Deep Crow.
For real.
I remember Ravens fans burning Ray Rice's jersey. This pick is pretty funny now. Too many false accusations these days. Crazy fall. Great pick for Baltimore with the Mike Green selection. So
Yeah, there's just no way to know, right? I mean, these are allegations with no police report, so there was no investigation, but he did get kicked off of Virginia for it. So did Virginia simply just hear about it and go zero tolerance, or did they do their own research and say no? 2 incidences versus 1. 1 is a problem, obviously. 2, though, is kind of really surprising and makes you really turn some heads. And the fact that, 59 picks before didn't take him for how much of a physical freak he is a little concerning. But, I mean, there's no arrest warrant. There's no police investigation happening right now. And so as long as you feel good about him, you're getting a first-round player.
that's true. The tape speaks for itself, like production does. So it's just what do you do? I'm going back on some of the chats here, getting a good kick out of that. Just people, mushrooms. Didn't realize this was going to be that kind of a party.
No. Mushroom coffee, adaptogens, not those, not those kind of mushrooms.
John says late night mushrooms. Thomas knows how to party apparently. So.
Yeah, geez, can you imagine? I don't think I could do this draft on
You'd be
those.
tripping.
Those kind of mushrooms.
Oh my
rough.
gosh! You'd be like, hey, there's another trade.
Selection. I have
Okay,
the
we got it.
Selection.
All right. As if we have the player too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go.
Okay, with the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive lineman, Texas A&M, Josh. Another Eagle prospect is officially off the board here. I don't know if they would have gone Turner 2 picks from now, but versatility is the name of the game. You talk about the Texas A&M defensive tackle, but he can play both inside and outside. That's kind of the kicker here. Didn't have a ton of sacks. I mean, 5.5 tackles for a loss, 2 sacks in 12 games with Texas A&M. They had a lot of great players on that defensive line, just not a lot of sacks and production, but he's athletic. He's got a high motor, but the pass rush questions are going to be here because he's a little bit smaller for being an interior defensive line. So is he trying to stop the run? Are you going to move him inside, outside? Whatever they're going to try and do. But Chicago now adds another defensive lineman to their draft, and this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, versatility for sure. As you said, 6'4", 300 pounds, moved all around on the defensive line. I think that's why a lot of people, very understandable that Philly brought him in for a visit, could play with Vic Fangio. Losing Milton Williams, do you like the potential of playing him inside with a 3-4? You kick him out, kind of be the defensive end at times. Plays with a high motor, violent, strong hands. Production, and it's kind of funny because it's almost like similar for a lot of Texas A&M players on the defensive line. Production's like, well, they got some tools, but they got some talent, some ability, but production wasn't necessarily there. For my Texas A&M friends, and for those that have shared and informed me, a lot of their pass rush, a lot of their just defensive line were not used in the most ideal way. So I think that's why you see a Shamar Turner, a Shamar Stewart, a Nick Scorton, all those guys that are being drafted. And if you just looked at their production, you go, well, that's kind of a little bit of a reach. Like they didn't live up to that potential. But I think you see it's the athleticism and around the right coaching and the right scheme. Hopefully you get more from it. But yeah, I like the pick. Good one for Chicago.
We didn't have a highlight for Shamar Turner?
I don't believe so. Did I miss it?
Okay.
Oops.
Okay. No.
I don't think we did.
So.
I was double checking before.
I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we did. Okay. All right, 63. Kansas City is on the clock right now. Sorry, I'm trying to change this around. We do not know the pick yet.
All right, on the clock. 63. Yep. One away. At this point, I mean, we're not trading up again with Kansas City. So
correct.
Bizak with a 5. I think GMs are definitely not answering Howie's calls. We would have seen a trade by now. That is very, very possible.
Maybe there is definitely a chance that is the case. Very, very much a chance that is the case.
I'm getting to these again in order, but we have a 50 bomb. A 50.
Whoa.
Let's go. K. Wright with a 50 says, should Howie have seen that coming or asking a question, should Howie have seen that coming? And I believe that is in reference to the Trey Amos and the Commanders, as in maybe he should have traded up.
I'm sure he knew. Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, I think there is a case where you try and trade up and no one wants to because you're Howie Roseman. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a real thing, honestly.
Yeah. That's I mean, they all have feelers out there pretty much. I think at least the good GMs, and you could question like, okay, how many are those in the NFL? But like the good GMs have a very good pulse of, okay, so-and-so is probably going to take this player, so-and-so is going to be here, they're moving up, whatever. So it probably wasn't the biggest surprise, I would imagine, but still, I'm like, man, you just maybe that's not the guy. Maybe it's Kevin Winston Jr. We'll see. We're one pick away. So
yeah, I'm starting to really wonder if Kevin Winston Jr. is going to be the pick. We do not know the Chiefs' situation as it currently stands. Currently waiting to see if they're going to put their pick in. They have not done so yet. They just gave us the Shamar Turner selection on ESPN, so we've known about that. So KC officially on the clock. And as we get a little bump in our viewership, as people check in with Philadelphia getting close here, welcome everybody who have been waiting for the Eagles to get on the board here. 9:20 on the East Coast, 7,000 people between both channels. Be sure to subscribe, hit the like button. We appreciate that. And now we wait and see what Philadelphia is going to do.
Yep, I was going to say we're just over 3,000 likes, so we get up to 5,000 was last night. I mean, we're not technically we're over pace, right? Or we're ahead of pace because less than halfway. We're almost to get to halfway. We got 3,000. So drop a like for us on the stream as you're coming in. Helps out a lot. Dave B with the 5 said you got to wonder if Howie is getting frozen out by the other GMs. Similar sentiment.
Yeah, you do.
Surprising they didn't move up in the second round.
Eagles are on the clock. The Chief pick is in. I just don't know who it is.
Okay.
Don't know who it is right now. Okay.
Tony Cadillac also with the 5 says that's what happens when you win the Super Bowl. You get the privilege of choosing last.
That's right. And the privilege of people not wanting us to not wanting us to get another good player. So I don't know who the Chief pick is. I have no idea who the Chiefs
I've been
pick
refreshing
is right
as well. I have not been able to get it. Let's see if I can check again.
Dante Hall is the one who's going to give us here.
Interesting.
The selection. So go ahead and give us the pick, Josh. Go ahead.
All right. With the 63rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle, Tennessee.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so they go Orman. Wow, how much further down did you have him on your draft board, Josh? I mean,
I'll be on. To me, that one's actually I do like the pick, and this is where like some people they'll have him much higher, much lower. Omar Norman Lott to me is a good pick for Kansas City. You look at Chris Jones on the defensive line. You're trying to help bolster the pass rush. You add to the defense there. I think Kenny Clark is one of the player comps that you could throw out there. 6'3", 315. You got the athleticism from it for sure. Undersized 3 technique, but scouts say really good with the hand usage, pass rush plans. He had 5 sacks last year, 5 sacks in 2023. Pretty standard productivity and almost 19% pass rush win rate for an interior defensive lineman. That's upper echelon when we're talking about college football.
All right, I have the Eagle pick. I'm ready to go on the Eagle pick right
Okay.
now. Let me know whenever you are ready.
Yep.
The Eagles are
Rolling it
staying
in.
put. They are going to go ahead and make a pick here. With the 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles are selecting Andrew Makuba, safety out of the University of Texas, Josh. And so it is not Kevin Winston Jr., but Philadelphia, they have taken a safety and a ball hawking one, Josh. I actually think this is very interesting. 5 interceptions in 2024, Reese Senior Bowl invite. And this is a guy who has the ball hawking skills. Think about replacing C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Josh. What did C.J. Gardner-Johnson do best? Go find the football. Remember back in 2022, he was leading the league in interceptions until he got hurt. He can play both free safety. He also has some slot cornerback abilities here. Great play recognition, anticipation. The question, though, size. He's 186 pounds, right? So you wonder, getting into a box, going against bigger receivers, how's he doing run support? And the agility drill wasn't that great at the NFL Combine. Straight line speed, 4.45 40, checks the box there. The question you have is size, although Gardner-Johnson wasn't that big either and still could come up and deliver some blows here. It's someone we didn't talk a lot about in the pre-draft process, Josh, but we knew they needed a safety, and they get one that likes to intercept the football.
He does. He likes to intercept the football. I like the safety. I like the potential. A lot of the reasons that you mentioned there, athleticism, coverage. You know, one of those game changers. I think we had questions earlier in the stream of like, hey, who's the similarity for C.J. Gardner-Johnson who could kind of replace that? This guy could certainly be there. But even much like C.J. Gardner-Johnson at times, missed tackles can be a big concern. He had 13 missed tackles last year, 9 the following year. A lot of just kind of going for the ankles, not wrapping up. It is fixable. In Fangio's defense, I mean, heck, we saw that last year with the Eagles' defense entirely. And then you go into the bye week and we're like, man, this team can't tackle for anything. And then they come out of it and they're one of the best tackling teams in football. So maybe you get that around. 4th round grade was what Lance Zierlein had him for. PFF had him higher than that in the 3rd round. Some of the mock drafts had him in the 2nd. So again, this is just your case in point, your traditional case in point of nobody knows anything. Some guys are really high on others. Some are not. Andrew Makuba, though, Eagles do get a safety. I felt like it was going to be Kevin Winston Jr. I know a lot of people probably would say that, judging by the comments here. What I would take from that, and maybe we'll know eventually, but what I take from that is that the top 30 visit, looking at the physical, maybe there were some concerns with the health or the rehab of that, and they're going, no, you know what, we're going to go Andrew Makuba. We feel like it's right there, and maybe the safer bet with the injury. So, got your safety.
Didn't allow any touchdowns last season. He had a 12.1 passer rating allowed and an 89.7 cover grade. Here's the big question, though, Josh. What's his RAS score? 5.12. Philadelphia doesn't like to take people below an 8. He's a 5.12, and again, it's because of the lateral agility here. The 3-cone shuttle was a 4.18. His shuttle overall was a 4.45. That's a 2.50 on the RAS score. So he's undersized, didn't have great lateral movement, but he's vertically very quick, and he likes to attack the football here. The question will be, are we going to have him actually compete for the starting job day one? They'll probably roll with Sidney Brown. It's an interesting pick. I don't hate it. I just am wondering long-term the projection here.
Yeah. It's I'm like I say, I'm 50-50. I could see some benefit there. There's some things that I would question, and I get that other people in the comment section, obviously wondering, or is it a reach? Did Howie miss on this? He's not, and it goes both ways. He's not immune to misses. This could end up being a miss, but at the same time, too, and we've reiterated this a number of times on the stream, on our own videos, give Howie Roseman the benefit of the doubt. I mean, my gosh, this dude has nailed every single pick over the last 4 years. The first 3 picks of every draft over the last 4 years have been a hit. So even though, and I'll say it here, I'm not over the moon about this pick. I'm not hating it, but it's one of those where, all right, okay, I could see some potential there. But it's not like, oh my gosh, yes, I would have been much more hyped for a Trey Amos. Obviously, he went earlier. But I'm absolutely going to give Howie Roseman the benefit of the doubt because he's fantastic at his job. So, maybe pump the brakes if we're freaking out saying we reached and this shouldn't have happened and, oh my gosh, this is going to be awful. Should be all right.
I have someone who has friends with a lot of Texas Longhorns. I got a text message saying that he's a, quote, beast right now. I think the versatility here is very, very key. And the fact that he goes for the football is something that Vic Fangio really likes. What did the Eagles do great last year, Josh? Take the football away.
Mm-hmm.
That was a huge part of not only winning playoff games, regular season games as well. And he still, despite being small, likes to attack pass catchers and try to go ahead and get them on the ground. This feels like another Vic Fangio selection, and they continue to bolster the defense as we thought that they would. And now you have competition, right? Sidney Brown could not enter the 2025 season without real competition. Does this kill Justin Simmons? I would argue yes, but now we have a second-round safety going to Philadelphia. Welcome, and we'll see. We're gonna see exactly what Makuba is made of.
Yep. I love it, though. I mean, I appreciate the chat. This is so fantastic because you literally get everything from this is absolute trash to all the others of being like, it's a fantastic pick, the number 3 safety based on PFF grades. You go look at all the different mock drafts. Go look at all the different rankings. Makuba's all over the place. It's number 3. You fall all the way back to a 4th round grade on some of those. So nobody knows for sure. I'll tell you what, you could argue and say, oh, well, he's not this. He's worth the amount of draft capital that the team that selects him is. And that's what the Eagles and Howie Roseman thought. So there you go. Get a safety.
There you go. I think the other part here is the fact that obviously we're picking 64th, and a lot of the players I'm sure Philadelphia had a very high grade on have already gone. And so they go for their probably top safety left on the board. The fact they still thought they needed a safety is something that I agree with. So now you get a pass rusher, linebacker hybrid, and a safety, and that leaves, I mean, cornerback here in round 3, tight end here in round 3. We'll see. There you go. We got the next Eagle.
Yes, we did. Not necessarily the next Sidney Brown. Someone's like, we just got the next Sidney Brown. Sidney Brown was physical athletic testing like crazy. Andrew Makuba, as you were sharing, there's a 5 on the RAS scale. So not necessarily the same similarities there. Maybe the unknown or the uncertainty is of like production, but not the same type of player. Dirty D, Dan's back with a 5.
There he is.
Appreciate that, man.
There he is, checking in.
Howie wasn't lying when he said, be patient. Damn, y'all killing it. 3 picks ahead of me. I love it. Feeling like an insider. This was a little bit ago, but we appreciate that very much, Dan. As always, Dan the man.
See a lot of Eagle reporters saying it's going to be his job to lose, that he will be the starter in training camp, and it will be Sidney Brown backing him up here. So that's interesting there. So I think the thing, Josh, and we're obviously positive, right? The problem is that Makuba was not someone who was mentioned a lot, right? We didn't talk a lot about Makuba pre-draft. He was not on most of our big boards because we were really dreaming of a trade up here in round 2. Most of us assume they go get somebody, right? And so now, they don't. They stay put, and hence why people are a little bit concerned. But I saw a couple of comments that makes a good point. Earl Thomas Jr., also an undersized safety. He also came from Texas. He also flew to the football, I guess, and got a lot of interceptions. So there you go.
Yep. Real Talk with G said, I just watched him tackle Scatbo, so I think we got one, folks. If you see him tackle Scatbo, that's one of those. Big E with a 5. Our Ole Miss beast AJ versus their Ole Miss kiddo should be a good battle. I didn't think about that. Trey Amos get the matchup there. That could be an interesting one.
Could be.
I like it. I'm taking AJ for sure, but it'd be interesting. Ole Miss guys. Frank from Philly with a 2. Sick of being last in every pick. It's annoying. I'll go out on a limb, Frank. I understand we weren't technically last first round, but close to it. Howie traded up. I'm going to go out on a limb. Howie will trade up this round at some point. We're going to get a trade up. We're not picking at 96. I'll say that.
You say so. By the way, we got to get the Giant pick here just real quick. We don't have to give a highlight here, but let's go ahead and do we have this highlight? I don't know if we do. With the 65th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander, defensive tackle from Toledo. And so they get their we do. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and throw that up there. Very athletic. I mean, these defensive tackles are getting more and more athletic as the years go by, and so naturally run stopping is the con here. But he's got an excellent burst, very high motor, and he can play inside and outside. He just played at a much smaller school, but as we saw last year, guys who played at Toledo, they tend to be pretty good on defense, and Darius Alexander is no exception. Another good pick here. Defensive line for the Giants is going to be very good, Josh.
Yeah, he's going to be a contributing defensive lineman, at the very least, rotational pass rusher. Funny how Joe Shane's, talking you can't have too many pass rushers, can't have too much depth on the D-line. They give the fifth-year option to Kayvon Thibodeau, copying Howie Roseman basically because he sees, oh, yeah, that's a little bit successful. Might as well go ahead and do that. Late bloomer, though, that is one thing here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think that Darius Alexander is going to be 25. Still in his rookie season, 25 years old. That to me would be and maybe the reason he fell a little bit further than some of the mock drafts or projections there, because he was one of the higher guys on best available remaining. But 25 years old, he'll be 29 years old, almost 30 by the time that he'd be up for his second contract. It always plays a factor, so just something to keep in mind there for the Giants. But overall production, I would say he should be an impactful player in the rotation.
Okay, let's move on to the next pick here. We got the Chiefs. Their pick is in. We can give that one an announcement as well.
All right, got the Chiefs at 66.
Okay, with the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chiefs are selecting Ashton, I think you say, is it Gillette? Is that how you say his last name? Edge rusher from the University of Louisville. And so, is it Gillette? I don't know how to say his last name, honestly.
I don't know either. Yeah, Gillette. I quite honestly did not pay close enough attention watching highlight clips and everything. So the chat, you can let us know. People are announcing the pick itself, but phonetics.
Gilotti?
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 Gilotti,
I don't know. I gotta listen
Gillette.
whenever they bring this one across. Yeah, I'm not sure.
One of those
I'm
three,
not sure.
maybe, hopefully, is correct. He does have a very good pass rush win rate, though. We could give you some legit stats, even if we can't pronounce the name. But 21% pass rush win rate, 6'3", 275, 97 on the PFF big board. But again, if you're going to make the statement of, okay, PFF had Mukuba much higher, this one would be a reach. It's all over the place, though. I think overall, good physicality. You look and see the Chiefs are certainly bolstering the defensive line presence. They went defensive tackle. Now they're going edge, trying to continue with that. So, yeah, makes some sense there.
There you go. Okay. Browns pick is in. We don't know who it is yet. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Man, okay.
Gilotti, Mike Malone says, was a sleeper for multiple ESPN analysts also.
Okay.
Gilotti. Okay, well, now see, look, people are going phonetics.
Yeah, they're messing us up.
Gelati, like gelato, like gelati, but then someone's Gilotti. Yeah, okay, well, someone got it. All right, Browns pick. I'm going to run through some of these super chats. We had a lot of those once the Eagles picked. Ian with the 2, appreciate that, man, said, with Trey gone, does Philly grab Asante Samuel Jr.? That was maybe before they selected, but also, free agent potentials could be, I guess, to say that Trey Amos, you didn't get him.
Yep.
There's options. Howie said they're going to look to add guys, be undrafted free agents, maybe not done with moves of trades and all the other stuff, but it feels a little bit less like there's so much time left in the draft, too. They could get somebody else.
Yeah, a lot of time.
Jaylee 26 with a 5 says, no, Amos stolen by the team with the worst NFL team name. Go Birds.
Yeah, well. It's that's
Washington
just how it is.
Football team.
It was a bummer.
Took him. Bizak with a 2 with the mushroom emojis, and then says, mushroom, let's go, Thomas. See, this is how rumors start.
I know.
Somebody takes it and runs with it now.
No,
okay.
Not those kind of mushrooms.
Oh,
I'm going to go
gosh.
get my mud water shortly. Obviously, Philly just picked, and so we got a lot to talk about. But
for sure, yes.
I'm going to definitely get my mud water here in a little bit, just to prove to everybody that it'll help pick up the energy here, because we got a long way to go. Way to go.
Otherwise, going to be like, wait a second, what? Scotch Sunday. Hey, there's another option. You get some scotch. Who is left? Probably not. Who's left on the board that had a top 50 visit? Well, it was top 30. Probably a typo there. Top 30 visit. Who's left on the board for that visit? I can tell you that.
I'd have to look.
I can look at Anthony DeBona's tracker real quick, and I think I've got it here relatively quick if I can get to it. And
Oh, I have the Brown pick. I think we need to talk about the Brown pick, Josh.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to you on the Eagles and who's still
Yes,
available. So,
yes,
okay.
yes. All right,
Let's go.
Brown pick. Okay, with the 67 pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr., tight end out of Bowling Green, Josh. And so, excuse me, just a couple of picks away from Philadelphia. You knew Fannin was probably going to be a third rounder. You knew Philadelphia probably wasn't going to be close, but I had him as my best tight end remaining on the board. And his offensive, or the Eagles quarterback coach was his head coach at Bowling Green last year. Very versatile guy, consensus All-American, the Max Most Valuable Player of the Year, the Max Offensive Player of the Year, first team All-Mac. I mean, this guy's done everything.
Anything else?
He's been, well, I mean, he lines up as a wide receiver. He lines up in the slot. He lines up on the inline. Great hands, great body control. You call him a little bit undersized for the traditional inline tight end role. Top speed isn't crazy, but I still think he's a fantastic, fantastic receiver, a great tight end. And I'm really liking the Browns draft right now with Mason Graham and Harold Fannin and Quishon Judson and Carson Swazinger. Fannin is gone, and the tight ends are starting to really fall right now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, not exactly in a great way. Gunnar Helm is still out there for people wondering, okay, who does that mean? The next option beyond that, probably Gunnar Helm, Eagles met with at the Combine. Harold Fannin, you can throw out there, you kind of mentioned the speed aspect, and the Combine didn't run necessarily fast, but the eye test and the game speed, I think, is what matters most to anybody, obviously, because you're out there on the field, and he was doing that. He put up great numbers, even against good competition. Some of the games that they played last year, played against A&M, played against Penn State, over 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns. Jonnu Smith, I think, is one of the player comps that you could throw out there for. Blocking, sure, that's going to be the constant theme. I think personally, and this is just as I was going through and watching, and we talked about him a number of times, I feel like he's a little bit underrated as a run blocker. I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's a good run blocker, but I think he's a little bit underrated. People just hate on it so much. I think he's got the ability to kind of get up there and at least be serviceable. So I'm with you. That one to me makes sense for the Browns. A little earlier than I might have expected him to go, but that certainly hurts Philly.
Okay, we have the Raiders pick as well.
Okay.
We can get to that one here. Let me know when you're ready to go. We're good to go on that one. 68 overall, by the way. Things are really flying here. With the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, cornerback, Iowa State University. I have him as my best cornerback available right now. Ran a 4.30 40. That was third fastest among all participants, not cornerbacks, all participants in the NFL Draft. Speed and versatility is going to be his things. He went technically a wide receiver, then transitions over to defensive back, and so the athleticism is 100% there. You do kind of, look at the experience at cornerback because he only started playing it in 2022, but the fact that he's a third-round draft pick with only 2 years of experience shows very, very good player. Physicality and coverage, I mean, he's going to be a little bit more physical, I think, at the next level, but a decent pick here by the Las Vegas Raiders. They go cornerback.
Yeah, former receiver, like you said. Like tackling, another concern potential, but if he can end up, having that dual threat ability and being a receiver attacking the ball, I think Zion McCollum was a player comp that some people threw out there. So, all right, we'll see. I might have gone Siobhan Revelle if you go different corner instead first, but right behind him, either way, you got what would you say, 6'3", 6'4" for a corner height? That's a lot of size to deal with.
Okay, we are on to the Patriots. Their pick is in. We're on pick 70 here. We don't know who that is yet, but we do have the pick. Okay, I have it. I actually have it right now.
Okay. Patriots are 69 though, right? We're not, like, we're on to 70.
Yeah,
but
69.
Okay, yep.
69. Okay, with the 69th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, we're going to get Patriots select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State University. And so they finally get a weapon on the outside for Drake May. I know they signed Stephon Diggs this offseason, but now the Patriots are getting a receiver. And speed seems to be the theme right here. But after transferring to Washington State in 2023, he had 70 catches, 1,100 yards, and 14 touchdowns. That's up from only 61 catches and 6 touchdowns the year prior. 17.1 yard per catch, broke the school single-season record with those 14 touchdowns. He's also 6 foot, so he gets over that 6-foot number very, very fast. Needs to get a little heavier. He's only 186 pounds. They show him as 190. But overall, another weapon on the outside for Drake May.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Really good against man coverage. Let's face it, the Patriots, I mean, they needed a lot of help from a season ago, but certainly on the offensive side of the ball. So continue to add, give the weapons for Drake May, protect him. Should be a lot better. I like it. You can kind of grow together, too, in the system. Solid pick.
There you go. All right, so we go to 70 with the Detroit Lions now on the clock. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to make me some mud water, if you don't mind, Josh. I'm gonna
There you go. Yeah,
we talked about it so much. Might as well do
those
a little mud
shrooms,
water
baby.
here, so, yeah, right. I will be right back as we continue to roll here into round 3.
All right, Scotch Sunday with the comment previously. Let me real quickly, I know I'm delayed here. We're just trying to get all those. Let me try to put this on the board for you. All right, it's going to be small. I know. I apologize for that. But let me remove the Patriots here. And then we'll go back to the selection. But yeah, really quickly. Yeah, I know that's crazy small. I can't move it the way I have it set up right now on the screen. But I can tell you, basically. Available for the Eagles still that had visits. So those are all the top 30. Shout out to Anthony DeBono for the graphic there. We've still got a Marcus Bowe, offensive lineman. Wyatt Millum, offensive lineman. Charles Grant, offensive lineman. Jacob Parrish, cornerback. Anthony Belton, already gone. No, he's not available. Dylan Fairchild, offensive lineman. Elijah Roberts, interior defensive lineman. So several. And then you get beyond that, you're talking about kind of the 5th round estimated range that we could get into. But there's a couple different names. Lots of offensive linemen, I will say. It did feel like if you weren't able to get some of those other targets, that it would be that range. So, all right, 70 selection. It is in, by the way, as I was chatting up there. So let me get to... All right. Go to Detroit. I believe they just took a wide receiver, and they did. Ooh, this is an underrated one here. I don't think that we have... Yeah, we don't have the graphic. All right, I'll announce it still. There we go. Pick 70 in the 2025 NFL Draft. Sorry, the Lions are on the clock. I should update here for you. I'm struggling in a big way. There we go. It helps to have the right team. The Jaguars pick at 70. Wide receiver out of Arkansas, Isaac Tesla. Wide receiver there. If you're not familiar with him, he was the most athletic wide receiver recorded at the Combine. Now, some people argue that, whatever, just based on the Combine, most athletic wide receiver in the entire draft class. It's a question of productivity. We're looking at 28 catches, 532 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, he needs some help in his route running, some revisions there. He's a hard worker. He came from Division II, able to get onto Arkansas, play for a couple seasons. I just think that, if he's in the right system, and I don't know, is Jacksonville there? They got Travis Hunter, take Isaac Tesla, pair him up with Trevor Lawrence. It's a weapon. I don't know. He's a fascinating prospect because I think that he's in the right area. He could really blossom and turn into something there because he has those abilities athletically. But interesting one for me, honestly. I mean, at 70, that feels a little quick, I'll be honest, but maybe not. Matt with a 20 bomb, 20 more Philly Special Show memberships. I apologize. I'm getting to these a little bit later, but I will get to them in order. Appreciate all the super chats. You guys are the best. 71 is going to be bringing up the Saints, I believe. Let me try to update that one real quick. Where are the Saints going to go with? We've got it, actually. So 71. We've got the Saints selection as well. Update. And All right. Saints already selected. With the 71st selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Vernon Broughton. I believe that's how I would say the last name. I don't 100% on that. But 6'4", 305, defensive tackle, 13% pass rush win rate, had 4 sacks last year. One of the higher gradings in terms of pass rush grade. Run defense was not quite as much there. Interesting selection based on the board. 90th was kind of the general consensus based on a couple different average and gradings for the mock drafts. But we had a run on defensive linemen, in particular interior defensive linemen. So Vernon Broughton, Saints feel like they got to go with their guy. Makes some sense. Yeah, cheesesteak Tesla to Detroit. Ironic. I didn't actually pick up on that. That's a pretty good one. All right, let me get on these other super chats as well, as Buffalo is on the clock at 72. Let me update Buffalo, and then I'll get to that one. Here we go. Johnny Ireland. What's up, man? With a 5. Maybe Howie is on those shrooms you mentioned, since he isn't doing any wheeling and dealing so far. Make some moves, Big Pippin. Go Birds. Yeah, maybe Thomas can. Maybe Thomas is not the only one. See, this is the problem though. We're spreading rumors that somebody's going to go with, and it's just the mud water. But who knows? There's multiple of these. Great, good. The more super chats. Pork chop with the 5. Mushrooms. Now the massive grain of salt oxymoron makes more sense. Love the stream. This makes the event better, just like the Super Bowl. Great job, boys. Thank you for that, sir. That is appreciated. Still, people are taking and running with something that is maybe not quite exactly what was inferred, but, he technically did say it. Real Brave Music with a 2. I'm going to go full throttle round 3, in quotations. That's probably Howie Roseman. Maybe so. I just feel like there's going to be some sort of a trade up. Josh H with a 2. Sanders falling to round 3 is hilarious. It is. I think it's objectively hilarious. We're keep on going down further. Cash Hendricks with a 5. This is the safety I wanted. I think that was back before to Andrew Mukuba. Again, I'm getting to these in order, so we're late. Chris Turk. What's up, man? With a 2, I'm just happy we didn't go with yeah, I mean, come on, we didn't need Sanders. Are you kidding me? Who was going to go there? Sanders was never in play. I'm with you though. Jack J with a 5. Trade up from Harold Fannin Jr. in the 3rd. Or trade up for him. Yes, that was earlier.
Well,
could have no longer.
So much for that. So much for that.
Took a while to get to the super chat. So,
by the way, I was curious. I knew the Saints were coming up, and obviously they have not taken Shedeur Sanders. So, holy cow.
Yeah. Still let him fall. Just go further and further down. Bills at 72. Annan with 5. We will have Simmons teach him how to tackle. So still believe Justin Simmons, and then teach Andrew Mukuba and Sidney Brown to tackle, is the belief. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. I think Justin Simmons is done.
I kind of believe that as well, yeah.
It's my personal opinion here.
Yeah,
so
probably after that move. CJ with a 10. He is very similar to Justin Simmons, just barely lighter and just 2 inches shorter. Yeah, but you kind of just argued against yourself there. Like, I mean, it's somewhat true, but like just 2 inches shorter, that's a decent difference. I mean, I don't know. Like, you go from like, hey, someone's 6'1" or someone's 5'11". Like, I don't know, that's a decent difference. I don't know. I hear you. He could go into it. Another JH with a 2. Told you Mukuba was good last week. Yes. That is true. I believe.
Yes, you did.
That one.
Yes, you did.
That is fair. Higher than what I anticipated. I did not expect it to go that early.
I agree.
Do we have Buffaloes yet? I got some more super chats I can run through. Okay,
I have it.
We can go with that one. All right.
Yep. Okay, with the 72nd pick and the 72nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Buffalo selects Landon Jackson, edge rusher, Arkansas, and so they get the massive. I mean, they got 6'7" one of the larger edge rushers in the National Football League. I mean, he is huge, and he goes to Buffalo, who continues to bolster their defensive line. I mean, he's versatile. I think you could technically play him at the defensive tackle spot as well because he is so large. The arm's length is actually massive here, but low pad level at 6'7" can definitely be a challenge. And then the pass rush techniques. He doesn't have a lot of moves after his initial one here. Day 2 prospect through and through. I think the third round is where I had him as well.
Yeah, this is a good get, I think, for this point in the draft too. Being able to take him on there makes a whole lot of sense. Good run stopper. I think it's just the pass rush. If he can get a little bit more of a better repertoire in the pass rush moves, only 11% of that pass rush win rate. But when it comes to, honestly, another type of selection that we would anticipate or kind of expect from Buffalo, it feels like a move in Atlanta Jackson. So they get their guy.
Okay, we also have the Jet pick right now. If you are ready, we have a highlight for that one as well.
Okay.
Okay, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Azareye'h Thomas, cornerback from Florida State. So another cornerback goes off the floor here, or off the board, and a lot of people compare him to Jalen Ramsey. The problem is that he's barely played the cornerback position from a starter role. He just became a starter this past season. The question is really going to be, in my opinion, is speed, because the speed is a little bit of a problem here. The game tape indicates he rarely gets beaten deep, but the actual 40 time says he's a little bit slower, a little more modest than you'd want. Also had a lot of flags at Florida State, a lot of penalties overall, but he has a knack for the football. And, you know, the broad jump was impressive, and he had quite a few PBUs at Florida State. I had him as a second rounder, late second rounder, but he goes here in the third because there are a lot more cornerbacks ahead of him.
Yep. Only 20 years old. You know, there's time to grow, get involved in that. Maybe potentially learn, not necessarily. We'll see, but I agree with you. There's the athleticism factor. He does seem to play with a significant amount of IQ and just understanding of the position, especially for not having started for that long. That's the impressive part. He doesn't have that experience, but he does look like he knows what he's doing out there. It comes down to the athleticism, as you mentioned. Will that be a hamper? Can he play through it? Is he going to be able to use his leverage against other teams? He's a taller one, obviously, at 6'2", but Jets add another guy. They do have one dominant corner, of course, in Sauce Gardner. So there you go. Get Azareye'h Thomas.
I see that Pro Football Talk has just said that Shedeur Sanders has a year of eligibility left. He could technically return to college football, which would be
imagine
pretty crazy. I don't see that as being a possibility here.
No.
The Broncos pick is in. I don't have it yet at 74. By the way, we keep talking about it. Here is my mud water. And so the case that comes in here. Josh and I both have those. Channel sponsor Mudwater, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Although they were not going to be sponsoring the draft show. I mean, I'm doing this because I like the stuff, and a little pick me up here. And so I put a little bit of coconut milk with MCT oil, that the packet that they have there, and I did the hot water. I do cold water, hot water, but it's coffee, essentially mushroom coffee, essentially what they say. But the goal is to not be taking 400 milligrams of caffeine right now, much lighter dose. And so nice, smooth energy here from here on out. And it smells and tastes incredible. The smell, I don't know if you
go.
Just open up your can. The smell of Mudwater to me is like, the cinnamon hints are really nice. Really nice. And it looks like coffee. I can't really show you because I'm going to dump it.
Yeah, you could throw it at the camera.
It does.
You can see that barely.
Like
yeah.
Barely? Okay, yeah. It does look like coffee.
It's I'm not much of a coffee drinker myself, but yeah, if you're looking for an alternative, that is the reason for it. So, Real Bray Music with a 5. I live in Texas, and I love the Longhorns. All right, well, we can't, nobody's perfect. I watched Mukuba dominate. When I say everyone, calm down, trust my take, Howie and Vic, this is a monster.
There you go. I think,
like the optimism.
I think Mukuba is going to be one of those ones where you hear it and you're like, okay, and then you read about it, you go, but then you watch the film and then you sleep on it, and we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and be like, oh my gosh, they got the safety. This is the one we wanted. Oh my goodness, I'm super excited, and that's how it's probably going to be. That's my guess, because I am already growing on it as well.
Yeah. I trust Howie and Vic for sure. So there's no doubt about that. It was just not my top safety, but look, I'm not a GM.
Yeah.
I'm not so yeah, it's just my personal preference, and I will gladly be wrong and just move on. We got a safety.
Yep.
We were saying we wanted a safety. That's who they felt like is the guy.
Yep.
And Vic Fangio said, there you go ahead and draft him. And regardless if you think it's a reach, Vic Fangio didn't think it was. Howie Roseman didn't think it was. So you got him. Roy with a 10. Reese Guy Stinks did not play. Reese Guy Stinks did not play well against the Ohio State wideouts. Who? What?
Who's he talking about?
I don't know. Is that a type? I don't know. Reese did not play against.
I don't know who he's.
Ohio State wideouts.
I don't know who he's talking about.
Yeah, I can't.
No idea.
I'm sorry. I apologize. One of the corners, I would imagine, just said he didn't play good against the Ohio State wideouts, but I don't know who that is.
I see a comment here. Just this isn't a super chat. But is Howie going to have 12 picks? I mean, they haven't traded up at all this year. We thought for sure they'd be trading up. I mean, you got 12 picks next year. You're gonna use some of those to move up. I don't know. We'll see.
I feel like it's coming. Gotta be at some point here. By the way, we're 3,500 likes, 1,500 away from breaking the record from last night. 1,500. And there's technically 5,000 people among both streams. So if you just drop a like right now, we would appreciate it. It means a lot. We're trying to break the record from last night of those 5,000. So go ahead. Just drop down there and hit the like button.
All right, we're about to get the Denver pick here.
Okay, we got that one?
We're about to get the Denver pick here. I actually don't have it, but they're picking it right now. Go ahead and do it. I got it. Oh, I don't know if I have it yet. Hang on. Okay, now I do. All right. Okay, with the 74th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, the wide receiver out of Illinois. And so Denver has added another pass catcher, this time the 6'3", 200-pound variety in Pat Bryant, who I had him as more of a later round guy, Josh. I mean, I don't know where you had Pat Bryant. I didn't have him as a third rounder. The 40-yard dash, pretty average, 4.52, 10 touchdowns, less than 1,000 yards at Illinois, which had a good quarterback. Interesting pick. I didn't really have a high grade on him. I don't know a lot.
Yeah, I didn't either, honestly. It's interesting because he's got the ability to make catch. I mean, his above the rim catching, I think, was one of the ways that he was described. But I was looking certainly a day 3 pick for me. So for him to go at this point here is a little bit surprising. But you had a run of some wide receivers, and they feel like that's their guy. So go ahead and make the selection. I feel like, I mean, honestly, if you wanted to take him, Denver's back at 111. That's closer to where I would have expected him. But if you're fearful, you're not 100% that he's going to be there, and that was the absolute target and the weapon that you want to add with Bo Nix, I guess more power to you. But that feels like a big reach.
I totally agree. All right, we can go ahead and do the Niner pick as well. I'm ready for pick 75.
All right.
Okay, with the 75th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State, Josh. And so we get an inside linebacker here for the 49ers. And the question is going to be, how ready is he to contribute right away? He did miss 7 games last season. The knee injury is why he fell a little bit here. But in 2023, as a junior, he started all 14 games and led the team with 140 tackles. That was the most by any Oklahoma State player since 1984. So he was all Big 12 honors. Definitely has the ability there. Very athletic, very versatile, had a great combine as well. But the knee injury is kind of the question mark here for Nick Martin and why he goes in 75.
All right. Hey, they keep going. I mean, honestly, they're just trying to retool that defensive line, that front 7. You go with the linebacker here. They've made some selections already with Michael Williams, Alfred Collins. San Francisco had a clear game plan going into it, but 75 picks, or out of the top 75, 3 of those all front 7 guys.
Yep. Yep. All right, Dallas on the clock now. Now, when does Shedeur Sanders go? Does he go tonight? Falling out at all tonight would be crazy.
Yeah, could you imagine? Thinking, hoping he was going to be first round, and then he ends up going day 3.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
That'd be rough.
That would be crazy. Okay,
all right.
I don't have the Dallas pick, but they're about to give it to us.
Yeah, it says the pick is in. June says, with the 2, potential is there, but not going to lie, son, that's a bad pick. That was from previously, but.
Oh, from Akuba, okay.
Back and forth.
All right, I have the Cowboy pick. With the 76th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Siobhan Revel Jr., cornerback, Eastern Carolina. This is an interesting one. I had him a lot higher than going this late in the 3rd round because he tore his ACL in 2024. It makes sense why he's here. He missed the final 10 games and actually sat out the COVID year as well back in 2020. And so he was on track for having a big year in 2024. The ACL tear is definitely the problem there. But since then, I think they've done a really good job bolstering this defense. They just don't have any weapons, is what's crazy. I mean, who's playing running back for the Dallas Cowboys? Who's their number 2 wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, these are questions we do not know the answer to.
Defense wins championships, but yeah, there's not too many of those. I with you though. I do like that selection. Our rivals in the NFC East making a couple selections at corner that
yeah,
fairly high on those guys. So
wonder why.
Have to deal with it, I suppose. I don't know, but yeah, bully and press coverage. Siobhan Revel, I don't know, likes a little bit of out of control, gets beat, but we'll see.
Carolina has traded up here, Josh. I have that pick ready to go. 77. With the 77th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Princely Umanmielen, edge rusher from Ole Miss, Josh. And this is somebody that I had high on my board right now because he had an absolutely big breakout senior year at Ole Miss. 10.5 sacks, 13.5 TFLs. I mean, this is a guy who rushes the quarterback. First team All-SEC, second team All-American as well. Transfers over from Florida. I think he's a very, very good pass rusher with a lot of bend ability around the edge and explosive off the line.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Lots to like about his game with the 6'4", 255 frame like you're talking about. The pass rush win rate, which again I will say almost every single time for a pass rusher, that's one of those big things that we talk about. 22.8% on that pass rush win rate is big time. Run defense, a little bit more question marks, but if you're going to have a guy who's potential to put up double-digit sack numbers, I think you live with that, and you hope that he slowly improves in the run-stopping game. Little bit limited versatility, but getting after the passer, that's what it's about. All right, so 78 now. We're flying. Like everybody's starting to get picks in, and it is moving.
Sorry, I had a dog that was freaking out because it's thunderstorming right now. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So.
We've had that the last couple days.
Let's hope I don't lose power because I think it's going to storm a lot right now. So if I just magically disappear, then
we know
why. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Okay, Cardinal pick is in. I don't have it yet though.
All right, let's get theirs.
Do not have the Cardinal pick yet. Ooh, it's really raining right now here in the ATL. Wow.
Okay. As we wait, real quickly, I'll get in a few super chats because we're behind on those. Keisha with a 5. This is from earlier, but said this chat is so fickle and it is messing with my buzz. Y'all freak out way too easy every year. It's the same thing. Breathe in, breathe out, relax.
Not a bad idea there. Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that one.
It's hard not to get emotional, but yes.
I had the Texan pick. I don't have the Cardinal pick. So I don't know who the Cardinal pick is.
Well,
but I had the Texan pick at 79.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get that here. Yeah, I'm refreshing also, and I'm not seeing it. So
do not have it. Okay, I have to deal with my dog, Josh. Sorry, you have to.
Sure.
You have to run point here for a second.
All right. Yep. No, you're good. Let's see if we have. the pick here for the Cardinals. Come on. If we got Houston, surely. Still nothing so far. Nope. Well, it looks like the Texans are going to go with a receiver. So we'll eventually be able to announce that, but I can't get the Cardinals yet. Justin, +1 on breathing techniques for this chat. Yeah. Eagle 1. Sorry, Eagle Nation. Hope this makes up for it. That was earlier, I think, for the members gifted. So, Matt, you're a real one. I don't know. Jinxes are real, but yeah, I was hoping it was, putting some good vibes out there for Trey Amos, but then all of a sudden it gets taken. So, what can you do? Daniel with a 5. As much as CJ is beloved by Philly, but some are overlooking he ranked 21st out of all safeties. Hopefully this stat doesn't upset anybody in the chat. Well, I can only imagine. That was earlier. I can only imagine where that went with the conversation. But, he was not as great early, started to get a little better late, cleaned up some things. But you're right. It's not just over the moon. All right, let's see. I'm just trying to refresh. Cardinals pick. Do we have it? Come on. Still nothing. I'm not seeing.
Do we still not know the Cardinal pick?
I don't believe so.
I don't either. By the way, it's really storming, and so I'm going to disappear at some point here. The power's going to flicker. I just know it's going to. So just FYI.
Okay.
I do not have. Oh, I have it now.
We got it?
We have the video for this one. Yeah. I have it. We might not have the video. I could be wrong on that. With the 78th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jordan Burch, edge rusher out of Oregon. No, I don't think we have this one here, Josh. But he is another of these massive edge rushers. We might. If we do, then obviously throw it up. Oh, look at that. We actually do. South Carolina transfer. He finished his career at Oregon. Only 4.5 sacks during his time with the Gamecocks. But then at Oregon, he exploded. 11.5 sacks, 64 tackles. And I think he has the potential to be a really good pass rusher at the next level. Versatility. You mentioned those 11.5 sacks the past 2 seasons. Just got to be more consistent. He'd have games where he'd disappear. Then he'd have games where he would, burst onto the scene and get a couple of sacks. So more development. Hand placement is a little bit of a problem as well. When you get into the 3rd round, you're trying to find those diamonds in the rough, and I think Jordan Burch could be a pretty good edge rusher in the National Football League.
Yeah, for people that don't know, he took a very concerted effort to reshape his body before his final season there with Oregon. So kind of the big difference for why he was able to produce the way that he was. Some scouts are saying this, and you talk about, can he end up living up to potential? Matt Judon was thrown out there as a couple player comps. You turn anything close to that, I think that people will be pretty happy for a guy that's only had really 1 season of productivity. But, Thomas, you mentioned it there. You say, look, the guy didn't produce in South Carolina. You transfer, reshape the body, go to Oregon, have the 11.5 sacks. There's a whole lot to like with the athleticism, the first step, the explosion. Can he keep that up and produce? You pair him up in Cardinals now, what? Josh Sweat, another selection here with the pass rush. They're certainly loading up, kind of like the 49ers have been.
Okay, I have the Texan pick as well. Let me know when you're ready for that one. We got pick 79. Okay, with the 79th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Noel, wide receiver, another one out of Iowa State, and they get another slot guy here. They do get a slot guy in Noel. I mean, I like the guy because he has incredible hands and he's incredibly fast right now. 8 touchdowns in 2024, 1,194 yards, about 14.9 yards per catch here. And route running continues to be the thought. I mean, I have him as one of these slot guys who can do a lot. Obviously, blocking is kind of the problem. Physicality, a little bit undersized. But I think it's a good pick here. The Texans have gotten 2 receivers, Jaden Higgins in round 2 and now Jalen Noel in round 3.
Why not? If they played on the same team, pair them up. it's kind of a fun pick.
Yeah.
See if it works out for both of them. But, we mentioned the injury. Tank Dell, you're trying to get some more weapons for C.J. Stroud. They're trying to protect him, of course, too. So they made some offensive line picks there. But it's probably a little early for me, just personal preference on where I would have gone with him. A couple other receivers maybe ahead. But, if it's between both of those and you got some previous teammates rejoin there, I can see why you make the pick.
I got the Colts one at 82. I'm ready to go for the Colts at 80.
All right. Here's the Colts.
Okay, with the 80th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, cornerback out of Minnesota. And so there goes another corner. We had a run right now on cornerbacks and wide receivers. 4.40 at the 2025 NFL Combine. That was 8th best among cornerbacks. Only had 2 interceptions in 2024. Still very, very agile and has great ball skills. And he's a willing tackler for being small. It's like a $185, $195. Obviously, a little bit more aggressive play style can lead to some penalties. Got to mitigate those. But another one of these kind of scrappy cornerbacks coming out of Minnesota.
Yeah, that is. Don't have the highlights for him. That's a interesting pick. This guy flew up draft boards. There was some hype late on him, obviously, to be selected here. Kind of someone, though, that I was thinking would be, honestly, like a day 3 selection. So for him to go here, good for it. There's other corners that I would probably taken ahead of him. Jacob Parrish, one of those at Kansas State. Philly brought him in for a top 30 visit. The Colts feel, obviously, with Justin Wally. I think when you look at him, there's certainly a lot in terms of his anticipation and his skills, where he does look like he might be, more ready than some of the other corners that are there from day one. But I just don't know, like, the long-term trajectory of what you're going with. 5'11", 195. I personally, again, would have just gone with him tomorrow and take somebody else. But here we go.
Let's do the Bengal one here at 81. I got that one ready to go. I think we're starting to see how the draft is weaker than I think, most people realized even heading into it. We knew it was a weaker draft, but even in the 80s, you're starting to get these picks that you're wondering, when are they going to be able to go ahead and contribute? Excuse me, the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Bengals select Dylan Fairchild. They get the guard out of Georgia, an all-state wrestler, 0 sacks allowed, and 785 pass blocking attempts, Josh. I like him. Very physical, very gritty blocking style. We talk about the wrestling background as well. Pass protection, he hadn't allowed a sack. You can't really complain there, but you need some refinement on the footwork. Again, you get to the 3rd round here, and you want to make sure you still get a versatile guy. Plays a lot of left guard, but he can move around the offensive line as well. He played right guarded and has a little center in the background. But I have him as a late 3rd, early 4th, and now we're kind of middle of the 3rd round, and so it kind of fits.
I like it. Georgia player. Physicality.
Yep.
Makes sense. So it makes, Tennessee back on the board? 82?
Yep. And the pick is in right now.
Okay. Happy Funk, welcome to the Hungry Dogs tier. Membership there. Access to the monthly Zoom calls, so congratulations. Special merch giveaways for members as well. Good for you. All right, so let's get the Titans now. I am getting those super chats. We've just had a blistering pace for those that are wondering. We will get to those.
Okay, the Titan one. I don't have who. I don't have who it is.
Oh, okay. We just had to pick it. All right.
You made me panic.
False
I was
alarm.
like, do we know who it is? No. I know
just
who
have
the
to tell
Steeler
us.
one is.
Okay.
I know what the Steeler pick is. I don't
Great.
know who the
Let's
Titan
just be
pick
after
is right
this
now.
one. Okay.
That's happened multiple times.
Put you on the
People
spot.
jumping the gun on me. No, I did not know who the Titan pick is.
Okay,
right
no,
now.
we're good. I heard pick is in, and I went, oh, okay, we're good.
No. The pick is in for the Titans. We don't know who the pick is. Sorry.
Okay. I will get to a couple super chats then. In the meantime,
Go ahead.
33 Pauly with a 2. Didn't Andrew knock out that Georgia quarterback last year?
Yes.
Carson.
Yes, he did. No, it was the other one, Gunnar Stockton, right? That was the overtime
because of
hit,
the
wasn't it? Yes.
Because Carson came in after.
I think so.
Yeah.
So was this the hit on Carson Beck? I don't remember.
I don't know,
I can
actually.
tell you here in a second.
Because he got
I'll tell
injured,
you.
but then it was after whenever he had to come in and he was going to be useless. But
It was Gunnar Stockton.
Gunnar,
It was
okay,
Gunnar
all right,
Stockton. Yeah. It is overtime. Jeez, yeah, he like decapitated Gunnar Stockton. I
true.
forgot about that. That was really bad.
Mm.
Oh man.
Lucky left with a 10. How do you guys feel about our second round pick? I need to go watch some film. I'm not sure. And Josh, when Walter Nolan went off the board, we had the same reaction. I think a lot of people
I
did.
think a lot of us did. A lot of us did. We are growing, Josh. We are growing in the Makuba pick. There are a lot of people that had him as a third round guy. And I think that's the thing. Third round guy, you love him. Second round guy, a little bit of a reach, but you're picking 64th. And so 64th is basically the third round. And so I think in the end it makes sense. They didn't bring him in for a top 30 visit, and then they brought in Kevin Winston for a top 30 visit and didn't pick him. So it was interesting. Just because you come in for a top 30 visit doesn't mean you leave as the favorite. So, remains to be seen.
Yep. I think it tells you about the injury concern, like we mentioned a second ago as well. So I look, again, I'll just continue to say it. Personally, I would not have gone Andrew Makuba. I will very gladly, hopefully, be proven wrong. I'm not saying that he's bad. I just would have gone other preferences. Yet at the same time, we'll just continue to reiterate. Trust Howie, trust Vic Fangio. They know what they're doing. They're so much smarter than all of us. So, Andrew Makuba is the player.
Still don't have the Titan pick, by the way. I'm still
no.
waiting on that one. I had the Steeler pick, and I'll tell you this, Josh. The Steeler pick is not Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, that was the question that we were going to be asking. Yeah, somebody.
In case you were wondering. Holy cow. The slide is unbelievable.
It's wild. That is absolutely wild. Almost 4,000 likes. We are 150-ish likes away. If you've not hit the like button, please do that. Garrett with a 20 bomb, just spitballing here. Maybe Howie is betting on the Eagles being good this year, knowing there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks next year, meaning players of need are easier to move up and get with more bang for our buck. So that's interesting. Save those selections and do that.
It's a very good point. And then you use the 12 and trade up next year because you get 6 or 7 quarterbacks in round 1. Not bad. All right, Titan pick is in. Let's do the Titan pick. Okay, 82nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Tennessee Titans select Kevin Winston Jr., Josh, the Penn State safety. I think he fell a little bit. I mean, 82, I had him as a potential second-round draft pick. Philadelphia brought him in for a top 30 visit. We know a lot about Kevin Winston Jr. playing up there at Penn State. Very physical. Many strengths that I would say revolve around that. Aggressive. Good in run support. Good in pass coverage. Ran a 4.5 40, so it means he's fast and athletic. He has the speed to cover ground quickly, and he does match up pretty well against fast receivers. But the ACL injury in 2024 is obviously a question. That's why he fell. He probably could have been a first-round draft pick if not for that. And some scouts have noted that Winston can be slightly hesitant at times, which affects the reaction speed. I like him. I think he's an excellent cover 3 safety, especially in single high as well. Many different roles. Big fan of Kevin Winston Jr. I think the Titans are putting together a nice draft as well.
Yep. We're in the same agreement. Lots of people would have, considered, been a potential option. I'd say as good as one of the best, if not the best, ball hawks that you would find in this class. It's just that injury. But I'm telling you, before the injury, like we very realistically could have been talking about Kevin Winston Jr. being the first safety taken off the board. So if he recovers back to that area that he was at in 2023, the Titans got to steal. And, you look at Denard Wilson, the defense, and what their job could do with it. I hope for his sake that he's good. That would have been my pick. I understand people mention, like ACL injury, they're serious, all that. But we'll see. Eagles must have felt not enough to go with him.
Okay, I have 83. Steeler pick ready to go. And not Shedeur Sanders.
And here we go.
83, Pittsburgh Steelers. They select Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa. And so another back goes off the board, and this one is the big physical flavor, Josh. 6'1", 224 pounds. He is absolutely massive. You got to be a big running back if you're playing in that Iowa offense, right? 1,500 rushing yards in 2024. Wait for it, 21 rushing touchdowns. Both of those led the Big Ten. Really good vision, though. Very patient as well. He waits for those blocks to develop. He waits for running lanes to go ahead and emerge. The questions are obviously lateral agility and kind of surprisingly pass protection. Not necessarily the best pass blocker so far, but he has the size. Can the coaches in Pittsburgh get it out of him? I like this pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want a physical back, he might be the best one in the draft.
Yeah, very, very physical. Okay, so the funny thing, too, and I'll just throw this out here, R.J. Harvey that we mentioned a good bit ago at pick 60 for the Broncos, that dude's 5'9", right? So if I were to tell you he's got good elusiveness, he's going to make people miss all the other stuff, that seems to reason. As you're talking about Caleb Johnson, physicality is there, but he's also got a significantly higher elusiveness rating than R.J. Harvey. So that kind of is, a little bit terrifying, I suppose, for a 6 foot, 225-pound running back. It's one thing for agility. Yes, that is certainly understanding. But just to make people miss, broken tackles, getting out of the way, it's not necessarily always just run over the guy. Has good vision, as you were talking about, with other areas to like about his game. But it does feel like a Pittsburgh Steelers running back, prototypical there. And, Najee Harris, I don't know, he's just kind of iffy there last season.
Yeah,
so
I would
feel
agree.
like it's time to move on, or at least bolster that.
Bucks pick is in. I'm ready to go for the Bucks pick here.
All right. Get the Bucks in.
Okay, with the 84th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, I just lost it. I had it on the screen, and now I have lost it, Josh. It was the cornerback, and now I'm blanking on his name. I had it here, and now I have lost it. Was it Jacob Parrish? Is that who it was? I believe
he is
that
a corner.
Ben, I think it was. Then
I would need to refresh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
It is Parrish. Okay. Sorry. Jacob Parrish, the cornerback from Kansas State, is the selection, Josh. Is the selection.
Let's see. Do we have that one?
I don't think we do.
Shoot.
I don't recognize it.
Yeah, I don't either. I was hoping that we did. I did a. Yeah. Okay. We don't. That's a good selection though. I mean, again, we mentioned Eagles brought him in for a top 30 visit. Very smart cornerback. 21 years old, 5'10", 198. Tons of agility, fluidity, recovery speed, explosiveness, short area burst, everything you like there. I'm curious to see, and Anthony DeBono would argue that he could play outside and in the slot. I feel like slot corner is a better fit for him, but I'd be interesting to see, is that where Tampa views him, or do they move him to the outside? And could he play that a little bit undersized at 5'10", 198? He actually did better than you might expect, though, against some bigger receivers this past season. So it'll be interesting to see.
Okay, we have 85. 85 is good to go. The Chiefs traded up with the New England Patriots. We have 85 ready to rock right now.
All righty.
With 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chiefs have traded up and taken Noel Williams, the cornerback from California, who was a little lower on my draft board, but a very big physical one at 6'1", 200 pounds. He had 19 reps of the bench press at the NFL Combine. That was second best among cornerbacks. Led the nation in interceptions, Josh, and he had 3 touchdowns. He had an interception return, he had a fumble return, and a kickoff return as well. The 40-yard pick sits against Miami. He's a very, very big physical person. He's athletic, but the lateral movement can be a little bit of a problem here. Tacklers can kind of evade him in the open space. But overall, I mean, the Chiefs clearly wanted him. They traded up for him.
Yeah, 15 interceptions in 5 years. The extra year haven't been there, but 5 years of playtime. That's not too bad. Pretty good production there. The one thing is, or the other element of it, I would say, is probably the grabbing aspect. He can be fairly grabby, get a lot of penalties, but overall, there's been a run on corners. I think just objectively speaking, a little bit quick to take him here, but because of the run on corners, I imagine the Chiefs are like, okay, hey, look, we wanted to wait. Now it's time to go up and just get him.
There you go. All right, 86. I don't have it. The pick is in, though, for the Chargers. We'll see if we get this one here. Don't have it yet. I mean, there's only 93? 90, what's the number? 94 picks in
96.
I'm blanking now. What's my math? 96. That would make sense. Yeah. So we're 10 away from Philadelphia wrapping up round 3 here. So the Chargers are on the clock right now.
Jay Chad with a 5. Appreciate that. Says, love the live cast. Howie is having a quiet draft. Is Goddard staying now? What's next biggest position need for right now?
Well, I think corner would make sense. They got their safety, they got their defensive lineman. Corner was kind of next on our list here. After that, it would be tight end unless Goddard stays. But I don't think we can assure that Goddard is going to be here until you get through tomorrow. And even if you get through tomorrow, you just got to make sure you don't take a tight end, right? Because if they draft a tight end tomorrow, they could wait to trade Goddard, but for a couple days, technically. But if you don't draft a tight end tomorrow, then you're feeling pretty good, I would say, if you're Dallas Goedert.
Yep. And then you have better negotiating power too. If that doesn't happen,
Yes.
You're like, all right, hey, great. You didn't get your guy. So, John, I appreciate you calling me out here. Yes, I did mispronounce that. I had the Jags logo up there and trying to multitask, which is not my strong suit, but Tesla to Detroit, not Jacksonville. So thank you for that. Yes. Still a reach in my opinion, regardless of which team he went to. But we'll see. Real Talk with G with a 5 says, Josh, I think our next Zoom call will get a little heated. Oh no. See, this is the issue, though, of being so late on some of these super chats here. I don't even know what maybe Makuba, I'm assuming, but I don't really know. I'm looking forward to it, though.
Go ahead and roll through them all. Why don't we roll through them all? We can just say what the Charger pick is. We don't have to make a full announcement. I don't have it yet either.
Okay, cool. JM with a 2. I think the league is icing Howie on purpose. It very well might be. Seriously. Dirty D.
I know which one you're reading.
Dirty D, living up to the name.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I saw that one.
Here.
I was waiting.
2 inches is a huge difference. Just ask anyone.
Yeah, it does. It does for a cornerback and for other people.
Some people not going to say.
Yeah.
Come on now. I can't even remember who was making that argument earlier, but
it was a long time ago.
Spot on with her. That away, Dan. Lucky left with a 2. This has definitely been a quiet draft from Howie. And that it has.
I mean, quiet. Yeah, it's just because he hadn't traded for anybody, right? I mean, DeJean last year was electric. So it's because he hasn't traded for anybody.
One trade for one spot. That's where I'm quite honestly stunned a bit. Because they're at 96. I mean, maybe they trade up a couple selections here, but I was assuming we'd get 1 or 2. And now it's kind of looking like they may just say, we'll just pick at 96.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, surely. Howie averages 5 trades a draft, and if you only get 1 through the first 2, it's got to be coming.
I'll just give you the Charger pick. It's a tackle. They got Jamari Caldwell from Oregon, so no need to. We'll just so we have it. So put Green Bay on the clock.
Yep. All right. Jamari Caldwell.
Yep.
Got that selection. So we're at 87.
Mm-hmm.
All right. John with a 5. Thank you, guys. Sure would be cool if you accidentally spilled the CJ-GJ beans.
Oh, accidentally, you say.
Oops.
Well, we have a new CJ-GJ. Yeah. The one thing I'll say about the CJ-GJ beans, we are not the only people that know what happened. And the fact that no one else has reported it is so interesting to me. Yep. And I think it goes to show that, if the Eagles don't want something out there, it won't get out there. So that's all I'll say. We are not the only people that know what happened.
Correct. Yes.
So.
But outside of the beans themselves, I think it tells you even more. Just referring back to so CJ gets traded, and there's Kenyon Green, and someone wants to go, this is Howie loved the trade, just wanted to make the if you wanted to talk yourself into it. I don't think the majority of people believe that, but if you wanted to talk yourself into it, yet. Now he's selecting a safety at the 2nd round of the NFL draft. So, I mean, Justin Reed tried to make the signing there, didn't get that happen. 2nd round. It was a move that had to be made for locker room vibes, team chemistry, everything there, and you're seeing it play out. So,
Packers pick is in. I don't have it yet, though. And the Texans have traded up. Texans are going to be 88 and 89, I believe.
Wow, okay. Tony with the 2. It's Friday, fellas. Crack a beer.
It is Friday, actually. I've been cracking my mud water because I
staying
don't
awake.
want to drink. While we're by the way, I have completely perked up, but I'm not like I'm gonna be able to sleep after, which was
That's
the
the
whole goal
benefit.
there.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
yeah,
You don't want the don't want the crash or the jitters, so you just kind of get
yep,
the best of both worlds.
yep.
Andres with a 2 said, "So glad you left your old channel, T Mott 22
I
follower
am as
since
well.
then."
I am as well.
It's your official
Yeah,
statement.
more than you know.
Squink Sting with a 5, president of the Tanner McKee Irrational Exuberance Club here. Okay, checking in.
Oh,
Why not let the Mormon Missile play safety? Nothing he can't do.
man, we are. I thought you were gonna say trade him because he's so good, but you wanted to play safety, which is fine. I mean, sure, why not? Right? It's 10:30 p.m. on night 2 of the NFL draft. Anything's possible. So sure.
Squink's on some shrooms, I think. Also,
Green Bay pick. I know we still have more super chats, right? So I'll just tell you the
Yeah,
Green
yeah.
Bay pick here. It's Savion Williams, the wide receiver from TCU, the big wide receiver
Ooh,
from
okay.
TCU. I mean, 6'4" is kind of, some people have 6'5", but 6'4", 225. He's very, very big, but also has straight line speed as well. And so 6 touchdowns in 2024, not a ton of catches. TCU didn't have like a quarterback last year. But mid to late round pick, and
Yep.
and Green Bay is getting Jordan Love weapons. So there you
That is
go. So
interesting,
now
yeah.
put I think Jacksonville on the clock.
Did they trade up?
Maybe. They have Jacksonville right now.
Okay. All right, let's put Jacksonville. Matthew Golden. That's interesting. Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. Cordero Patterson. Excuse me. I think would be
A lot
kind
of
a
people double
player
dipping
comp.
for receiver, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A lot of double dips
Yeah.
on receivers. Texans double dip. Packers double dip. A lot of receivers.
All right, look at the Jags for 88.
It is the Jags, and the Jags are going to pick.
Okay. Garrett with a 2. Thomas, we don't pay you to take pee breaks.
I know, but
That was earlier.
I'm about to take another one because my dog is going crazy. She hates storms. Hang on.
I know the drill.
Just I gotta clock in, clock out here, so you don't have to pay me. For
Yeah,
the
there
next
you go.
two
So
and a
everybody
half
wait.
minutes here. Just what?
Jaguars. Let's see. We got is it Caleb Ransaw? Caleb? I think the guy announcing it said Caleb. I would pronounce that as Caleb, but either one. Cornerback for Jacksonville. So that's who they take at 88. And I believe are they on the clock again at 89? Let's see. I think they are. All right. Johnny with 5 more. As for Howie getting iced, I saw the clip of the call with Campbell, and Lori even said they were trying to get him for the past hour. Maybe true. Yes, that was. They were. But the report was that they actually agreed to a trade with the Chargers. The Chargers agreed to it, and then someone botched reporting it to the league office, so it didn't go in. They didn't get the 22nd pick. And in hindsight, that's fantastic because we didn't have to give up near as much compensation for it. But yeah, Howie had a trade done to move up to 22, ends up getting the same guy that he wanted at 22 at 31. Denise with a 2. Appreciate that. Give these guys a like. They're so good. Go Birds. Thank you, Denise. Thank you for that. That means a lot. Yes. Almost to 4,000 likes. We are 62 likes away from 4,000 likes. We can make it. 5,000 might be difficult. We might not surpass
Very close.
last night's, but we could go past the 4. Mike A with a 5. I'm an Eagles fan from Texas. I love the Mukuba pick, and Ojomo is only 23 and will have a bigger role this year. A couple horns playing for the Birds. Okay, we're fans of Ojomo. You had him on the,
massive fans
show
of Ojomo. Yes, yes.
Made significant strides. Mukuba may be that as well. You know, get a guy. We'll see. Tony.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Go ahead. I don't have the pick yet. Go ahead.
The 20 bomb from Tony says, word is how he got so hammered last night after drafting Campbell. We just now woke him up and he's ready to work. So it took him a long time, and he's finally ready with 3, 4, 5 selections left before the Eagles pick. I highly doubt that's Howie Roseman's MO because he lived for the draft, but sure.
Oop, there's some barking. We don't need to do that, guys.
I know that life.
Wyatt Mullum, the guard, just went to the Jaguars. I saw people
Ooh.
saying that Shador could be a closet Jag guy, which is nuts, but Mullum has gone to the Jaguars at 89. Okay. So we're up to 90 now.
All right, so that should be the Rams. That is a Anthony DeBona pick right there. Wyatt Mullum, West Virginia. Some good old versatility. Anthony had, I think in the mock draft, if I'm not mistaken, had his mock draft for night 2 of TJ Sanders, which did not happen. Drafted very early. And then Wyatt Mullum was, I believe, a trade up. I think he said like 90-ish. So it was very close to doing it.
89.
Howie's just not, don't want to trade up and get a guy, someone that the Eagles were interested in. All right, Rams on the clock.
Yeah, Rams on the clock. Yeah, so then the Rams have only picked once. They got Ferguson, the tight end. So we're on 90. We have until 96, and Shador Sanders going on day 3 is just crazy. And I you just get to the point where it's like the media gaslit us so hard in Shador Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was saying first rounder, maybe. I mean, no way he gets out of the 30s in round 2. What a gaslighting craziness for Shador Sanders. But see, the Shador Sanders player comp is Teddy Bridgewater, right? It's a poor man's Dak Prescott. And so it's like we, the fans, have known he's not the number 1 overall pick. He's not a first-round draft pick.
Yes.
And yet the media gaslit us like crazy. It's just, oh, man. There are a lot of people that are going to lose some serious credibility. Mel Kiper had him as maybe the best available, like 5 picks into the draft last night. And he's been gassing him up for 90 picks now, and he is not going to go. It's a rough look. It's a rough look.
Little bit off on that, just a tad, up to 90 now. Mr. 334 and beyond with a 2. When is the helmet jersey giveaway, and who won? That is a good question. So, Rock Mikey won the Cooper to Gene helmet, so that one has been given. Got to ship that one out, but congratulations! I did hear back from Mike M. But then for the jersey, I said I was going to give away a Jahad Campbell jersey, and we'll do that. I actually said that earlier, but the Eagles are coming up soon. So once the Eagles select, I'll spin for the Jahad Campbell jersey.
Yes.
And should be good to go. So good luck to everybody. All right.
By the way, Matthew McConaughey has weighed in on the Eagles selection of Andrew Makuba, and he says ball hawk with a hard ass hat.
Okay.
So there you go. That's straight from
he's in
Matthew
favor
McConaughey.
Of it. All right.
He's a fan. There you go. He's a fan.
Eric with a 2. Winston Jr. is this year's Sidney Jones. Well, in that case.
Well, I'm glad we didn't get him. Right?
Yeah, would not want him then. 2 from Alex. Johnny Wilson switching to tight end with a question mark there. I mean,
oh gosh,
every year. But that's
every year.
Last year, this year. What are they going to do with Goddard?
Every year we have like a former quarterback or a former wide receiver. Someone's trying to play tight end who's very large. I think a Whiteside was a tight end for a little bit there. It never works. So for Johnny Wilson's sake, I hope that is not the case because it never works.
Yeah.
Ever.
No. It's every once in a while some random off the wall idea I guess pays off, but it doesn't seem as like we don't have the Zach Bonds type of moves every single season. Qualified with a 5 with the overall 189th pick. Shador Sanders goes to the Memphis Showboats.
Yeah, I saw someone with a LinkedIn jersey that they were saying after the evening. Someone prank called him and said that he had been picked and it was fake. So someone trolled Shador Sanders a little earlier. Yeah. It's all over Twitter. So I don't have the Rams pick yet, by the way. We're still waiting. We're on pick 90. I do not have the Rams pick. Are you caught up on supers, or we still have some supers to go?
Still got some more, actually. Yes.
Okay.
Appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Seriously. I mean, just as many as are out there.
For real.
John with a 2. Don't forget compensatory picks at the end of the 3rd. That is also true. Technically, after
Oh.
I said 96 only because the Eagles, but yeah,
Oh.
there's what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's
6
a great
selections.
point.
So there's 6 more beyond the Eagles.
Did someone just ask for my discount code? We asking for my Mudwater discount code?
I think so. I've
just
seen
saw
a
that in
few.
the chat. Let me
Yes.
put that in my chat.
Yep.
Here. I
Big
got
Ben
you,
said Mott discount code is
Yeah.
mushrooms, but that's not his discount code.
No, I have it. The discount code is Thomas Mott Show. I'll put that in the chat just so people have it.
There you go. Yep. Or if you want to go with mine, because
No, I don't want to go with yours. We'll just go with mine.
That's fine. Yeah. Josh Davis is the discount code. Just
okay,
all
well,
one
that
word.
one's pretty easy. That one's pretty easy.
It's the first time anyone's ever used my name. Every single time, someone's just like, "Oh,
yeah,
use
they
Philly
use
Special,"
Philly
and for
Special,
some reason they
right?
didn't
Yeah.
want to do that. They're just like, "No, we're going to go with your name." So it's just
43% off, by the way. 43% off. It's a pretty good deal.
It's not bad.
We get some good ones here. I have the Ram pick, but let's just say it. Josiah Stewart is the Ram pick.
Okay.
The edge rusher from Michigan. So they get the Wolverine edge rusher there. So another edge rusher for the Rams. They didn't have enough over there.
Good gosh. Keep
Okay.
piling them up.
Yep. All right. Off to 90. Off to pick 90 now.
Let's see. Ravens, 91. Ravens.
What did I say?
90.
Oh. Then you're
Okay.
right. Yes.
Edgar with 5. Yes, this was a question earlier, and I briefly mentioned it, but we kind of got sidetracked. How many of the 30 visits for the Eagles are still out there, or second best of those 30? So that is a good question. I've got the graphic here.
Up.
It is a little bit small, but I can read it for you guys. Again, shout out to Anthony, because he's got the graphic here, the best graphic to follow for the Eagles and the tracker. So what is available and still out there at the moment is Marcus Bowe, offensive lineman for Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Charles Grant, another offensive lineman, William and Mary,
Mm-hmm.
and Elijah Roberts, interior defensive lineman, SMU.
Yes. Jaden Blue.
And then
Although he
start
probably
getting
won't
into
go
those.
tonight. Yeah, and then you get the later ones. So
It feels like Howie's going to be content to just sit there and take an offensive lineman, honestly, because there's like 2 or 3 top 30 visits that are still available. And, if you're not moving up, maybe you say, well, we'll just take whoever falls to us.
Yep, I
Interesting.
agree. Ravens pick is in. It's Emory Jones, the tackle from LSU. So the second team All SEC the past 2 years is going to be a Baltimore Raven. So
All right.
only 2 sacks and 12 starts last year. Pretty good pick there.
Add another one. Donnell Shipley. What happened with the CJ GJ situation? He had to be traded.
He had to be traded. That's right. Had to be traded. By the way, for people, we kept saying that the draft is to 96. It's to 120 technically because of all the comp picks. So we have actually quite a few picks to go because you have all the third round draft comp picks, which Philly doesn't have one.
You mean
they just have their normal third rounder. Is it 102?
I think it's 102.
Oh, yeah.
120 would
Then
be...
I read that wrong. Sorry. That was
Okay.
dyslexic. Popped in there. I said 120. It's late.
Okay. I was going to say, I was like,
102 is the
oh,
correct
that's a
number.
lot of
Yes.
comp picks. Okay.
102. So we're 10 picks away.
That's not too bad. We're almost there. It's only
Yep.
9:45 Central Time, 10:45 East Coast.
We need to do the Seahawk pick. Let's
Okay.
do the
Are
Seahawk
they-
pick here.
Okay, we've already got
They're-
the Ravens one, so I need to
I
put
have
the
it.
Seahawks in.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
I need the Seahawk pick.
Yep,
Let's
yep.
do the Seahawk pick.
All right, put this up here. And here we go.
Okay, with the 92nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jalen Milroe, quarterback,
Whoa.
Alabama. And we have a quarterback. It's not Shedeur Sanders. Sean Alexander just said it on the stage. And Jalen Milroe has been selected, Josh, here to be the backup and perhaps the future in Seattle. Wow. Okay. I was kind of very, very curious if Milroe made it here on day 3. Here's the deal on Jalen Milroe and why he goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders. The upside. This is a guy at the top of his game who can play with anybody. That Georgia tape, literally probably got him drafted. threw a bunch of touchdowns, ran for 20 of them, but he's up and down. And this is where you kind of sit back and go, put him in the right system, let him learn. 2 or 3 years, you might have the most athletic quarterback in the entire NFL. I'm a Milroe guy. I think he can be fantastic. They say he's Lamar Jackson, but thicker, faster, and better running the football, which is hard to believe, but that's what they say. It's just a matter of, can he develop into an actual NFL passer? And when you compare him to Lamar Jackson, the same questions were there for the Ravens star quarterback. That's all gone away, as Lamar's a great thrower of the football. If Milroe can follow in his footsteps, he has no rush now being a third-round draft pick. I think I actually like the pick for Seattle here. This makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and it's a slap in the face for Shedeur Sanders, but it's the potential. I'll throw out a couple of blasts from the past because I've seen some of these in player comps, and it does make some sense. But a Cordell Stewart, there's one for you.
Interesting.
A modern-day Quincy Carter, that is also another one that has been said before. It's just, really, it is the sky is the limit for this guy if he's able to fully live up to that, because you have seen, as you said, when he's at the top of his game, it's almost unstoppable. Is he able to see the field? Is he able to take that to the next level? NFL speed, reacting to defenses, what they show versus what they play, how they can confuse him. But if he's able to pick that up, it's not a position here, and I'm totally with you of why I also like it, because he goes to Seattle. You're not going to ask him to start from day one. You get there, you learn, you're behind Darnold, and then eventually you can take over. But there's not a rush to just instantly put him in as the starter. And Seattle, lot to like. They get a quarterback here. It is not Shedeur Sanders. How far does he go? That's got to be a terrible feeling, because you're like, you got to be a quarterback just got taken. Is not me. Like, that's an extra emphasis. So Jalen Milroe.
There you go. So now Tyler Shuck has gone ahead of Shedeur Sanders, and Jalen Milroe has as well. And I think ESPN is going to have a field day tomorrow. You're not going to find out any other picks. There'll be no breakdown on anything else except for Shedeur Sanders. It's going to be nonstop Shedeur Sanders, which is crazy.
It's so funny.
Does Kyle McCord go ahead of Shedeur Sanders? When does Quinn Ewers get drafted? Right? Goodness
there's
gracious.
So many. Yeah, it wouldn't be even that shocking at this point. That's the crazy part. All right, who do we have now? The Saints?
Yeah, the Saints pick is in.
Update here.
Yep. Jalen Milroe's in Seattle. I love that pick. And they signed Darnold to a smaller or shorter contract. They can get out of the Darnold, the Darnold contract pretty easily.
Yeah.
You roll with Darnold this year. You try and win some games. And then Jalen Milroe, hopefully ready to go in 2026. I love it for Seattle.
Makes
I
a
think
whole
it's
lot
great.
of sense. Yep. They already got the Nick Emmanwori one as well.
Yeah.
Good draft. Derek Perry with a 5. Appreciate that, man. Says Mukuba is not bad. Likes to hit, ball hawk. That is what you want in a safety. No one's saying it. We haven't said he's bad. It's just
no one.
There have been
bad.
some. I understand the chat overreactions and some people there. Not saying he's bad. Just questioning, did you want to take him there? Was there some other guys? Brandy with a 2. How do you think we are picking? I hoped for Green L. How do you think we're picking? I hope for Green L. What is that?
Green L.
Green
I don't know
L.
who that is.
It's like green and then like just the letter L, like in caps.
Not sure who that is. Mike Green, but he's gone. I'm trying to think of greens here.
I don't even know who that's referring to. What green?
Saints are about to go.
Okay.
Don't know who it is.
Yeah, I'm. Maybe somebody in the chat knows exactly what that's referring. I'm not picking up on it. I apologize, Brandy. How do you think we're picking?
Jonas Sanker, for the safety from Virginia, is a Saint. We'll just get that out of the way. So
yep.
throw Cleveland on the board here. I think Philly goes offensive line. Charles Grant from William and Mary is still there as well. He's kind of an 85th overall prospect on ESPN's big board. Who do they have left that they like? I'm sure that they have a couple of offensive linemen that they're fans of.
Marcus Bowe.
Is he still on there?
I think he is,
yeah.
right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was looking at tackles. Right, I was because he's a guard. Yeah, Bowe would make some sense there. I'd be shocked if it's not an offensive lineman here in a couple of picks, and we're at 94 because Cleveland. Yeah, so we're 2 away.
Let's see. I'm still not understanding that full one, but yeah, just the comment for the first of who do we think we're picking. Yeah, we did answer that part. Didn't see any comments about the green. So, Kyle with a 5. Any chance? Why is this another one? We have multiple. Any chance Johnny Wilson moves to tight end? This is the second
Goodness
person that brought this
gracious.
up. Johnny Wilson to tight end. Look, he's tall. He
Probably
can block
not.
pretty good, but no, they're drafted for a wide receiver. I don't think they're making that move right now just yet to say, yeah, hey Johnny, go be the guy. Go play tight end. You got a lot of other questions and asking him to do other things before that.
Okay,
JM?
pick is in for the Browns.
Do we have the guy? Or?
Go ahead. No, I don't know who it is. Sorry. Go ahead.
JM with the 5. How would you feel about Makuba as the nickel and moving Coop to the outside? Makuba has experience there and could sign Simmons after.
No, I'm not messing with Cooper DeJean. I can't mess with Cooper DeJean.
No, yes.
I love Cooper DeJean where he is.
JM, I love you, man. Appreciate you. The comment is also the comment is also in all caps. So, I mean, maybe like that's a pretty out there take. I'm just gonna say that because I understand, like, yeah, if you want to think through, never hurts to throw out hypotheticals and brainstorm sessions here. But I mean, you literally are asking Makuba to go and play nickel to move to a position that he's not playing or being drafted as for a safety. So there's a move. You're asking your best slot corner in the NFL to move to the outside. So there's another one. And then you're still going, well, we need a safety. So what, we sign? Like, it just feels like you have done musical chairs in the worst way possible, and you're not winning on any of those.
There's no way that this is the Browns pick, right? No, there's no way that this is the Browns pick.
Is it?
It's not Shedeur Sanders. There's no way that this is right. Hang on. We're gonna have to do the Browns pick here in a second if this is correct.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Do you see it?
Oh
we don't
my
have
gosh.
This. Let's do the Browns pick.
Oh
Holy
my
cow.
gosh. What?
No way.
Okay.
What is going on? With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns have taken a quarterback. It's Oregon's Dylan Gabriel. What?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, this is crazy.
I mean,
Dylan Gabriel? Wow. Where's Dylan Gabriel on ESPN's big board of quarterbacks? Dylan Gabriel is behind Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, and Riley Leonard.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's 164 on the PFF big board. 6 foot, 200 pounds. His player comp, it's kind of hilarious. Player comp is Kellen Moore. He's below the 10th percentile in height and weight for the NFL level. Below the 10th percentile.
Dylan Gabriel?
Good. That's crazy.
That is.
If you're Shedeur Sanders, you're going back to college. You're just not even. You're looking at a board here that has a guy that's average draft position of like 16, 17 for Shedeur Sanders on a draft. Dylan Gabriel was just taken ahead of him at 94. Cleveland had made some pretty good picks. I don't understand this. I don't know why you're making this selection.
Dylan Gabriel's a 3rd-round pick?
What? Oh, my goodness.
I cannot believe it. I cannot. That is crazy.
Are you telling me
that massive reach?
Right. Are you telling me
Shedeur Sanders?
Because who's taking Dylan Gabriel? Like, Cleveland has 126. Who's taking Dylan Gabriel before 126?
I don't know.
You just wait and take him then.
Oh my god.
That is wild.
They're about to do it on ESPN. I need to hear the lady say it.
AC says the NFL is just trolling Shedeur Sanders.
Oh my gosh. I just got a tweet saying, hold on to your hats. Who's that going to be for?
Oh
Dylan
my
Gabriel.
Gosh.
What is going on? Oh my gosh.
What?
I cannot believe.
Even the reaction from Dylan Gabriel at his house is
he
like,
looks shocked.
You got to be kidding me. I'm sure he's upset to go to Cleveland, but what in the world? 5'11", not even.
From Miami.
Here's the thing. He's not even 6 foot. He's 5'11".
Eagles are trading out. So New England's on the clock. The Birds are trading back.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, so are we going to get a 3rd-round draft pick?
No, I mean, you're not probably trading for a comp pick, are you?
I think you're probably just trading back. What if Shedeur Sanders goes undrafted?
Oh my gosh.
Here's the Shedeur Sanders question. There was that report saying he had the worst pre-draft meeting of all time. It was one of those anonymous scouts saying it was the worst he's ever seen. What if he literally had the worst of all time? Like what if he was awful in his pre-draft process and literally all of them said we're not doing this? The media will tell you that it's because he's too cocky and he's Deion's son and it's total BS. This is the ultimate meritocracy. If they thought that Shedeur Sanders was worthy of a third-round draft pick, the Cleveland Browns would not have taken Dylan Gabriel over him. He must have tanked. He must have been awful in those pre-draft meetings. I don't think he's that good at all.
I don't either. I wouldn't have taken him
ever. Fifth-round quarterback, but he must have just absolutely been awful in those meetings. I mean, it makes no sense.
The crazy thing is, I mean, you're looking at everybody's big board, but Daniel Jeremiah, number 20, is Shedeur Sanders. Number 20. Like, there's so many people that all had him at that range. He's not going to get taken until day 3 at best. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
This is just nuts. It's insanity.
I cannot believe this. So who do the Falcons want? So Atlanta has traded with Philadelphia.
I like that. Okay. We like that because Atlanta's terrible at trade. So I'm curious to see what we get here. Maybe they gave us a first-round pick. Could we wait for that? Maybe send over some other weapons.
Patriots are picking first, though. We're about to get the Patriot pick here.
Okay.
Waiting on that one.
Sam with a 2. I don't have a comment. Appreciate that, Sam.
They got Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia.
Okay. All right. Good for them. Yeah, Philly trading with the Falcons. I'm curious. I want to see what the trade value is.
I don't know what it is.
We'll see here in a second. Here with the 5. At this point, Dylan Gabriel is getting drafted before Sanders.
There's no way that was before, right?
I feel like that has to be. If you called it, that's crazy.
That's pretty impressive.
That's insane.
Eagles back to 101, by the way. They're back to 101. So
it was a comp pick. Okay. Yeah.
It was a comp pick. Yeah.
So yeah, still gonna make a selection, but how he gets one, I want to know what he got. I want to know the full haul, the full package.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Gary with a 5. I don't see a comment, but we appreciate the super.
Here you go. We get 101 and a 2026 fifth is the pick. So a 2026 fifth rounder. Wow. So they move back 6 spots or 5 spots and get a fifth next year. Interesting. They must not have liked anybody.
Yeah, I guess not. They're not in a hurry. That is surprising. Interesting. 13 picks now in 2026. Just keep adding them. Add them on if he wants it. John, the 2 says this is for Shedeur. The $2 super chat. Okay.
I'm sure he needs it.
Yes,
Thank you.
He's hurting for money, I'm sure. 33 with the 2. Draft Sanders to the Niners is better than paying Purdy $50+ million. That's the take there.
Ooh, good pick for the Falcons here, Josh. If you want to do this one, I think we have. Do we have a highlight for this one? I think we do.
Yeah, I believe we do. Let me get the Falcons here. All right.
The 96th overall draft pick is now Atlanta's, and they're going to take Xavier Watts, Josh, the safety out of Notre Dame here, who a lot of people thought Philadelphia would take with their second-round draft pick. Of course, Philadelphia did not go ahead and do that. This is a guy that I think is very instinctual.
Every reason that you laid out there, a whole lot to like. Every once in a while, there's the questions or the thought of if he gets flat-footed, not necessarily recovering quite quickly enough, can be stiff sometimes with his hips and changing directions. But I mean, ultimately, we're talking about a end of a third-round selection here. They clearly liked him. Reason for them trading up and replacing their safety that they lost. like you said. So Xavier Watts, safety off the board, going to Atlanta.
There you go. Texans have traded up for 97, and they are taking Jalen Smith, I believe. Yeah, the USC cornerback.
Man, there's a run on cornerbacks.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so then now we're at the Raiders at 98 is where we're sitting right now. So let's put the Raiders on the clock.
All right, we got Raiders.
What are you doing? Go, 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 go. The dog has invaded my room. Go on. Get out of here.
98.
Get out of here. Yeah, we're at 98.
All right. Let's see. John with a 2. This was a second ago, so not necessarily possible now, but I guess the Eagles later, if you're really wanting that dream, with the 2 said Scappo 96.
That would be a very interesting pick.
The Eagles
That'd be a very interesting pick. Do we have a highlight for him? Did we expect him to go in round 3? I don't think we did.
We did not. No, I intentionally was thinking he'd go to round 4 or later. Estefan with a 2. How about Torrey Horton? Maybe.
Maybe. I don't have him as a 3rd round grade.
No. Let's see. Because there's kind of been the wide receiver run, the cornerback run. There's other players still out there and available. Ethan with a 5. Been watching Jahad Campbell highlights and tape all day. This team is amazing. Let's finish the 3rd round strong and grab another Lombardi. Let's do it, baby. Go on, Ethan.
Yeah, I think you just got to throw on the highlights to get really, really into the Eagles' 2nd round draft pick, I think. I think Makuba jumps off the film. I think he really does.
By the way, 4,200 likes on the stream. We were 800 likes away from passing the record of 5,000 from last night. It is very tough. It's very difficult. But there's 6,000 people.
6,000 people watching.
It's possible. If everyone would hit the like button, we could do it. So come on.
We could do it.
There's only
we could do it.
Whatever it is, 7 picks left. It's probably not going to happen, but there's a chance. So do us a favor, drop a like, spread the joy, the Eagles fandom, because we're going to get the pick here in a second. VV with the 5. Thanks for that. Says Dylan Gabriel, welcome to the factory of sadness. Going to Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a 5'11" quarterback throwing the football left-handed in northern Ohio is going to be something to watch. I don't know. Kenny Pickett might be your day 1 starter in Cleveland, which is pretty fun.
They told Myles Garrett, hey, let's get some guys. Let's get a quarterback. They got Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel. So Trenton with a 5. This is God punishing the oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was forget. He actually might. You never know. This is God punishing the Sanders family for being too cocky. Pride cometh before the fall.
And again, that goes back to what were his meetings like. If it was the worst ever, I would see him rolling in there and not even giving teams the time of day if they didn't have a top 5 draft pick. Mm-hmm. So, but we're just not going to know. Now, I think things are going to start to come out, right?
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, we got to kind of wait and see.
Let's see. There's another one here. As the Raiders they got Caleb Rogers, tackle out of Texas Tech, and then I think they traded. Did they trade back up? They're at 99 now as well.
They do. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Raiders are back to back.
Pick again. Got a tackle.
Raiders are back to back.
Jake Johnson with a 5. Brown's got a quarterback. Brown's got a great quarterback. As a Ducks fan, I'm biased, but he will be on par with Herbert.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
with Herbert. I don't know about Herbert. But
those are some really interesting tinted glasses, colored glasses that you got on there. We're all prone to bias, but
it happens.
Really good college quarterback. I just, now gladly admit that I was wrong if he turns out to something, but I don't know. Dylan Gabriel, not one that I have super high hopes for. Maybe they did though. John with another 5 says Sanders can't go back with how good next year's class is. he'd fall further next year because it's so good. He'd be even
Oh,
more
that's a
of
great point.
non-starter. So
Yeah.
it's he's out of luck, man. He is just free fall.
Yeah. All right, Raiders. Raiders are about to go at 90. I don't know who it is. They've stopped giving us any sort of hints on who it's going to be before the pick. So I'm shocked the Dallas Cowboys haven't taken a flyer on Shedeur Sanders. It seems like such a Dallas thing at this point. You know, just why not? I think it'd be hilarious and stupid, but it'd be very funny. All right, 98 for the Raiders is going to be still don't know who it is. Caleb Rogers.
Yeah, 98 is Caleb Rogers. We have that one. We're waiting for 99.
Oh, sorry. 99.
No,
Shedeur to the Raiders at 99? I know they have Geno, but they don't have Geno forever.
Just trying to get another. It'd sell some just drama. I mean, Vegas, the show.
It's so drama. It's so drama. Yeah.
Ashton Jeanty as well. I mean, yeah. Hey, we skyrocketed on those likes. We're at 4,700. We're only 300 likes away now.
Okay.
A lot of support came in.
Record tonight,
it would be nice. I'm just saying, yes,
tonight.
if you could, everybody do your part. We really appreciate it. But at this point now, if it was like 1,000, it'd be like, well, it's not. There's a chance. There's like 4 picks left, and 300 likes is about what we need. So go down there. Drop a like. Garrett with a 5 saying, I'm telling you guys how he's waiting until next year. He very well might be with the stockpiling now. 2 from Tony. Guys acting like NFL locker room drama is JFK files. No, Tony, that's not what it is, man. Look, if someone, and I'm sure that you have integrity, honesty, and everything else. If someone told you something and said, yeah, but you can't tell anybody. Like, there's an honor code. There's a part of, just integrity.
100%.
So that
100%.
along with the lines of just journalism in general, there's when someone says off the record or cannot share this at all, then like, okay, there's something that just can't get out. Look, it eventually probably, I would imagine, will somehow get out there, but we are not going to be the ones to share it.
Raiders went Charles Grant. Yeah, they got the William and Mary pick. That was an Eagle option.
That
I
is
would
an
say.
Eagle option.
So,
Yeah.
Eagles are 2 away. Eagles are 2 picks away. Okay, William and Mary on the board, Josh.
All right. Okay. San Francisco. Waiting on them. Haven with the 5 says, hey guys, love the stream. Me and my dad are listening on a road trip. Curious to see where we can. There's more of these, which I get it. Curious to see where we could find the CJGJ Bean / drama or if it's coming up. We have not seen it anywhere. Nobody's talked about it, which again is what Thomas was alluding to. Other people know it and they've not shared it.
Other people know it. Yeah.
The Eagles organization try to keep it under wraps. I don't know, but we are not the ones that are going to share it for the same reasons that I mentioned just a second ago.
Let's just say this. It's nothing crazy, but it's
not
definitely
like criminal
enough
or
where
something
if you
just
heard
ridiculous. But yes, it's
right. But if you heard it, you would say, "Oh yeah, they needed to trade him."
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be like, "Okay, yeah, they need to trade him." It's not like, "Oh my gosh, he did what?" It wasn't that. It was like, "Whoa, okay, yeah, they need to trade him."
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, and maybe we should have teased it, but we were told not to. We were told it, and so it's like, okay, we know, but it's we just can't say. And eventually it's going to come out, and we'll be like, that's what it was. So,
right.
All right, Eagles are 1 away, by the way. So Niners are up. They're at 100. So we have 101 and then 102 to round out the round 3 here. And you have San Francisco, Philly, and Minnesota. So Shedeur is not going at all anywhere here.
No.
I mean, Brock Purdy needs an extension, and so if you don't want to get Brock Purdy an extension, then maybe you draft Shedeur Sanders. But I would be very surprised.
The call.
So,
I was gonna say real quick. The prediction of the draft, by the way, was Hero because they did another super chat here and said I literally called the Gabriel pick before it happened. The one of saying like, "Hey, Dylan."
Okay,
Gabriel's
so he actually did.
He actually did say
Holy
it
cow.
before it
Holy
happened.
cow.
That is wild. Go buy a lottery ticket, sir or man. I don't know which one. Yes, go.
100%.
The luck is on your side.
100%.
That's wild to call that.
That is crazy. Yes. Okay.
Mr. 334. I thought Thomas was doing Jay Hurts signed Super Bowl jersey. No, that was That was mine here as well. But we did
It was
that on
you.
last night's stream. So
Yeah.
John 2000-1, I comment. It's in my previous video. So if you watch the previous video, Thomas has, there you go, the signed helmet there, multiple signatures.
Yeah. Giving this one away, I'm going to pick a commenter on my video, on my recap video. So this will be after the draft. So it's probably Sunday or Monday. You watch my show tomorrow. You get an entry in for that one. So soon, though. Very soon.
There we go. Let's see. CJ with a 5. The Scatbo Evans tight end from Notre Dame or Gunnar Helm at 102. So that's the prediction there.
Okay.
Either running back or some tight end options.
I think it's too early for running back. I think tight end. I just think they're going to get an offensive lineman right now. Gunnar Helm is nice. He's obviously graded out. I think 79th overall pick is kind of where a lot of people had him. But do we have a Gunnar Helm highlight, by the way? I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
No.
So I think they're going to go offensive lineman, which is people are going to say boring, but they it's kind of what they do,
Yeah.
So we'll see here.
Let's see. We got Anthony with a 20 bomb. Appreciate that, man. The 20. Let's go.
Hey.
Says, do you guys believe Philly was looking at Trey Amos in the second round and Washington purposely beat them to the punch?
Maybe not purposely, but I think it would have been Trey Amos if Washington didn't take him. I have a very high belief that Philly liked him a lot.
I would agree with that. Yep. And it never hurts, I guess, if you're looking at division rival and say, hey, we're interested in this too. Oh, they want him? Well, we'll just go ahead and select the guy. So
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
Potentially. Sub-Zero.
Oh, the Eagles have moved back.
Again?
They're not going to pick tonight, are they?
Gosh,
yes.
are they going to do it?
Oh, they did.
They just hang on here for dear life to get a pick, and they're not going to select. Well, it tells you that they don't just love who's available. So
yeah, they don't. 101 and 134, and they get 111, 130, and 191 back. So Denver comes back up here. Man, we're not going to get a third-round pick. Oh, man. Trade backs. I think they would trade
around. Back. I thought so, too.
Oh man.
My gosh. Well, all right. All right. Normally, I'm going to throw up the super chats, but this one, I'm not going to exactly go there. We don't need any racist, or claiming of racism or just comments that way.
Yeah,
people.
Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. Sorry, we're not going to do that.
Sub-Zero, I see you happy that Shador's not getting picked, whatever, but, I'm not just...
Yeah.
We only go so far. John, with 2, press the damn like button. There was a comment there. We're getting to 5,000. It just happened. Wow.
Okay.
5,008 likes. It happened. You guys are the best. You made it happen. There's 6,200 people watching.
Wow.
5,000 plus likes on the streams.
That is crazy.
That's unreal. But you guys are the best. Wow.
I can't believe the Eagles traded out, man. We waited. At least they didn't do this yesterday. I thought they were going to do this yesterday, but man, we waited a long time to get a second pick here in round 3, and they went, no, just kidding. We're not going to do it. So, oh, man.
They'll be busy tomorrow.
Traded the pick. They will be busy tomorrow, but they have all 5th rounders, right? What's 191? What round is that?
Gosh, what is that? Let's see.
I can tell you. Hang on.
They got 134 because that's the. I think it's a 5th rounder. Is it 5th rounder? Let's see.
4th rounder?
It's 191 would be 6th round.
6th round. So they didn't have a 6th rounder because they didn't have a 6th or 7th.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah. So they're getting up a 3rd and their 4th for Denver's 4th and Denver's other 4th and then a 6th. So they must really not like anybody.
No. Just move back. Take some other depth, I guess. That's surprising.
Okay, Denver's pick is in. Is Philly traded out? Okay.
Well, while they're trading out, and since we got everybody still here, I've obviously need to spin for the jersey, so I might as well do that. Let's see who Denver's selecting.
Savion Jones, the LSU defensive end. So Philly must not have been interested.
Nope. Okay, but for everybody else in the recent video, let's do this one. I think this is better. There we go.
Do it.
All right,
Do it.
for the most recent video, Jod Campbell jersey. Who's going to win that? Good luck, all.
There you go.
And it is Frank M3290. Frank M3290 saying on that video, Campbell Eagles great match. Go Birds. Like the draft pick. So Frank M3290, as always, the regular way this works is just contact me at the Philly Special Show at gmail.com. The Philly Special Show at gmail.com or one of the socials. I just got to confirm, get your info, everything there. I did also say that I would do a second spin for it. So, Frank, you have one. You do need to contact me, sir. I'll mention this in the next video as well, but we're going to do one more. So, one more winner from the last video. Another Jod Campbell jersey. Good luck, all. Second spin. It's Dractopus. It's with a...
Dractopus? Okay.
I don't know what that is. DR8CT0PU8. I don't even know exactly, but something like that. Congratulations. First off, go Birds. Secondly, big relief in how he's starting off with plugging the holes that were left in our defense and went a little bit further, but it's not showing the full comment. So congratulations. You have won.
Let's do mine as well, because I was giving away a jersey from today's show. I was just going to announce it on tomorrow's show, but I'll add it to tomorrow's show. But let's go ahead and draw for mine as well. Just pick a from my most recent one.
All right. Let me get back to...
Since everyone's here, someone said Dr. Octopus? No, I don't think that's who it was.
I don't think it's the... it's... All right, let's get the comment here.
Vikings are going Tay Felton, the wide receiver from Maryland. So... No Sanders, no Quinn Ewers, no Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord, Will Howard. All the quarterbacks going to be there on Saturday, as it normally is, I guess.
Okay. All right, getting the comments from the video, and then we'll throw this one back up here. As we're waiting on that, Christopher with the two... said, at this point, Al Bundy will get drafted before Sanders.
Goodness gracious, yeah. I saw someone say Bernie Sanders will get drafted before Sanders. Just take your pick of any Sanders out there.
Brendan with the two watching the draft with the wife. Go Birds. Go Birds, man.
Hey, go Birds.
Appreciate you hanging out.
Shout out the wife for grinding the NFL draft right now.
Mm-hmm. One more super chat here, and then I will
wrap it up.
Go here.
Yep.
The 20 from Eric. Appreciate that. 20 bomb.
Hey,
say what's up to my daughter Paloma. She's a four Hardbirds fan. She's a Hardbirds fan. Let's go.
Hello, Paloma.
What's up, Paloma? Go Birds.
What's up, Paloma? Go Birds. That's right.
How about that?
Love that.
All right. Here we go. Got the screen share. Your video. And we're ready. Yep.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Spin it. I'll announce, obviously, the same way. Contact me, tossmottshow@gmail.com. And if you win, obviously.
Winner.
And
Zay Johns.
Okay.
Zay Johns said, great move, Howie. Go Birds. Let's do it again today.
There you go. Well, he did it kind of halfway. So congrats, Zay. I'll announce this on tomorrow's show as well. And let me know. Let me know. I got to hear from you, or else we will respin.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, Jod Campbell jersey.
There, yeah. Who doesn't love that? That's pretty awesome. All right. We have... Did the Vikings select? Did we get their final one?
Yeah. They got the receiver. They got the receiver, the Maryland receiver.
Okay.
Yes.
There's like two more super chats, I think, or a couple. Sub-Zero, how is calling people... Well, you're all just... like being sensitive zaddy lovers. Okay, well, if you go back and look at the way that you referred to somebody else, then that's all you need. But I can't help you if you don't realize that. So anyway, Josh with the one, Muggsy82 with a 2 says, "What can you tell us about Devin White issues?" I don't
know any Devin White issues.
Ago, like I don't. They just didn't feel like he was.
Devin White issues.
We never, I didn't never hear any specifics beyond that, but they felt like they had the guys in the room, so move forward.
Yep.
Squinch Scene with the 5. Sanders interview. Actually, I don't like football very much. Do you play any other sports here? Now, excuse me while I eat this gallon of ice cream. Yeah, that's probably how his interview went, I guess, if he's falling.
There's another one. I just retweeted. There's another scout who has a story saying that he was very disinterested in the meeting, and they were kind of surprised. They were like, this is not a good look.
I mean, I'm telling you,
I think he had bad meetings.
Yeah.
I think he burned bridges. And then people talked. I'm sure all the scouts were like, did you have a bad meeting with Shedeur Sanders? Yeah, did you?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what's going on.
Exactly. Then you ask for, honest thoughts like, hey, what'd you make of it? What do you think personality-wise, all this stuff. And even if it wasn't intentional of him being entitled, which, we can argue about it or whatever, but the cockiness, pride, all the other stuff, like, it gives off the wrong vibe. And then all of a sudden you go, hey, well, look, there's other players here that we can take at a quarterback position. We don't have to take this risk. Yeah, it's a lot of drama that you sign up for, too, with it. So, clearly they were...
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem, too, right? If you have him as a backup quarterback who needs a lot of work, why would you take him over any of the other ones that have no drama and were interested in the meeting room, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you want the drama surrounding your backup quarterback where the fan base calls for your starter to be gone? I mean, every single second of every single day, and then he also has bad attitude? It's like... I don't think that NFL teams want that, and he's not a generational talent, and so you don't have to ignore this. I think Johnny Manziel really taught a lot of people about something like this because Manziel's a different character, and he obviously had a lot more, I would say, off the field problems than Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was a similar overall player. Like Johnny Manziel was not going to be a superstar in the National Football League. Like he just wasn't. And I think he was a better overall prospect than Shedeur Sanders. I think it's just the fact Shedeur's a very average quarterback, So it's just not worth the drama.
Yeah, there's other ways that you could go, or if teams are kind of like, maybe we draft this year, maybe not. You see the next year's class as well, so maybe you just say, hey, just wait for those. So
just not worth it.
Snorley with a 5, appreciate that. As a Colorado alum, I love seeing a Buff player go number 2. But as a lifelong Eagles fan, I love seeing Sanders fall so far even more. So you get both. You get Travis Hunter getting the selection, and then you enjoy seeing Sanders go a lot further. Josh with a 2. We might as well take Sanders at this point. Okay, come on now. We got plenty of other players and options and everything else, even with trading back.
Yeah.
There's none of that. I sensed some sarcasm in that comment, but still.
I do too.
Zach with a 2. Why does he keep moving back? Shaking my head. Well, it's
doesn't like the board. Doesn't like the board. I think that if Howie was honest, so he had a couple people he liked that didn't want to trade up for because it didn't like him that much, but he had people on his board that he really wanted. They weren't there, and he said, we'll get some more picks. We'll get an extra pick in the 5th round next year and see what happens on day 3.
Yep. Xander Webb with a 2. Any news on Goddard yet? Love you guys, by the way.
Nope.
Nothing official?
Nope. Appreciate the love, though. But no. Tomorrow is the time to watch. Draft starts at noon. We'll have recap videos. But tomorrow is the day. Saturday was when they traded for DeAndre Swift, too. So that's the time to kind of keep an eye on things.
Lots of other moves to potentially be made. John with the 2 more said give Shedeur the jersey. Just a little support for him. Maybe he wins that one. And Bridget here with a 5. Appreciate that one. Says Makuba equals special. Football IQ.
I hope so.
Always watching, always eye and hands on the football. Not worried about tackling potential. Film shows mechanics or their Eagles will get up his weight or get his weight up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw someone say if he was 2 inches taller and 10 pounds heavier, he'd be a top 15 pick. And that's what I'm sleeping on tonight. I'm like, okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
2 inches matters to some people, that's where that comment came from, way back before. But I do think that tackling wise, he can improve. We saw it, as we mentioned before, with the Eagles and the bye week and last year. So I'm not as concerned overall. I know some people are freaking out. It's gonna be all right. A little bit anticlimactic, Thomas, for just ending with no.
Little bit.
But last one here, I believe. Last super chat before we wrap. Philly Eagles 6 with a 2. Said 5,000 likes. I'll let you know. CJ GJ News. Leave him alone.
Oh,
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 other people, like, I guess they have it or they'll share. I don't know what that is. So,
sure. Let
yeah,
us know.
feel free. I mean, anybody
You
can
can
just
go say
post
it.
it on Twitter. There's beat writers who
Sure.
know it and they haven't shared. But yes, please, that's fine. And I don't mind actually retweeting once someone else shares it. Hey, there you go, it's out there. Oh wow, okay, you know something. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, um, I think we're gonna wrap here, right? We got to 102
How about that?
picks, 102
How
picks
about
in.
that?
Eagles 2 selections.
How many
This has
hours
been
of
a
streaming have we
blast.
done the past 2 days? I think we've done almost 9
We
hours.
we've
Is this
done
9 hours of
over
streaming? What a
9 hours
grind.
of almost
What a
nine and a
grind.
half hours of streaming. So this has
Holy
been a
cow.
blast for the people. By the way, just because people are going to be wondering, I'm sure. Day 3 is a marathon, as if these were not, but day 3 is an absolute marathon of draft just continuation. So
Yes. Yes.
we will not be streaming for tomorrow. Unfortunately, for people that are wondering or curious, hey, we're going to run it back.
Yeah.
I've got my niece's birthday party, and it's going to take a while, and Thomas has
There you go.
engagements as well. So we will not, but we'll have recap videos, as Thomas mentioned, other updates. Stay tuned for that, giveaways. But again, I just want to reiterate, I said it a bunch of times, but thank you guys. It is unreal. The support for this draft, starting 2 years ago when we first started doing the live stream for the draft, it was nuts then. It was bigger last year. This year is just, it can't even fathom it. So all I can say is thank you. It's unreal. And this was fun. So we'll see.
Yeah, I just want to say this as well. We had an idea that this would be a big draft. We didn't know how big it was going to be. We put a lot of effort into it. We had graphics and highlights for over, it was 80 players, I think, between the first couple of rounds, 70
I think
players,
we'd
a
have to
lot of
get to
graphics.
like
That took a long time.
92. Yeah.
Okay, 92 in total. And last year's draft, I mean, I think we got less than 50,000 views. And this year's draft, where we're going to be, I mean, close to 400,000, 350,000 between all 3 rounds. So it's awesome. And we really appreciate you guys. So we are obviously got plenty more things happening. They're going to do draft tomorrow, UDFAs. Remember, May, you're going to be getting, OTAs. You got some stuff going on in June. We're going to be interviewing players. So stick with us in the offseason. We greatly appreciate it. And we got a lot more coming. So thank you guys. Seriously, thank you.
All right. That does it for us. Get some rest. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Let the shrooms wear off.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was a blast. All right. We'll see you guys.
See you
Go
guys.
Birds.
Go Birds.